fight with me? And can you fight and save the world? Whoa, right now. It's time to walk and face the world. It's time to fight right now. It's time to fight and save the world. It's time to fight right now. visions to stay in or go out soon. So I sit and pray we're gonna see come what may. You know that heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. Heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my Suffer the war inside, failing to numb the tides, waiting to fall in line. She's walking down the street, she's turning up the heat, she's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street, all guys they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that, 'cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street, it's just so bittersweet. You can't compete on nothing. hoping high.
Nothing stops.
Walking down the street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever used to. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude.
There's something in the atmosphere. There's something else been breathing on my air. And giants live in silence under all my scars. Anxiety creeps in on me, oh, only in the dark. Saying, hush little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality. Shining light in the dark, I can tell. Demons don't know me so well. So hush little baby, don't you cry for me. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. Don't you cry, don't cry for me. Fighting back goes against my human nature. 100%, but I ain't always been an angel. Mama taught me silence is a weapon. Ignorance is bliss. Little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality.
TFT Rising Legends is back, baby!
It will be enough. The Lux goes one
The
more.
healing is so big!
Oh my gosh! Man!
Yes! He lives!
We're here to see my tactics with one of the top German players. Meg, are you ready for regional finals?
But the Yasuo looks like it's gonna take him down and ruin his chances as Lelouch survives!
I will not fetch.
From Paris to Ankara, from Berlin to Tunis, 128 players from all across the European, Middle Eastern and African regions are here today to start the TFT Rising Legends competitive circuit for Monsters Attack. It all begins today with the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. My name is Cantbit, and I would like to introduce you to our broadcast crew. Firstly, a man of culture and a master of both the Convergence and of the Rune Terror itself. The pen behind the articles you probably just got done reading. The returning, the impeccable, impetuous panda, David. How ya doing?
What an intro. I'm doing great. I've been living and breathing TFT ever since Set 8 released, and I'm prepared to learn Infinite today as our players showcase their skill.
All right then, and also, the first of our 3 guests across this event for one day only, the one who causes Twitch chats to catch on fire across the world, a talent without rival, yet has a lot of rivals, the marvelous Maisie Marzipan. Welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm super stoked to be your first guest caster of the weekend, and I can't wait to watch all this unfold.
All right, guys, so, we know that, of course, while we've got a lot of people who've been with us for the entire way through the circuit, we have still got a lot of new folks coming in as well. So, David, just before we start diving deep into any kind of details, would you mind running them through what the Rising Legends circuit is?
Sure thing. Today is going to be the GSC number 1, the first really big competitive event for EMEA for this set. But of course, there's been a build-up towards this moment the last month and a half. We've had ladder snaps, we've had the regional qualifiers as well for different nations to have their players come into this tournament. And of course, the open qualifier last weekend with a lot of players trying to narrow it down to just 32 to join the 128 players that are playing here today. This is the first of 3 GSCs that will be happening this set, and at the very end, we will have, of course, the regional finals in Alicante, and then Worlds. So this is the beginning of a long journey for some of these players today.
And I suppose, with Maisie in particular, I know you have got the competitive experience behind you. What does it feel like as a player to be here at the beginning of this huge mountain to climb to potentially end up playing against the players across the entire planet?
It's exactly as you say. They are standing at the bottom of a huge summit. And for these players, it's a marathon and not a sprint. So I imagine they'll be feeling under a lot of pressure right now, but I'm sure they're all going to bring their A game.
And David, you mentioned already, with as many tournaments as we've got, I guess for both of you, but starting with David, how do you feel like TFT is at the moment? Where do you feel like we are with the game overall?
It's feeling great. I think it's going to grow a lot this set in the next few. The last 2 sets have been amazing from the competitive standpoint. And I think the set itself is really good. We're on a new patch that I think has balanced things out a tiny bit. Huge changes coming up very soon with the hero augments after this patch, but I think it's a good patch to have a tournament on. And I think pretty much every player is happy with the flexibility they're offered for this patch. So I'm expecting a really good showing.
All right, so of course we'll be diving into some of the specifics of what's going on at the moment a little bit later on. But of course, this isn't just a tournament, it's a conversation as well. Maisie, would you mind telling folks how they can join that conversation over on Twitter?
Absolutely. For any questions, concerns, or to just take part in the fun we're going to have here today, you can find us over on Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA, or using the hashtag TFT Rising Legends.
All right, fantastic stuff. Now, of course, guys, if you have been paying attention, you'll realize while this is the first of our competitive events for Set 8, in terms of being part of the circuit. There was, in fact, an event before this, the Monster Party. Of course, we were there for it, David. Would you mind taking people through, sort of the news coming out of that event, and particularly as well, the interesting formats we deployed for that event only?
Yeah, interesting is one way to put it. There was a new mechanic added to the way points are acquired in the tournament, which was hex charging. Essentially, players at 2-1 had the option to multiply their points without really knowing the outcome of the game yet. And I think it was for first place, you would get 4 points, which could be up to 16 if you multiply at the very beginning. And for 8th place, it would be -4 multiplied by 4, so -16 points, which is a record in a game of TFT. It was a new format. I think it was definitely interesting, as you mentioned, Counterfeit, and fun to watch, but maybe not so much going to be the standard for competitive formats going forward. For this tournament today, we have the very normal and standard and non-interesting 1 to 8, as we have in all tournaments in the last 2 sets.
Of course, Scapeus becoming our king of monster parties amongst the various different names we were batting around for the winner of that particular event. But I want to kind of bring it out bring out the view here and kind of bring in some of the larger context from the TFT world as well. Of course, coming into the Dragonlance Championship last November, we were going in with this, with big momentum to say, okay, we're going to try and break, China's hold on the top of the TFT scene. Instead, they ended up going from 2 spots in the top 4 to 3 spots in the top 4 instead. But this being a new season, a new set, perhaps a fresh start for the EMEA region. Starting with you, Maisie, do you think this is going to be our set to really make an impact on the world stage?
Oh, gee, do I think? I want to remain ever optimistic that EMEA is just going to absolutely crush it. Whether that's going to happen or not remains to be found out, but I really, really want to see us do well this season.
I learned my lesson, Peter, and I'm going to go ahead and say no. I think EMEA is going to do terribly. I caster cursed the Spanish players all throughout the last 2 sets. And now I will solely root for our Chinese overlords. EMEA is absolutely terrible at TFT, and we will not do well in Worlds, for sure, 100%.
All right, the reverse caster curse is in full effect. So if you guys would like another way just to look at what we're doing across this season as well, we've got a little video that will help lay it out just again. We know there's a lot to remember. So we'll catch you guys in a couple of minutes on the other side of that.
Hey, tacticians. Wait, new set theme. Greetings, heroes. Welcome to the next season of Rising Legends. I'm Niberia, and I'll be your guide on this brand new journey. Today, we're going to announce the new competitive format for Monsters Attack. But there are plenty of updates, so please don't get distracted with the uwu erga. This is so cute. This set, we're going to have 2 different ways to qualify for finals. We'll have the Golden Spatula Cups and the ladder qualification. To qualify for the Golden Spatula Cups, the TFT regional competitions will take the main stage. 52 of the 128 players will qualify through those competitions. DACH, France, and Eastern Europe get 7 spots each. Poland and Turkey have 6, rest of EMEA has 5, Spain and Northern Europe get 4, and MENA and Italy will have 3 apiece. The remaining 76 tacticians will qualify in 2 ways. Lots of numbers, I know, bear with us. 32 will qualify through the open qualifier and 44 from ladder. So don't miss the opportunity to compete in your regional TRCs to have the chance at winning a spot in the next Golden Spatula Cup. This time around, we won't have a point reset when the mid-set update releases, so no more cramming for finals. Every game of Monsters Attack counts. All that in mind, only 32 players will qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. The 3 winners from the Golden Spatula Cups, 21 point leaders from those cups combined, and the top 8 point earners from the ladder snapshots.
Let's talk Super Brawl. Super Brawl is now a unique competition separate from the Rising Legends circuit, which means the winner won't automatically qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. 4 players from each TRC will compete to be crowned Best of EMEA and take home the trophy. Oh, you don't know? Oops. Well, you heard it right. This set, we're going to have a trophy for Super Brawl.
That's all for now. Thanks for watching, and remember, you could be the hero of Spatulopolis. We'll see you in Monsters Attack.
All right, well, there we go. A shout out, of course, to Niberia, who couldn't be here for this event, doing an amazing job on that. David, your thoughts on what we've got coming up, what we've got cooking for this season?
A lot's cooking, but the TLDR is everything is essentially exactly as before, except for the new addition of TRCs having a lot more relevance and taking away some relevance from the ladder snapshot and some spots from ladder qualifying tournaments. Everything else fairly standard compared to Set 7 and Rising Legends as a whole. We have GSC still, we have still open qualifiers, a regional final, so everything else is essentially the same, but now national leagues have way more importance when it comes to qualifying to major tournaments, and they actually matter for some of these players. I think it's a really good change, actually.
So just as you can see on your screen right now, there are some dates for the calendars. Particularly important are going to be the open qualifier dates coming up if you are looking to try and get into that. So we'll get into it in a second again. The TRC is definitely the big headline for today, but for the March 4th for Open Qualifier 2, April 8th for Open Qualifier number 3, if you can't get in for any of the other ways, those are absolutely massive competitions to try and chew your way through. But of course, even those being 512 player events, there are players who will get through and take their spots, and perhaps that could be you next time. But Panda, since it's already come up in a few different contexts already, can you just lay out for a little bit more in detail what the TRCs are and what they mean for the scene overall?
Yeah, the TRCs are the regional competitions that occur in every different country or every different region there is in EMEA. They've been around for a while, but they had different relevance before. We had the Ultra Liga that essentially kind of led into the Super Brawl, for example, and really didn't go anywhere else. We had the Hex League starting last set in France as well. And essentially now every single region in EMEA has its own TRC, and these lead directly to GSCs. So players have a chance now to qualify, as we're seeing here, from open qualifiers. If you didn't do your homework, you're getting there last minute, you go to the open qualifier. But if not, ranked ladder for the very best of the best that are able to compete and grind out hundreds of games at the beginning of a set. And then TRCs as kind of a plan B for some of these top players where they have a chance to get some tournament experience as well. As I mentioned before, it leads into the GSCs, as we all know, that's unchanged, and then regional finals, and finally the World Championship that EMEA will definitely do very poorly in, as I stated earlier.
Just to be clear for anyone who's unfamiliar with David's particular approach to things, he has the miraculous power to cast a curse, so we don't know if reverse cast a curse will work, but honestly, we can say, even at this point early on into the season, if it happens for Amir this time, it was all thanks to David. I mean, Maisie, I want to come to you on this one as well. The TRCs, we've got so much more variety of players coming into this tournament from so many different places. What are your thoughts on the TRCs overall?
The TRCs are amazing. I think more chances to qualify, more TFT to watch. Everyone's a winner there, and I just love following along. So yeah, even more to watch. I'm here for it.
Any of these players on the list here jump out to you then? Because as you said, we've got a huge variety of players from all of these different regions.
Yeah, for sure. Someone that I'm really interested in is Padeball. Padeball recently was our first ever LAN winner over in DreamHack Hanover, and I followed his journey along through there, and he's definitely one to watch. He's going to bring some thunder.
David, how about for you?
Lots of big names in France. Looking at Spain, Chuso and Odessa, I think two of his best Spanish players. They qualified through TRC, but I think they also were able to qualify through ladder. They were in the top 20 when the snapshots occurred for most of them. Looking at Germany as well, names like Solvi, for example, who won GSC last set. Names like Kevin Parker, Dark Hydra's a veteran of TFT ever since set 2, essentially. So a lot of big names, but mixed in with these players that maybe don't have a chance to play as many games on ladder to qualify and just to grind through so many games on the ladder. Instead, they have their chances here in these national competitions, and they have maybe their first breakout opportunity to really make a name for themselves in GSC.
And of course, can't go without, with us having 2 UK players on desk, we can't go without shouting out Lallana, of course, from Fates Championship. Very, very strong performance there. From the UK as well. If anyone, long-time viewers, remember me bemoaning the lack of UK TFT esports in the scene for a while, it's good to see we're getting, some of our big names back here as well. But we've also got Kerfuzzled from the UK as well. So honestly, for the UK, this is a big step forward in terms of what we're bringing out. But of course, it's not just about the players from our TFCs as well. We already mentioned the open qualifiers, that 512 player event. I just want to get it from you, particularly Maisie, to go into a tournament that enormous, that many players, it's got to be immensely intimidating knowing there's only so few spots available.
Oh, for sure. The thoughts that you have in your head, it's like this kind of David and Goliath situation, and you have to just get in the moment, play your best boards, persevere through, and eventually you'll get there, but it just feels so daunting at the time. The open qualifiers are going to be a really, really great watch.
All right, we'll have our list of players who come through from open qualifiers in a second, but I guess, there we go. So, David, anyone who you're particularly liking from here, as we see our list of finishers from first all the way to 32nd?
Well, the open qualifier winner, Lyrus, I think is really good. He's been, proven in past sets. Hasn't had that huge breakout tournament performance where he's able to win one, but he's been around for a long time and he's definitely a name that I'm not surprised to see winning an open qualifier. Similar for Dry, although Dry, we didn't see him much in GSC's last set, but he is a legend of the UNE ladder. I think he's currently first or has been among the top 10 the whole set, and he's respected by so many players in Eastern Europe as well. So he's actually, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but he is my dark horse to win the whole tournament. And then we have names like Brang, Sasa, we have Hayden as well. We have Tarteman, who's doing very well in the Hex League in France, and some Spanish names, which I will not name, but you can read on the screen. And of course, Le Coco and Cambit, somehow the last two spots for two of maybe the favorites coming out of this open qualifier as well.
Yeah, I was looking into Cambits beforehand, being Double 61's cousin and actually getting a win over Double 61 in relatively recent times. Yeah, that's quite a thing to be able to have two cousins playing in the same competition. But I do believe, as we go forward from here, that Damon, you were able to speak to our only two-time regional and former global champion taking part in this event, Double 61. Before we bring that up, is there anything we should, anything you'd like to highlight coming into this interview?
It was an absolute pleasure to talk to him. I think he's one of the players I respect the most. Being obviously a world champion means a lot, especially at the age he did it at 16. My first time talking to him was in the regional finals in set 6 and was a great experience. And now we both have mustaches, so it's even better. Definitely check out this next video. I think it's a great interview. No bias.
All right, guys, we'll catch you on the other side. I say an in-depth word with Double 61.
Hello everyone, welcome to Tea, Fight, and Tactics. I am of course Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team, and I'm joined for a bigger, better, longer interview with Double 61. It's going to be a different format. It's now going to be on YouTube as well. I wanted to ask you just a little bit about yourself, whatever you're happy to share about, who you are, where you're from, a little bit about your backstory before getting into TFT.
So I'm Double 61, I'm from France, and I was playing TFT as a casual at the beginning of the game, and when Worlds got announced, I just played it competitively because I just enjoyed the game and I was kind of good at it. So yeah.
Well, kind of good at it, I think, is an understatement. I think you were probably very good at it, and then you became even better, as we all saw. So, set 6, I remember, it was the first time that it was when I started casting TFT, and I knew about you as a player, as a name, obviously, throughout the set 6. But I don't know if you remember, the first interaction we ever had was the interview on day 1, before the regional finals started. It was Makes, me, and we were talking to you. And I got to see, at the time, a very young player, and I was so surprised that this is the name everyone was talking about. This is the one of the favorites, one of the top players, because you look so young at the time. And also, you were rocking the mustache. Now, I'm also part of the mustache gang. In honor to you, that's 100% the truth, definitely not lying. But going back about your age, and going back to set 3, you won Worlds when you were 16 years old. The prize pool was $40,000 for that win. Do you think your age made a difference? Do you think it's surprising to you that being so young, you were able to accomplish so much? And at that age, how did it affect you? Becoming a world champion, obviously maybe a bit of an ego boost, a confidence boost in an age where you're hungry for that validation, that you're ready for these challenges. How was that feeling overall, the experience of being so young?
Yeah, of course I was happy, but it didn't give me a sort of confidence, because I think I already have it. I know what I am capable of. I know what I can do. I know what I can do. So yeah, for sure I was happy, but I think how to say? I think I didn't do.
It didn't affect you, your age. You think it's just whatever. It wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, no. For me, it wasn't a big achievement. For me, biggest achievement would be winning again Worlds. Winning for one time is really good, but winning a second time is maybe impossible. I don't know. We'll see in the future. But yeah, my goal is to win Worlds again.
And at that age, especially with the prize money you earned at the time, I assume you were still in high school, still finishing your studies while you were 16 and finishing that. How did that affect your relationship with your classmates, your friends in high school, your family? What did they think about you suddenly devoting a lot of time to TFT, to competing, and then having the validation of, hey, I spent a lot of time doing this. Usually parents are like, oh, don't play video games, it's not good for you, all this. But then did you kind of feel like you shut people up saying, hey, I can play this game, find success, and now I can live off it, and obviously you have a career now with Carmen Core as a competitive player as well. How was this feeling in terms of your trajectory being a teenager still?
Yeah, as you said, my parents were like, no, don't play video games, you're wasting your time. So I showed that we could do things with video games. I am not only playing in my room for nothing. So yeah, when I won, it was I was happy that people see that it's not useless. I mean, it is for something.
All right, thank you, Panda. Maisie, your first thoughts on Double 61?
That was such a cute interview. Like, Double has achieved so much, and he's so humble. Like, it's really lovely to see. You don't see big egos, like, you don't see egos go big in this game, and he's like a prime example of just such a sweet person. Also, you're so right about that mustache synergy. I'm almost kind of jealous I don't got one myself.
All right, well, speaking of players who are selfless and are grinding forever, of course, we've got a lot of players who are qualifying through the ladder, the last of our 3 routes in here. So as you can see, again, guys, I'll put it to you. Let's start with David and then go to Maisie. Any players which are kind of leaping out to you?
Starting from EUNE on the left, we have kind of the classic names from that side of the ladder with Arrogànte, with Noel, of course, who popped off last set for Hungary, making all the way to Worlds. And Captain Anchor as well for Greece, a player that I recognize quite a bit. In Turkey, we have players like Darkus that they absolutely popped off in the last set. They were one of the revelations, I think, alongside Brix and Noel maybe. So definitely great to see them back in the tournament. Urson as well, Rubik, Fabulotus from Russia. But then in EU West, the big names that are always there at the top of the ladder, Solgasan, Ging, Lelouch, AK Magic as well from Denmark, Skipeus, Monster Party winner, GSC winner last set, possibly GSC winner this weekend as well. And just all the big names are really here. Daystay on the right there as well. Travis, I mean, Gunmay, Snoodyboo, the Spanish players. Just a lot of really big names here.
All right, well, I think honestly we probably pretty much covered absolutely everybody that's going through there. But yeah, of course, lovely to see so many returning names coming through. But next up, we have got for you guys a few predictions from across our team here. So including not just the players, or not just the folks you've got on your screen right now, but also our casters will be coming up a little bit later on, and of course our other guests from Dave Morgan and Barry Badham. I can see there's only one player who's been chosen twice, Solgasan. No, David, you mentioned him already as a player who's certainly been able to do a lot of work on the ladder.
Yeah, he was first for pretty much the entire set in EU West. His Smurf has also been in the top 10 pretty much the entire set. So when it comes to ladder, I think Solgasan is among the undisputed top 5 players of all time in EMEA. When it comes to tournaments, though, it's sometimes a little bit different. Same with Snoodyboo. So I'm not going to curse them or touch on them at all, but I wouldn't pick Solo as my winner simply for that reason. He just doesn't have the tournament success that is expected from him yet.
Maisie, talking about Snoodyboo, what's your pick for winner of the competition? Where are you coming from? What's your angle on Snoody?
Snoody is someone I've competed with in a few show matches, and anytime I see him, he's super focused, super tough competitor, and he always kicks me into the dirt, and for that reason I gotta back him.
Well, just for the extra awkwardness factor, we've actually got Snoody on the line right now, just after we've been talking about him. So Snoody, welcome to the broadcast. Of course, you've heard us all talking him up. I suppose for anybody here who hasn't come across you before, would you mind just very briefly giving us an overview of your TFT career so far?
Event there's been. Haven't won a single one of them yet. Always been grinding the ladder, and well, that's pretty much the main overview for my. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Yeah. So that's the main overview, from my player perspective.
So
Amazing.
Snooty, so Snooty, I have seen you in quite a few show matches. You love your Twitch rivals. You did Fortune's Favor. What encourages you to keep doing these show matches over, say, grinding the ladder 24/7?
Oh, well, my main focus is content creation. That's pretty much what I do for a living. So that's the main goal every day. That's what pays my bills. I just enjoy competing on the side, and it's pretty compatible, right? So I can grind 8-10 hours of stream every day, and then I can also compete in the meantime. So that kind of works out easily. And in Spain, we really like these show matches and the Twitch rivals and whatnot. We also do show matches against other countries like LATAM recently. So that's just a fun thing to do every now and then. Yeah.
So, Snooty, I'm here to bring the hard-hitting questions. I consider you a good friend, so I think I'm gonna go for this one without offending you. In set 7, you had a period of self-reflection. It was a public thread on Twitter where you were kind of wondering out loud, what is it that I'm missing to actually find success in tournaments? You've been around for a long time. You popped off on ladder every single set. You've been consistent. You're good at the game. I see you every day on stream, so I know this. But in tournaments, things suddenly change, and you're not able to emulate that same success that you have on ladder. Did you find any answers in that period of self-reflection last set?
Yeah, so that's pretty much my main goal recently, working on myself in every aspect possible. So I've been working with a psychologist. I've been working out on my physical activity a little bit more as well. And I'm still kind of, I think it's just a matter of confidence and not being in the same mentality when I'm playing tournaments. I'm more of a kind of a top 4 player that really works well for ladder when you're playing against lower ranked players. But here you're playing against the best, and a small mistake just gets you to top 8 very quickly. So I think it's been going better. I've also worked with a Spanish work group this time along, and that's been very nice, just mixing up some new points of view. And I hope that's going to change a little bit, because, I would really like to get a little bit of a chance to compete this time. Yeah,
I would too.
All right, well, just before we let you go, get ready for the competition, of course, come out very, very soon. I think you've already kind of mentioned this in passing, but if there's anyone you'd like to acknowledge as part of your preparation progress, and also, I suppose, in brief, why should people be rooting for you today?
Well, if I've played about, 15 different tourneys, 16 has to be the charm, right? So, just got to go for it.
All right, so thank you so much for being with us. Again, we'll be looking forward to see how you do in the competition. But guys, we are almost about to get the event started. So very briefly, we're going to be going through our C patch here. Maisie, what's the biggest changes we're seeing coming into the current meta, the current state of play?
Yeah, for sure. So with the C patch, everything's just a little tweak from the B patch we had recently, but we're seeing a little buff on Zoe, which is making me think that we're going to see a ton of Zoe reroll, which I'm super excited for. I love any kind of reroll comp. One thing that we really can't get by without saying is set nerfs. We've not got a little set on the screen, but it's so obvious we don't even need to put them there. I think recently the competition has just sort of been about, whoever gets the big set first gets the big win. I don't think it's going to be quite as cut and dry, so I'm interested to see how the players will adapt to this C patch hotfix.
And of course, we've got a few words about, some of the starts you'll be seeing here today. So I'm going to start us off with talking about the needlessly large rod. Of course, we can see it's got a lot of flexibility across various different carries. We know that the Viego Renegade comps love to use it in tons of different ways, but the Hextech Gunblade in particular, an enormous amount of flexibility across multiple different comps. Talia, Soraka, Viego, seeing it absolutely everywhere. And of course, also, if you need to find ways to burn through that needlessly large rod, if you want to go more down the duelist route, the Locket gives you a frontline pretty much for free. Can't have too many of those.
And looking at the classic bow start for AD players, this has been your bread and butter since day one. Weirdly enough, last patch tank items were really actually fantastic. They had those perfect items on set, and Cloak Start was surprisingly one of the best starts. But now we're back to bow being incredibly relevant because it built into pretty much all the AD items you want to slam. BIS for Samira, Zed, Belveth now as well with recent buffs. That is going to be Last Whisper and Runon's Hurricane. It can also build kind of those versatile items like Giant Slayer as well. And then of course, Static Shiv and Rageblade can be great for recon, going to be great for Laser Core, Senna as a carrier for most of the game actually. And also now with the recent buffs to Aphelios, Rageblade has another very good user in that late game with Ox Force. So looking forward to a lot of players starting bow, and fights for this bow is going to be at least 4 or 5 players deep in the starting carousel.
Alright guys, so we're just about to get ready to pass across to Makes and with to take us through these first 2 games. So, I suppose just before we do, in a word, which comp do you think will be the most successful today? Starting with you, Maisie. I can come back to you. David, we'll start with you.
I think it'll be a pretty even split between Laser Core, just the consistency, for top foring especially, which is what you need in day one, and also, of course, Oxforce, Viego with Renegade, with the use of Spatulas, they can really cap so much higher than other comps.
All right, well, we really need a word from you, Mezzy. Which word will it be?
I'm just gonna say one word, and that's reroll.
All right, there we go. All right, so it's going to be reroll all day, every day. Makes winner, please take us into our first two lobbies.
Thank you so much, guys. I really love that introduction. And now I'm so happy to be here with Wida. Of course, hello, chat. I hope you're ready. Our games are supposed to start in just a few seconds. But before we go there, Wida, what are we going to see today? What's the comp you are looking forward to?
There's a lot of things, right? Because I think that overall now, when you get the chance to balance the same patch 2 times, right, you are in what is a relatively balanced metagame, I'd say. Laser Core still can be a bit out of line, but again, it is a tempo composition, right? So it's more about playing for top 4 than playing for first place. Set frontline still a thing, not the end-all be-all though, but for me, Draven reroll is actually going to be one of the things we'll be looking out for today, because both of the augments are really good in terms of like what they provide, and he has a pretty flexible item set when it comes to Gunblade being all over the place as well, so like there's a lot of things to look out for there.
See, if you say reroll in any comp, I'm just going to be so happy to hear that, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Katarina reroll makes.
Yeah. But I think we can have a look at our lobby, because that's already been decided, or we know where we're going. And in this lobby here, of course, some people that I'm definitely looking forward to. Shining Star was the one I called out as winner in my predictions. And I have to be very careful with my predictions because I don't want to jinx someone. So I have to take the people that I know can handle the responsibility of being called out. Definitely Shining Star is going to be someone I'm looking forward to. But of course, Ging also in this lobby, very known player with a giant competitive record. Who are you looking forward to here?
I mean, I had Wet Jungler as my dark horse, right? So going back to Galaxies, right? Matt is not here this time around, but I can still talk about it. There are 3 players on the EU West ladder that qualified with maximum points for our finals. Those were Fluffy, Salvi, Wet Jungler. Well, Fluffy's not here, Salvi is here, but like Wet Jungler's a player that we haven't seen a lot of when it comes to actual tournament performances, but his ladder pedigree, when he's actually hardcore trying at the game, it's close to being unmatched. I think he's rank 1, or at least was rank 1 before I went to bed yesterday, if I recall correctly. So I think he's it's a really big one to look into. Lyra's also another player that we need to look in, like we need to talk about as well, right? Has a very strong history when it comes to competitive TFT.
Yeah, and this is the start. We're going right in. Unfortunately, it's still going to be 8 Little River sprites for us. A little bit more messy to watch, but a Rammus on the very first PvE orb here for Yaroi. That's going to be really nice.
Yeah, I think that Rammus is one of the big ones, right? Belt Start is an interesting one as well, because it's so flexible in terms of what it can do. I think that Godbreaker is one of the best items in the game right now. Like, if I can slam a Godbreaker and it's the only thing I can slam, I'm actually relatively happy about that. The Lulu pair in the shop is also going to be pretty interesting, and the weather is going to be windy, which means that we are going to be seeing people, when we go to the late stage of the game, go for that Janna.
Yeah, that's going to be definitely something to look out for. All of those legendaries, I feel like in the set, it is the first real competition, the first real Golden Spatula Cup we have in this set. And I feel like legendaries feel so much more legendary this time around. I don't know what it is, but every time I see any of the legendaries, I'm like, yeah, I think I want to slot that in somehow. But Yaroi here has a Sylas pair and a Sylas on that shop. Could this be a direction for the Renegades?
Oh, there is a big thing going on right now where both of the Sylas augments are actually really, really good if you want to go for something like a Sylas reroll angle. And with a belt opener, if he gets the Kingslayer augment that scales, that gives him more HP, right? Because Sylas scales like both in damage by which HP as well, but that's not going to be... He's going to skip through it, which is fine. We're going to go for a dual opener here. Prankster Crest is one of the most flexible augments in the game. Duelist Crest and Knife's Edge kind of lock you into the same composition. And he's going to go for the Prankster Crest.
Is going to be Prankster. Yeah, finds the Jinx with that as well. Is going to be a little bit of an upgrade here. I'm really surprised that he's not going for the Renegades with that Silas opener, but maybe it wasn't something he had in mind when going into this tournament. We can see players across the board now leveling up to level 4, as is tradition, has always been, and hopefully we're going to see what everybody else is up to now that the first augment has been picked, is going to be Golden Augment, which means if there's a hero augment in this lobby, which is more than likely, it's going to be a tailored one, which is always something I can appreciate.
It's, more choice, right? I think that another thing here that's worth noting is going to come down to like how the lobby is going to pace out. You do see Ging getting a very good Shrew 2s here. Wukong and Vi are going to give you a lot of options with that early Vayne as well. So already right now you can see that Ging is going to be going on to an AD line. And Samira is very strong right now. Runan's very good on her, but the new X Factor, you're talking about the legendaries coming in now and feeling like legendaries, feeling like the superstars that they actually are to a certain extent, right? Aphelios has become an absolute monster now. Blue Gun on Aphelios actually does damage. It sounds weird, right? Because for the entirety of the set, Aphelios hasn't really been in line, but it is something that people can kind of start to angle for now if they want to.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I would really like to see us go in that direction. Actually, a little bit of a late level here coming out of Lyris and Wet Jungler, both of them only going to level 4 now. I'd really like to know what they're up to. Wet Jungler with 100 HP as well, just delayed a little bit, has that Sunfire and, of course, the extra turrets on the field. So that's going to give him just enough sustain to be able to hold back that level for a second.
Do you imagine if the dummies were actual turrets, just how broken this augment would be? they're just like Heimerdinger turrets instead. I want to tell you about this.
Crazy.
No, no, really. Mortok, you hope
I saw Mortok in chat. Don't give him any ideas, okay?
No, so this one is actually really interesting because there's a tier on this Sona. There is a Sunfire Cape slammed here. And this means we're probably going to be leaning into the AP lines most likely. And he has options here. He can go for the Sora reroll angle. He can go for Sona reroll even if he gets the Power Grid augment on free too. Or we can start going into something like a Soraka Flex because those have been pretty interesting here. I want to see him check admin. It's going to be super important. I don't expect him to miss this because this is going to be really important for him going into Carousel unless he has checked it already. That is also something.
Yeah, I get a feeling he probably has already done that because this would have been the moment where you do it, right? But I think he might have already done that. Now, he doesn't have the gold right now to go into that level. He could, of course, sell some of the unit on the bench, but we're going to hop on over to Rechan, who has a Hextech Gunblade on that Talon Renegades unlocked with a little bit of a Cho'Gath frontline here. How are you feeling about this one?
Gunblade is it's just a very good augment right now. It feels like good augment. No, it's a very good item, right? Again, pairing up with the Battle Mage here, he is probably going to be on a Viego line. Gunblade as an item is just kind of come into prevalence for the last month or so. It's just like, when in doubt, slam Gunblade because it goes on everything. So
yeah, definitely. Just a little bit of extra healing, is going to be so nice for your team to have. Won't be enough here. Giovanni takes that win, and we're into the carousel. Let's see if there's anything that's really interesting. Alistair used to be very popular with that cloak as a frontline, but more interested into who's going to pick up those offensive items here.
Jax with a bow. Jax reroll is a thing. Again, to a certain extent, the spots for it can be pretty slim. It's not something it's not the state it was for the first part of the set where Jax reroll was everywhere. It's not that, but it is a playable line if you have the item outs for it. So that's going to be super interesting to follow here. This lobby overall is actually really interesting, right? Because you look at a player like Tottenham here right now, who has been performing pretty well.
That
overall.
shop, though.
That is a Viego. That's
2-5, and we have a Viego and a Zac in that shop. That is naughty. All right, it is going to pick up that Viego. I'm not sure if it's going to be a pickup in the Zac as well, but we are seeing the general augments on the right side of the screen as well, so we try to keep a little bit core. Shining Star with that double trouble.
Yeah, which is going to be mostly telling about probably a lean into Kai'Sa. As we're talking about, we're jungler here prioritizing tier for the blue buff, so it's going to be going on to one of those hot lines or Sona line or Zoe line, whatever ends up happening. That's the good thing about it, where it's such a flexible line, you can kind of do whatever you want with it now, so keep an eye out for that.
Oh, I'm I'm really interested if Tartman is going to go look for those renegades, look for something to put that Zac in. For now, it doesn't seem like he can take a win here. That Lulu is putting in the work, but there is another dummy on the board. Yeah, actually, that Lulu did it. Wow, okay. Impressed.
Yeah, Lulu is a decent item holder at the moment. Like, she's obviously not going to be in your late game comp most of the time, but she does have a lot of nice play around. For example, we can see how Annie now you can get the gadgetines in. Not that gadgetines are super powerful right now in general, but they are decent here. Checking the item, I would expect them to put back the Galio here. I don't think there was any item really that would change that around, but always nice to be aware of all of your options. Oh, he's going to take out, he's going to remove heart.
I really like that. Yeah. The extra item of gadgetines feels so valuable to me, and now we're also going to put on that Viego. Really nice little move around, but Ging on the other side has an itemized Belweth, which is going to do some damn.
I mean, we were talking about he was on the AD line, so I was here over here talking about, you know, Sure Shot and Duelist and whatnot. Belweth is actually a unit again, which may or may not seem weird to some people, but Belweth is actually super strong right now and relatively flexible when it comes to which comms you can put her in, because again, she's a threat, so she doesn't really need any other synergies to really start working. So it can even be an item holder. It can just be the option here. There's no Last Whisper or anything like that just yet, though.
Yeah, interesting about Belweth, in case you missed it, at the beginning of the set, she wasn't properly scaling with 80 items, so if you played her back then and you felt like, that's not really feeling great, then that has been fixed, and you can give her another chance. I personally really like Belweth, especially with like a duelist emblem. I feel like that's so strong. It's just super fun to see her slice and dice around.
I think that Recon Belweth is the real big one.
Oh, yes. Because if you get that, it's fun.
Because it allows you to cut Ash in the Kaiser builds, which just means you get an actual damage dealer as another unit. Okay, Ging here now, not the greatest in terms of items, right? Can do something with this. Like, he has slammable options, but that duplicator, depending on how heavily he wants to roll here, or if he feels the need to go level 6, right? There are multiple options here. Slams the Last Whisper, which means that in time we are going to transfer. Transfer coming through here in just a second. So Belweth carry for the foreseeable future at least.
Yeah, I mean, I really like seeing that. I think that's great. We're on that 4 brawler front line, which should give that Belweth some time to go through. And Ging is still undefeated. Just to note that we're going to go into this PvP round and then into augments, which could be hero augments. So you see players kind of shifting stuff around to try and get augments that make sense in case it is the hero augments that comes next. And I think that's also something to keep in mind here. Is going to meet with Yaroi, who has that Anima squad build up. There's a Jinx in the back line. It's only a Jinx 1 though, so she's not going to have too much to offer here to hold him back as we move into these augments.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here now is going to be what the augment is going to be, because I was expecting him to hold on slamming the items, because if he gets a Zoe augment here, like Double Bubble or something like that, he had a really good setup when it comes to...
It is a Zoe augment. It's not Double Bubble, though.
No, he's going to be taking the Riven augment instead here just to try to build that front line out, and this now means he's going to be going on to the Anima squad full commit. So... the item here, Slams, now makes perfect sense. It's going to be playing for a Misfortune, and you might think that, okay, Misfortune nerfed, this might not be as good. No, it is still very, very good. It is more of a tempo line until you can kind of get there, but again, he has a good augment here in the Prankster emblem. On level 7, if he ends up hitting something like Echo and Misfortune on his roll down, he is going to be in a pretty good spot. Economy not looking fantastic right now, but you can see like how committed, like he knows that he doesn't need to go deeper right now because his real spike is going to be 4-1.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what everybody else is up to now that the hero augments have dropped. The 45% chance on this one is going to be a vain one for Giovanni, who is on that recon angle. We can see the Kaisa in the background, has that statics already built. Definitely the item you want to look for with that Kaisa reroll, but missing some more Kaisas for now.
I mean, yes, Kaisa 2, 20 gold, free 2, you can't really complain too much, right? Into the night also.
No, I'm not.
He's like, he's missing some Kaisers. No, he has Kaiser too. He doesn't have to go even on this, right? Like, this is a pretty good board even for 4-1, to be completely honest with him, right? He's lacking a bit of the front line. That's going to come in due course, but he has Edge of Night, which is a good item on Kaiser. Kaiser is such a flexible unit. You don't really want Rage Bait on her. You don't really want JG on her. You can kind of do whatever you want here.
Oh, Heist for Shining Star.
Yes.
He's not going to pick it up. We'll keep it going here. Oh, I like that.
Misfortune in the shop is kind of awkward because you can see this is a very heavy Samiraline, which is obviously not ideal. A Behemoth here from Reshan means his options here have not been ideal. It's not a bad augment. It's not. I mean, it kind of is. But again, he couldn't. When you're playing this Renegade line, there are not a lot of good free cost ones that you can get. That's kind of the issue when you are this committed into Oxforce Renegade. When it are free cost hero augments, you're kind of locked your pool to pretty much just Alistar, and that just means that you are going to be playing from a suboptimal spot compared to something like Giovanni here, who has a very strong support augment.
Yeah, but it seems like that's too much for Reshan. He's going to go down here, get another loss. Not really something he was looking for. You want to get those streaks in, and it's not streaking. But Ging, in the meantime, has had his streak broken. Is still on 95 HP, so pretty happy up there. But we are going into that carousel for now.
4 really strong forecasts with decent item options on them as well, right? Misfortune with a belt can be a Godbreaker. Viego with a glove is pretty much any Viego item in the game right now. And Sejuani with a Chainless is also really big when it comes to getting those tank items on it to guarantee those casts.
Yeah. Last 2 to pick. Giovanni is going to get a crit glove here on that LeBlanc, and Ging going for the tier. And we go back in. Is there anybody you would like to see, Huida? Anyone we want to check in with for now?
We'll see around here. Our observer is going to do a good job for us unless you have something specifically right, because Shining Star right now is just chilling, going for that Heist 2 or Heist 3 even. I don't know.
Yeah, just chilling.
At the end of the day, right?
Let him cook.
Let him cook, right? Because gradually he's going to lose these rounds. He's going to be cashing out come 4-2. Which means that he's going to be cashing out on his augment, and he can kind of build around that, which is going to be pretty interesting here. So Ging is going into the full threat setup here, has gotten the Cosmic Barrier, I do believe. So if this is going to be an AP-heavy lobby, that's going to be super strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the Belveth carry once more in action from Ging here. But she has a little bit of competition with that Kaisa, and it seems like the Kaisa will take the win here once more. And Ging streak another time. Giovanni now on 5 wins, looking really, really hot with that shop.
It's a level 6 shop. It doesn't work with Giovanni's comp because he doesn't have a recon emblem. But it's always one of those things where you're just like, you buy that shop, ping it just to tilt people, then you sell it again so you make gold. You know, it's one of those things at the end of the day here. You can kind of see he is starting to set up his transitional spots in terms of what he wants his front line to be. Like getting the Riven off the board now, has a Cho'Gath on the bench. This 4-1 roll down here is going to be pretty significant in terms of just guaranteeing that your front line is going to be stable enough here. Wet Jungler on the Sona support augment, which is, that's far from ideal, but it's no Power Grid. Power Grid is so strong. Getting that extra beam is just something, because it's extra damage, it's extra support, like it's just everything. And that means this board is going to kind of start to fall off unless you can transition into the Zoe or something like that. Instead, it's going to provide more damage here. Not a fantastic spot for Wet Jungler right here.
Yeah, hopefully he can make something out of that. Is on a lot of gold, not 50, but 40 at least. So that's going to give a little bit of option. Shining Star now with the second Heist, and that's going to be the payout here. Is going to pick that up and get that Edge of Night and the little chain vest. And now the question is, do you move out at the undergrounds? Do you go for something else from here?
You just need to play better units, right? Like Kale and Ezreal right now are pretty bad units, right, overall. Vayne has very nice synergy when it comes to underground trade in general, because she scales off of both of the offensive units there. Shining Star's role in here is going to be pretty significant, because Vayne 2x does a lot of damage, so like depending which route he wants to take here is going to be interesting to follow, because pretty much right now, Riven 2 is the highest priority. Riven 2 coming through right now. And then you kind of have to make a lot of decisions here, because right now you can kind of see he's kind of ended up making himself dizzy right now. He has to consider the Samira as well, but he needs to continue rolling. He has 10 seconds to go right now. 36 HP. This is not stable. I mean, the Riven augment is good.
He keeps going, finds a Rel 2. That's not going to make the most difference here. Does have another Samira in the shop as an option. Could try to go for like a Samira Phalios angle like we talked about before. Will pick up that Samira and also has a Senna, so the sure shots would be enabled if that's something we're going for. Items for that Samira also working, has a Giant Slayer, has that Last Whisper. But yeah, definitely not the best position for Shining Star right now.
Then you look at the board and you compare, like, he's actually playing kind of equally up here to Giovanni, who's one of the strongest players in the lobby. Has opted against a healing option on the Kaiser, which can end up being an issue in these longer drawn-out fights here. Final augment coming down, Knife's Edge, Brawler Crest, and the Salvage Bin. I mean, I was about to say reroll here is going to be the best one to go for here. Would have liked a second wind or anything like that. Oh, he's playing Double Trouble. Why did I completely disregard this, right? When we were talking about the sport, that's why he's been playing the two veins. Everything kind of makes a lot more sense right now. But that is a Samira 2, though. That needs to be considered heavily. But does need to find a fourth Samira on level 7 for that to really start popping, and that's not that likely.
Yeah, I mean, you can still sell off a lot of what you have on bench right now, and we are going to go for that sure shot. Is going to be the double Senna for now, to at least not play with a dead augment. Is going to slam some items here, but like you said, definitely looking for that extra Samira to get her that double trouble bonus. And look for that bonus here. Meeting up with Ging now, still on that Belveth 1. Let's see what she can do against this board. I'm really curious. Fully itemized Belveth 1. What's her damage output going to be in a fight like this? Oh, not much, because she gets taken down. It's just the HP diff, right?
It's pretty decent, right, against a certain extent. Also worth noting here, because he does have that duplicator, Gain can allow himself to play a bit more greedy compared to when you look at his HP, look at his gold pool. He can go like for a 4-5, level 8, and start rolling down instead, because he has that failsafe when it comes to bringing the spot back into a playable situation. Okay, interesting to see about this positioning here. Like, wants the dummy to take first aggro, and then can kind of like allow the backline to step up after that. I suppose that's the idea we're working with right now.
Yeah, I suppose so. Some moving around. We're going to check in with Lyris. Lyris also with a Samira 2 on board. Has the 4 sure shots because there's a Belveth with a sure shot emblem here.
Yeah, and again, he is also level 8, 4-3. I assume he went 4-2. Looking at the XP bar, he did go 4-2, right? So these fast 8s are not that common anymore, because you need a lot more to spike yourself. Like, you can't just like hit a Siphon 1 and then you're stable anymore, right? Like, those things don't really happen like they used to in the previous set. So seeing a level 8 4-2 is a little bit out of the ordinary, but he had the gold. He found somewhat of a stable position right now, and that is going to be fine here. Last full autonomy over item choice here is going to be really important for people to start shaping up their compositions here. And also just a casual Mordekaiser and a Gen and Shelling in case people want to prioritize the units.
And both of them getting picked up quite early here, Tartman and Yarroy, both with the Legendaries. I kind of want to check in with Tartman and see where that Mordekaiser is going. It's probably one of my favorite Legendaries, I want to say. But it doesn't really work too well with the comp that we're seeing right now. It's going to be sold off, unfortunately.
Wouldn't be, that's not necessarily that bad, right? Just because of the fact that Hardman is prioritizing the Oxforce angle here now, and again has that Aphelios on level 7, right? That's a pretty big spike, all things considered. Viego 2 is also massively stable, right? Right now, just trying to find the time to go to level 8 here, and again has the Sleepy Time augment, which is going to buy him a lot of time in these fights here, because again, a lot of the time the carries are going to be the ones with the least HP.
I really like the synergy of Sleepy Time and then Thrill, because you'll have that extra time to probably get some additional healing from those kills, but we'll see if it's enough against the enemy board. It's a Viego against Viego competition, and one of them is 2-star, one of them is 1-star, so that's pretty much decided. Tartman finding a win here, and I'm looking at Shining Star down there, 20 HP, still fighting. Can he edge out a win here and turn this one around to still find an angle here? Is it going to be enough? And the verdict is yes, he does find that win. Now he needs to just replicate that again and again, and this board seems all over the place to me.
Yeah, but that's just always going to be the case with double trouble boards that aren't the traditional reroll angles, right? Because you have to be quick thinking. You have to really think on your feet in terms of like how are you going to guarantee that your board is going to make the most use of your augment, because you don't want to beat down a gold augment for no reason, right? And I think right now he's managing that quite well. Hasn't found that second Samira that would help him in that regard, but has made great use of the ability of him to be flexible right now here. So that's, again, going back to this Viego 1 board, this is a board that you on paper with your Shining Star really need to beat.
Yeah, there is a Syndra involved with Shining Star as well, but the other side has that Arrogànte, and Arrogànte is just so good. You're going to keep producing gold, you're going to keep producing extra income here, slams that Gunblade during the fight as well, extra CC on the entire board. Can he take this one down, or is that Viego going to be too much? Yeah, maybe. The Samira is still alive. Viego is onto her, shuts her down, and that's another loss for Shining Star, now down to 14 HP as we move into PvE. He really needs to find something here. Picks up that Aphelios, something he was looking for to make those sure shots sure for now. But still, you don't have the second Samira yet. You don't have a second Aphelios. You really can't use that double trouble on your carries, which is what you're looking for.
Yeah, generally speaking, it's a carry-centric augment, right? So that is something you need to look out for. Again, overall, Topman looking pretty fine in the lobby right now. Wet Jungler seems to at least avoid going 8 for now. Again, this can kind of all change now because people are going to be able to make up for the item deficiency at the start of the game, as we did also get a random drop of a Tome of Trade. So free gold augment for Shining Star, who, to be quite frank, probably needs that right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Anything he can get, right? I picked Shining Star as a winner. It serves me right. I jinxed it once again. I'm sorry. There's just nothing I can do about that. But the Zona 3 here found for Wet Jungler, something that was really vital for the comp. He's also down there in the trenches of the people that are still fighting to get into those top 4. The only person in this lobby that seems to be unbothered, just in his lane flourishing, is Giovanni, who's on 82. Everybody else is still kind of scrambling to get up there.
Yeah, but Giovanni also had a very straightforward way to play the game, right? Hits the early Kaiser 2, knows exactly what he's playing for, knows the entire lobby, has scouted that out. Means he's not going to be contested here. Meanwhile, you're right, we've been talking about that he was going to be going for the Anima Squad angle earlier on. Has that misfortune too. It's also going to be a massive spike here. And again, Sona without the carry augment is still a strong unit.
Zona.
Don't get me wrong, right? But you can kind of see here the lack of that extra beam to kind of close out these fights and keep that front line up to speed.
Yeah,
I think be an issue.
It works.
It's going to win here. It's going to win here, right? But against boards that might be stronger, have more sturdy front lines, you can end up finding yourself in trouble here, right? Luckily for him, it is Windy Jan. I mean, that's going to be continuous scaling alongside the heart on that Sona throughout the fight, right? I think Gangspot is also going to be one we're going to need to be looking out for, because Gang spiked Samira 2 as well as Belbeth 2 in the same turn, right? That double AD pivot to play around.
Ooh, yeah, let's check in with King. That sounds spicy. I'm looking forward to that one. But yeah, I mean, it could still be anybody's game. Shining Star looking a little bit cut off to the rest, but could find another win in that last round. If he can keep doing that, then maybe there's still a chance. But for now, it's going to be Tartman and Wet Jungler matching up here. There's an Aphelios in the enemy backline and an Aphelios onto the Sona. If she can live here, if she can get something out of that thrill to keep herself alive, but it's not going to be the case. The Viego comes through, ends that one for Tartman, and Wet Jungler takes the loss here. Now, Shining Star, can he find a win here? I think he does, and that is so important to keep him in this tournament for now.
I mean, keeping the tournament for now, let's not be over dramatic, right? It's game number 1. You can still kind of pivot it back,
in this
right?
Lobby. Okay,
in this
okay.
lobby.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Behemoth Diff? No, this is never Behemoth Diff, but I always like talking about Behemoth Diffs. It's fun to watch, you know? But speaking about fun to watch here, your Roy's board is somewhat interesting, right? But the thing is, so again, worth noting, he's running 5 Animal Squad, but this comp without an Animal Squad emblem kind of ends up running a couple of dead units, right? So, what has Nets done for you lately? You gotta look yourself in the mirror and ask that question, right? But no, because you're not.
So rude.
but you're not utilizing the mascot. You're not getting any extra damage, right? Because the Animal Squad emblem allows you to get that second carry going. But these fights are massive. 14 HP right now. Again, like this fight specifically is going to be incredibly huge. But look at the Shroud on the bench here.
Yeah, the Shroud will definitely hit the backline, which is what you were looking for. Aphelios and Zamira locked out for now, but they will come back. Now, is that too little too late, or can they still edge it out? The Sona on with Jungler's Fort is still living, but this is the fight of the people with the least HP here, and they need to both find the win, which is not going to be possible. Both of the carries now onto the Sona. I don't think she can live this one, but she is fighting for her life. The Aphelios is there. Can he take her down? He cannot. And Wet Jungler finds that win in an incredible display of Sona's strength.
All right, Heart Emblem here as well gives propositions for Wet Jungler's board. The Ace Emblem as well is going to allow people to potentially go for 4 Ace angles if they are feeling frisky enough to do that, right? So many options here. A clear lack of defensive items outside of that Ionic Spark, though, is going to provide some issues for some players, because sometimes you do end up lacking those frontline items, quite frankly.
Yeah, no one's picking up that ace. Okay, Giovanni is going to go for it. Last time we checked in with Giovanni, he was on 2 Kaisas that were still missing for that Kaisa 3, and that's still going to be the case for now. Doesn't seem like he can do something here. Maybe, but another Kaisa needs to sell something off. It's going to be the Vayne 2. That's really important for now. And there she is. There's the Kaisa. Finds that Kaisa 3. So important.
But he's also one off Rammus 3 right now. And Rammus 3 is also a very important spike, because this unit is not for fun when it tanks. Like, when itemized Rammus tanks forever, it's not going to utilize the setup of the item he got from the TG, but that's probably not going to be that impactful. Speaking about impactful fights, though, we're going to be watching Lyris here going up against Shining Star. This is the battle for 8, to be quite frank. Right now, the battle for 17 if you want a more positive spin on things. Samira versus Samira, the set front line, kind of against whatever the rack pack he's putting together here. Shining Star of just random units, the motley crew, even if you may, but it is looking like it is going to be the traditional frontline of the set that is going to be enough to hold back here as well. So, Shining Star makes... I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, we take this one, okay? That's the 8th out of the way. From here on out, it's only better. Wet Jungler, unfortunately, getting 7th here. And I do want to say Ging, with that 6th place, really fell down from the early stages. You can see that he went for that Belveth too, but it's not really doing all too much for him right now. He's fighting 3 HP, and it could be Lyris, or it could be Tartman and Giovanni, who he's up against next. And you really want to look out for all of them, basically.
Also, quick thing here. Wet Jungler going 7th means I'm technically ahead of you in points.
Oh God, is that how it is? All right, let's see if Ging can stay in this round one more time. The Fiddlesticks has been popped. He's onto the backline, but not onto the Kaisa. Belveth is there, however, she gets taken down by that Kaisa proc. Kaisa just slicing and dicing, and she is gonna make a quick service out of this one. Ging finds an end here. Lyris finds an end. Top 4, bottom 4 have been settled, with Lyris taking that 5th place. And we're looking out for who's going to get this one in the end.
Yeah, and I was talking about the lack of a potential secondary carry right coming through, but Roy is going to find themselves in the top 4 of this lobby with this Animal Squad line, right? And people have been down on MF for no real reason. Like, yes, she's not as strong as she used to be, but she's still super, like, she's still a viable carry to top 4 with. So, keep that in mind, right? We have the Viego coming through here from Topman. Again, a player we've been talking a little bit about is currently 6th in the Hex League standings for the season, which is a pretty good placement for him so far. Has been doing quite well for himself in that. And like Hex League is probably the most competitive regional competition that we have, maybe compared to Poland. Poland also super strong, right? But it's one of the players, because when you think of France, you don't really think Toddman as one of the first players, right? You'll think about someone like Volta here. We just see spikes coming around all over the place here.
Yeah, there was an Urgot 2 hit. Rexon also finding that Jenna too. So we're in the realms of legendary and legendaries being found. I really like Giovanni holding off on that Zephyr, trying to see where it's going to go and maybe popping it last second on to someone here to try and get an edge in these fights. That's definitely what you want to do in those last rounds, as everybody is so close in this lobby. Tarkman could get knocked out here, and he's going to be the one that faces off against Giovanni. You'll see that Zephyr tech being displayed now. Last second slam to lift up that Fiddlesticks.
Okay, Viego jumps back to the front line. That is very big. He jumps right back to the back line though, but had a very good angle into it.
Yeah, Urgot CC coming through, but it's not going to hit that Kai'Sa. She's unbothered. She finds the damage, she finds the hit, and takes out Tartman. Top 3 have been decided. Yare and Dretchdon both fighting, and Yare goes down to those 1 HP. Now, this is where we talk about that, really well-known 1 HP buff. Can he hold on to that single-digit HP for now?
No last stand though, so it doesn't have the true 1 HP buff, right? When you look at these boards, they are just they just have just have better scaling, right? Like you have 2 carries, they have 2-star legendaries, all these things where Yoroi has the singular carry in the Misfortune, does have a Vayne, but it's a Vayne with a static. It's not going to be doing that much. It doesn't even have Duelist in, right? But you can kind of see the framework of this comp putting in the work.
Yeah, is going to meet with the copy here, I think, from what it seems like, which means Giovanni is fighting Resan for now, but can Yaroi do something here? There's a Fiddlesticks on the backline that's not being touched at all, so that's still going to proc, but it's all about that Kai'Sa and whether or not you have something to put her down with, as she's the main damage dealer of this comp. The Fiddlesticks from Yaroi is onto her, but it's not going to be enough to take her down, and F is going to ult one more time. No, she's not. The Fiddlesticks finishing this one off. Yaroi taking 3rd place, which is not a bad standing for now, and Giovanni and Resan now in the top 2, and that means Resan also won against Giovanni, which is very interesting.
When you look at the board from Resan, right? Like, look at this board. Like, he did 2-star Viego, 2-star Urgot, has the full Aegis set up as well with upgraded Echo, upgraded Alistair, with like the Elsa being extra tanky, right? It's just super hard for an AP-based board to push through this situation, just push through this, right? Because again, you look at the front line from Giovanni, he has 3-star Rammus, but the rest of his front line is kind of paper right now.
Yeah, let's see if that is the last match of this lobby. Again, all eyes on Kai'Sa. She's in that back left corner. She's going to be the one that you want to get hit from that Urgot ult. It's not going to happen. She just keeps on going, takes out the Viego, takes out the Nunu, and now she's on to the Urgot as well. Giovanni is going to find another win here from what it seems like, and that means we go into one more match.
Yeah, and also this could have been a positioning thing, right? Because we saw that Giovanni was positioning in the fight that knocked out Yoroi for Yoroi. Right, so like that Zephyr landing on the MF was clutch for that fight specifically here. Oh, could even go for a free prankster angle here.
Oh.
Right, no. Raysan goes for an extra Aegis just to get even more MR. Makes a lot of sense, right? But now with the fact that Giovanni is able to free up his Zephyr with so many high-impact targets, right? Delaying the Urgot is massive. Delaying the Viego is absolutely huge. You can see Ryza now, he's just cleaning up his board here, trying to find extra units here. Finds even more legendaries. So the 2-star Aphelios going to be either providing the CC, providing the damage, right? There's so many options here now. Look at the bench as well. Pulling in Nunu, pulling in that Fiddle as well. Whereas Giovanni's just working with what he has on the board.
Yeah, I really like those last few seconds of rolling, but keep in mind, Giovanni's on level 8 and Rashtan is on level 9, and they're going to fight it out here. Rashtan, one more unit on the board, but is that going to be enough to find this win here? The Syndra is doing her work, slamming even more units onto the board, and everybody's piling up on that Kai'Sa. She's moving around into recon, but it's not going to be enough. Rashtan finds the win here and takes game 1 of day 1 of our Golden Spatula Cup 1 here for set 8. Really, really lovely show of play from these players, and I'm so excited for the rest of this tournament, Wida.
And we got to see a bit of everything, right? Didn't get to see a Draven. I was talking about Draven, didn't happen. But again, no two, because Hero Augment kind of is gonna change it up. We also kind of got to see like how flexible the game is when it's all free cost augments, right? Again, there are some players that end up getting a little bit like I was talking about, like how Rayson to a certain extent kind of got screwed a little bit by the fact that, you know, he was trying to get some of those false augments in there by the end of the day. But you can kind of see how flexible the Viego board actually is, like how many different things you can pull into the board, and that's just kind of like how high the cap of that board is.
Yeah, I really like that pickup of that Aegis emblem on the very last carousel as well, to just add a little bit more beef, add a little bit more of defensives to get your backline to actually do some damage, have that time there. And I'm really curious to hear what our analyst desk is thinking. We have our break ready, and in that break, we'll have an interview with Darkest for you guys, so don't go anywhere. We're going to hear from you soon.
Hi, I am Darks1903. I am a competitive TFT player from Turkey. I am 24. But with this new format, with the TRCs, people can see the players they are watching in streams, they are supporting. I think it's a really good approach to the competitive TFT scene. I think Ixula, I want to say Ixula is great. He can play a lot of different angles that I could never see. Last set he was great. He made 2 words. Yeah, I like his play. This patch, I think 3-cost reroll AP carries are really great with their carry augments. Sona, Zoe, and LeBlanc, if you can 3-star them, they can easily win the lobbies. I want to thank Turkish community. We are not that many people, we are a small community, but most of the people love each other. We talk about the game with theorycraft. I think Turkey can achieve more. Also, I want to thank my viewers, my fans. They have always been there since set 7. Yeah, thanks.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that
All right, guys, welcome back to the analyst desk. So our first game of our first day of play is all done and dusted. Guys, it was, I think we did see a lot of the stuff we were kind of expecting to see in that one. Of course, managing to sneak into the very top of the field. I do want to, before we come on to the winning come there, I do want to, just to shout out, Maisie, we were calling you about the rerolls coming in today. Though it didn't actually win the first lobby, still getting second isn't bad at all.
Oh yeah, when you're trying to play for the most points possible, I think taking second on game 1 when we got 5 more games to play today is really not the worst position to be in.
So Panda, I guess just to expand on that topic a little bit, where do you kind of feel rerolls are right now? Because of course we know Maisie is in favor.
Well, it's very dependent on hero augments for the most part. I think that's when you lead in, especially for the 2-costs. That's when you lead into 2-cost rerolls. But 3-cost rerolls, I think, are in a good spot. Zoe is fine with the recent buffs as an AP flex. Especially Kaisa is the main one, I think, though, for sure. After Jax had his moment in the spotlight a few patches ago. Now it's really recons. And Giovanni did a really great job at playing almost a perfect recon game. You have a very good, you pop off in the mid game, you carry that streak all throughout stage 3 and 4, rolling very heavily to make sure you're ahead of the lobby in tempo. And then you usually peter out, but in this case, you hit Kaisa 3 very early. He was uncontested, which is very important with recon. If someone's contesting you, your game gets kind of doomed past stage 4. You start falling off completely when players start slotting in their 5-costs. But in this case, everything worked out for him. Had good items, had Into the Night for Van, which I think is also really, really great. Not a Kaisa augment, but still very good in general with the Edge of Night on the Kaisa. And really good to see that game from Giovanni.
I know Maisie, wanted to particularly talk about, of course we didn't just see the Kaisa 3 being hit as well, but the Ramos 3 as well. Of course, we know that comp is having so many good units around the 3-costs. That is going to happen from time to time, even if you are focusing on the Kaisa specifically.
Yeah, for sure. Giovanni's bench was looking kind of congested and he was in a little bit of a spotty area, but then that 5-5 hit, he got the Rammus 3, he got the Kaisa 3, and Panda said it best, just like rode that wave right through to the end. So, I mean, ultimately a successful reroll comp, and I'm so glad that I said the reroll might be something that we'd see because it's one of my favorite ways to play.
Alright, so as we come into our replays from our first game, I guess starting with you, David, we did see some pretty nice early unit drops from some of our players, in very strong setups. How much do you tend to be guided by, what the game just directly gives you in your drops rather than necessarily trying to drive towards finding something specific in your shop?
At this level of play, I mean, meta comps and kind of already decided boards are very fake. Players just play what they hit, and these are the level of play here. Players know exactly how to play around their shops, exactly how to get the most benefit and build the strongest board throughout the entirety of stages 2 and 3. And then maybe in stage 4, you go into some cookie cutter comps for things like Oxforce and the Renegade comps, which are just based off of the value of the trait with Recon as well. But we saw a game with an early Belveth decides to slam it and play it and play as an AD item carry because it's just a very good unit in stage 2 and 3. And I'm surprised that Ging actually went out bot 4. He had a very, very good start. I thought he would be able to carry that into a top 4 for sure. So that was one surprising thing to see there. But not surprised by our winner, Rejan, who was able to dominate with one of the highest cap comps in the game, able to slot in so many 5-costs naturally with things like Leona and Aphelios, and especially Viego as a main carry is just popping off a lot in this current patch.
Of course, I think that really stuck out to me as well for getting in that last game. The Belveth, I don't know, everyone was really excited about seeing that one coming in early on. I mean, I don't know, Maisie, if between Belveth or any other kind of unusual carries that you're tending to favor at the moment, if you are trying to at all stray away from just playing, what is the most powerful.
Yeah, I love the Belveth with the sure shot slam early on in the game that we saw there, and unconventional carries. I think they're gonna bridge the gap just a little, but I think you weren't gonna beat Rayshawn's board there. That was beautiful.
And as well, I do want to follow up, and of course, as we actually see on our screen right now, we actually did see the set coming back in for Lyris here. Of course, looking to prove themselves on his return to the competitive scene. Did do pretty decently well, but David, what's your kind of stance on the set right now as a frontline?
If you hit it stage 4 naturally and it's given to you, I think there's many things in the game that are considered bad that if they're given to you in a very good spot, you're going to take them for the tempo. But overall, I wouldn't say set is a game plan you build towards unless you have Endless Pizza, the Silver Augment. That's the only really way that I think is justified to play a mega frontline. It was hit a little bit too heavily, in my opinion, in this last patch, and I don't think it's a frontline you tried to go for, in a very intentional way in most of these games.
All right, we'll have our winning comp up in just a second. But just before we do, oh no, there we go, we've got it right now. So of course, Rejan, as was noted, bringing out what we thought was a pretty expected composition here, being capped out by some very strong units at the end. For you guys, is this where everybody should be heading, or is there, are there more unexplored avenues we maybe didn't even see in that game?
I mean, the Viego is just so strong as a unit right now. I think that is going to sort of be the comp that we're going to see most players aspiring to get to, but you sort of just do what you can with what you're given, and Rejdan absolutely nailed it here.
I think not too many players can go for it because it is a comp that can get a little bit dangerous with the stabilization in stage 4. If you don't hit Viego 2, if you don't hit the right upgrades, you can very quickly, not have enough gold to go fast 8, to get all these 5 costs in. It isn't a very expensive comp, so you have to kind of play it from either a very good start where you have a lot of gold, a lot of power in the lobby, a lot of HP to work with, or in the case of Rejdan, hand-picked augments for this comp. Not so much the Alistar maybe, but everything else. Battle Mage, Angel, Lotus essentially give Viego 5 items, which is what you really want. And the whole comp, you're happy to frontline everything in just in a straight line. Talon also benefits from the AP. So overall, these are kind of the hand-picked augments you want to have for one of the best comps in the game. So Rejdan had a very good start here in day 1.
All right, we have now got our standings for the end of the first round. So we finished our game pretty quick. So a lot of our players had to play a little bit of catch up. And we are just going to be showing you the top 32. So we're starting off only with players who managed to get second place in the first game. Seeing a lot of German flags on this particular page.
Also happy to see Gunmay and Lumarpin representing the Spanish nation as well in this page 2, but more importantly, Counterfeit coming up page 1, the winners of the very first game. Let's see who was able to really send a message in this game 1.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of lobbies going on right now. Do remember, of course, from today to tomorrow, we'll be cutting the amount of players we have in the tournament in half. But right now, we've got an awful lot of players. And Maisie, I can't help spotting, at number 8, a flag which might be a little bit familiar to both of us.
The second I saw Lilana there sitting currently in 8th, I knew you were going to throw it to me. I absolutely knew that we would be celebrating here. We said it at the start, we are a little biased.
And half of the Spanish players got first or second in this first game. Could this have anything to do with me not being biased for them? I wonder, Peter, because it's kind of lining up to be the case where if I don't talk about them, they suddenly start popping off.
I don't want to say, we've already, we're in the process of figuring out your witch powers over the players, but of course it's a big responsibility, and I'm glad, David, that you are taking things seriously. So heading into our second lobby, of course, we did see a pretty good variety of comps being played. Of course, Maisie, you've been on pushing the kind of reroll part of it. I think starting with you, Maisie, what kind of play would you like to see from our players in the second game? More of the same, or is there any kind of different approaches you'd like to still see taken?
I think more of the same. With the game in its current state, I think we're in a really, really balanced place, so there is scope for truly varied boards, and we saw it in game 1, and I really do hope that we continue to see it for the rest of the day.
I'm going to go ahead and say I hope we see some 2-cost hero augments. I'm sure players don't like this too much without the rerolls being implemented just yet. But I do think it opens up a lot of different comps that would not be played otherwise, like we just mentioned with the Draven comps, for example. So looking forward to that, to see something a little bit different. And also looking forward to see Lasercore maybe perform. We didn't see it much in game 1, despite it being one of the premier traits to play all throughout stage 2, 3, and then 4 as well for just a nice top 4. They didn't see enough of it in that game 1, I think.
No, I was really surprised that we didn't see more Lasercore as well, because of course we know how incredibly good, even post-nerf, it is in the early game, so only see a little bit coming through. If we do see more of that kind of approach to play, maybe more of a focus on the early game, do you guys feel like this could maybe shake up what kind of, who's going to be winning and what kind of late game comps we could be seeing?
I think with the Lasercore specifically, like you say, it's still in a good place even after the nerf, and seeing more of it is, I should never say indefinites, but I reckon we'll see more. I reckon we will see it.
Alright guys, well, it looks like we are going to be, from what I can tell actually, so originally we were going to be sticking with the same lobby for 2 games, but it looks like we'll actually be switching things across and be able to scoop up our friend Snoodyboo if everything goes according to plan, and hopefully, provide that extra little push of pressure. Maisie, I think, you hopefully can speak to this in particular. When you're a player, it's one thing to be able to stream to your stream when you're playing in a competition, but what's the feeling, when you have the casters looking over your shoulder, picking apart every single thing you're trying to do?
Oh my goodness, you never second guess yourself more than when you know the casters are looking. They can see what's on your bench, they can see what's in your store, they can see what items you may or may not slam, and you know that they're probably commentating something that's better than what you're thinking, and there is no pressure quite like it.
Well, in the case of the players in GSCs, I think probably not the case considering they've been playing for a long time. One thing, TFT is a game that has a lot of information, but they have mastered it. After a month in this set, I'm sure they have all the lines down packed, just really executing. So I don't feel most players have too much pressure from the caster side or from the viewer side, especially because most of them are, of course, veterans of competition. We've seen a lot of the same names in set 7, in set 6, and so for some players going all the way back to set 2. So I think most players are controlling the nerves part of it. It's just more executing and making sure you have the right augments and you don't get mort dogged, etc.
Well, of course, no, and I agree with you. I definitely think that's going to be less of an issue for our veteran players, though. It's worth noting, of course, with the TRCs coming in, we have got a lot of players coming in who won't necessarily have that same level of tournament experience. Things have been more sort of static in terms of the players who've been consistently reaching the high levels, but now we've got a lot of new blood in the mix to try and mix things up. So I suppose, looking forward to the day overall. Of course, we're going to be cutting to our top half of players here today. So while we've been celebrating the early wins going on, you don't necessarily have to win every single lobby to get to day 2, where the points we wiped out and we'll be starting over again. So
it's a nice confidence boost, though. Winning game 1, day 1, that is, you suddenly think, hey, maybe my preparation was actually good. I have a chance to actually make it far in this tournament.
Well, what I would like to put to you guys is, while we saw some very powerful winning comps towards the end, in terms of top 4 compositions, because it is kind of a top 4 day, you get into the top half you see tomorrow, what are your kind of favourite comps if you feel like you need to purely top 4 to stay alive and keep your hopes going?
I think if the game is going to chuck me a set, then I'm going something set-based, like set Sure Shot, set Ace, something set-related, yeah. I would really be looking for him.
My default has been Recon for most of this patch and the last one. I just really like the comp a lot. But again, you have to be uncontested. You can try and maybe flame some people in the chat, start of the game, make sure you're uncontested on it, but it doesn't usually work out in the high-level lobbies. But Recon Laser Core is very good as well, just for top 4ing, especially with 6 laser. It just makes you very, very stable. Other than that, I think AP is still a little bit tricky this patch. I think at the top level, players have it figured out, but it's not an easy line to navigate with all the different carries. You have to look at the admins as well, and it is a little bit tricky, a little bit more dependent on a lot of different outside factors like augments and having the right items, especially for blue buff for most of the AP carries. So looking forward to seeing some of those high cap AP boards with Syndras, with Nunus, with a Soraka 2, for example. One of those good admins I think is always fun to watch.
Well, I wanted to kind of bring this up since we've got a little bit of time before our second game comes live to broadcast. Maybe in fact we don't. I've been leading you guys astray because I believe Game 2 is almost ready to go in, so again, we will be changing up our players for Lobby 2, though the players we saw playing the first lobby will still be playing against each other because they're reseeding every 2 games. Again, the top 50% of our players will make it through to day number 2, and then the top 50% of those will make it through to day number 3. One place in the EMEA regional finals. Winner and Mex, please take us into Game 2.
That was so close to me being muted on broadcast, but I got it. Thank you so much for that analysis segment, guys. That was lovely. We're gonna go with a different lobby here. I'm really excited for that one. There's a lot of familiar faces that we're going to have a look at. Somebody I'm personally looking forward to, we heard an interview from him today, is definitely going to be Snooty. What about you?
I mean, I'm looking at this right, and I'm just getting all the throwbacks here. We have Uko in the lobby. The Finnish player here, Uko, is one of the... he was one of the players that were in some of the older events as well, so it's a player that I'm pretty familiar with in that regard, right? Has been kind of in and out of playing TFT, but always when he's playing, he's at the higher end of the ladder. Texida as well, I think, is one of the really big names to look out for here, because this is a player that originally made it to the Hex League through the open source system and then has prevailed and performed relatively well as well in there, right? We're talking about the prominence of the Hex League here. It's going to be on a rod start, which was left open, right? No people really beelining it for a rod here. Snooty getting that highly prioritized bow opener.
Yeah, one more player we definitely have to mention going into this lobby has to be Lekoko. Came 14th in the last World Championship in Dragonlance. Is going to be definitely a force to be reckoned in this tournament, I think. Generally, France still staying strong. in this tournament with most players from region in this Golden Spatula Cup. But Germany, got to shout out my fellow countrymen. Germany coming quite close. I think we have 19 German players in this tourney today.
Yeah, I mean, when Memo qualifies for a ladder, like something is up in German. Like something.
Let's go, Memo.
This is honestly like a true no flame moment. But the first thing when I was looking at the qualified players was I went into our chat and was like Memo just looking at all the other players, like the meme from that show was like, "What's up, fellow high-elo players?" And Memo is like, and he's such a big figure in the German community, right? Like hosts a lot of like fun things when it's talk about tier lists and all these other things, right? Like he's so integrated into the community. It's like I'm super happy for him. I'm always just very happy for him. But it's just kind of that added layer of German players, right? So going back to this lobby here, Snooty had the option potentially to free the bow from the poppy, which again he can't guarantee he gets a poppy 2 next shop, right? But it is what it is at the end of the day. Bow is going to be stuck on poppy for a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case, but maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. He's going to see if he can get that poppy exchange done in the next rounds, but we're going to go in with some nice and low impact, to quote Impatches Panda, augments here, silver augments coming through. I feel like generally when we see an augment selection like this one, it is like the celestial blessing insta-click, but Snooty taking some time.
Yeah, and again, first aid kit is also pretty good, right? Like they kind of do the same thing to a certain extent, where if you end up itemizing healing a lot, like first aid kit can almost be better than Celestial Blessing, right? To a certain extent, because it synergizes with Gunblade and all these things as well. So instead of a 10%, it's a 25% increase. It's an interesting thing for sure, but I think that this is for sure the better way of going about it here. And Lekoko now has Fill the Hunt plus Underground, and with no upgrades right now, this is a board that could actually lose streak with grace to a certain extent, right? Get the good loss and a good loss and a good loss here. The issue is that this level 3 board is actually going to be very annoying because there's an upgraded Fiora and the Annie as well there, so the Oxforce here, it means that there's going to be no way for him to straggle a kill here.
Oh, come on. Oh, that's not a good loss. 3 units still standing. Ouch.
Look at the items as well. Double bow plus a glove, right? So it has the very AD heavy lean here. And Nuri... Yeah, go ahead.
Did I see the items on Zhasu's board right there for a second? Does he really have a Solari and the Thieves' Gloves?
I mean, that's from the augment, right? Band of Thieves is a very strong tempo augment. Overall, when you look at the placement, which is like one of the biggest things for me when I was looking at this set stat specifically, when we at the start of the set, I was like, okay, Band of Thieves, that is really strong right now, right? It was like it's just good tempo overall, right? And again, with less guarantee for items, with the removal of the dragons and stuff like that, just getting that extra item set is just super important here. And I think it's pretty clear which direction he wants to go right now. Has the Locket slammed on that early Neela as well, right? His setup right here is just incredibly strong, right? And the big thing about playing Duelist, right, compared to pretty much every other comp in the game, you don't have to do any tailoring free too. Like literally 0 tailoring needs to be done free too.
Absolutely. You just keep everything as is and you're a happy camper because that's probably going to give you something to work with for now. And this is looking really, really nice for Zhasu as a start. I kind of want to check in with Catalyst. Catalyst on the lower end of this lobby here, 86 HP. Of course, that's not going to be an indicator for anything, but I want to see what we're running with, and that's going to be Star Guardian Heart.
Yeah, but with no Star Guardian in right now, it doesn't seem to be strong. I think he also wants to guarantee the loss streak, right? And I think when you're playing AP lines, I think that guaranteeing the loss streak is super important because AP items are super important. Like, I've been playing a lot of Talia, and when you play Talia without stuff like a JG, you're just stuck for ages, right? Like, and due to the fact that Gunblade isn't such high priority right now, it makes rods incredibly hard to get off of carousels if you are the higher picks.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how this one does. On the other side is Likoko. Likoko has that Ash True already built with some nice little items, so it shouldn't be too hard for him to find that win here against Catalyst and keep his loss streak going. Everything's going according to plan as we move into the first carousel. Well, not the first, but like the first carousel after players have gotten some direction from this game.
I make that one as well all the time, right? Where it's like, okay, it's the first carousel, no, it's a stage 2 carousel, okay. You know, it's like when you play social deduction games and you're like, on night 1 I got this, and in reality it's not night 1 because night 1 was the night that you got your role from the game master, right? Like it's I totally haven't been caught in that one like too many times, but you see here Catalyst beelining for that rod, as I was talking about, very high priority for his line right now with the way it's going. So you're being left open here as an option for Uko as well, right? And again, Bell left open here with Zhasu, really wants that chain rest. And chain rest in the duelist setup is super important because it allows you to flex around multiple things.
Going to check in with Uko here. Uko and Zhasu are currently the 2 players with 100 HP.
Blue buff?
See the items as well on the right side, but I mean that's an interestingly itemized Gangplank. I'm not going to judge because usually our players know better than me. For now, it's just going to be a Gangplank that casts a lot, yeah?
It is going to cast a lot, but it's also just super high tempo, right? And he's also on something that could be resembling a duelist line as of right now, right? And again, the IE could be what he's gotten from the grab back, which is also something you need to keep in mind here. But see Texida here, very clear line of where he wants to go, and he also has consistency. And now the big deal here is going to be Catalyst versus Texida, because who is going to grief their board the hardest to maintain their loss streak? That is going to be a massive one to keep an eye out for, because Catalyst might not have any gold, but Texida is going to be losing an entire augment. So okay, stage 1 catch out here from Uko, from the Coco, sorry. Those are totally 2 different names, right? The Coco player that, you know, Mr. Consistent. Honestly, like in set finals, this guy is always there, right? Remember going back to Gizmos and Gadgets, comes from like the Coco, okay, you know, top 4, like had like almost 18 top 4s over an entire weekend, right? Like just insane.
He's definitely one of the French staple players, right? I want to say, like, he's always there amongst the top French players, and France is always there amongst the top regions in EMEA TFT. So, needless to say, he's definitely someone to look out for. But we just had a little moment of Zhasu and Uko both having those 100 HP streaks, trying to keep that win streak going. And then at the bottom of those lobby standings, we have Catalyst and Texida, and Texida actually takes a win here, and that is devastating if you have consistency, if you sacrifice so much HP to get those loss streaks going and then you win in this round. That's definitely not what he had in mind.
That is rough. Again, and I was talking about like this is going to be so important in terms of like just streaking overall, because the thing is that now Texida might be forced to level 3-1 and roll down instead of 3-2, so it doesn't have the augment in that regard. Because now he's actually spiking quite heavily with like Camille and Annie's and stuff like that. Yeah. Because his entire augment is dead if he doesn't spike hard enough to continuously win fights.
Yeah, and that's going to be so hard going from a losing streak to a winning streak. You can see Texida is still on level 4 in stage 2-7. So that's going to be very important for him to edge out, to level up, to get some more units onto the board, but needing to be units that actually have an impact, that keep up with the rest of the lobby. And let's see what we're getting here. It's going to be a BF sword and that belt. Sold off the Alistar to make a 40. Picked up a Blitzcrank. Are we going to see a push level, a push roll, something here from Texida?
Let's just see because he could be going for Talon reroll itself, which I don't necessarily think would be a good idea here, because he doesn't have the augment, right? Talon reroll without the augments is going to be
admins.
Pretty bad. None of these admins are great for what he wants to do, unless he gets a Camille augment right now. But again, his items are not going to be suited to play Camille like at all, right? So these are not going to be staying in. You see, already ships away the Blitzcrank here. They're just, quite frankly, just not good enough here. Is this going to be a free 5 angle from Texida? Maybe just like take the full line out now, because he's not that strong. Doesn't have clear direction. He has clear direction as to what he wants to do, right? But
yeah,
he has nothing to roll for really. If he goes, unless he goes straight level 6 and can really start showing off the board, but.
I mean, maybe it's enough, right? Like the Talon is still alive. The Talon does have some damage. Doesn't take down the Sejuani. Oh, it's not enough. Oh, this is bad. Like
the redemption. That's a rough one for sure, right?
I had like this, this sliver of thought where I was like, okay, maybe he can do it. Maybe he can find a win here. But we're gonna go into the hero augments for our players. And I mean, the 4 is the one that's standing out to me. That's really interesting.
Yeah, great.
Impact velocity.
Well. Yeah. Are you a 3-4-3 fan, Meg? So you're more of a 4-4-2 person?
I think I generally like when 4 is involved. that's the main line. If there was like a 4-cost hero augment, I'm like, oh, that's gonna be fun. I don't really enjoy the 1 and 2 cost hero augments as much.
I just realized this joke would be much better if I had David on cast right now.
I'm sorry.
But speaking of, you can see like rolldowns coming through right now. People are spiking, but again, look at this. The Talia carry augment doesn't really have that good stats though. When you look at his stats, on paper, this is like what we like to call a theoretical high roll, where you're like, okay, cool, I have Star Guardian Heart, I have the Talia, I have the augment and everything for it, and then be surprised, like get ready to be underwhelmed. I think that is what it might end up being here, right? Because I think that the better Talia one is the one that gives the shielding, which I think is just over like Beat of Stone is better than Stone Weaver. Can kind of it just gets kind of rolled over here because Snoodyboo, well, he gets the Void Mother, which provides a lot of extra units and a lot of the targets for something like the Talia, which really excels at breaking that backline carry and they just one-shotting that backline carry, right? So continuous rolling here from Catalyst, and he's just not stayed right. Needs like any 2 at the minimum right now.
I really like that we're seeing Snoodyboo on that Belveth. Because we just saw it from Ging and it didn't go too well for Ging because it fell off so hard towards the end. But he's going to have a much better time here with the setup that he's currently running. And I'm looking forward to where this one goes in the end. But like you're saying, Catalyst is rolling, has found that Nyla too. So a little bit of extra beefiness added to that front line here. And we're going to see a fight play out between Snoodyboo and Lakoko. And Lakoko on Thrillipund with Samira carry on. That's going to be really nice.
Yeah, and so another thing here that's also worth noting with the setup that is currently in place for Snoodyboo, he's kind of offsetting the fact that he has a mech by using Void Mother, right? So like obviously the Voidlings, they don't have abilities in the same vein of like a Set or a Jax or anything like that, but they are just 2 extra units that kind of help offset the actual true unit loss and just give you a stronger frontline overall. Oh, yeah. Wait. Here we have Samira augments out there. We have Talia pair right now and Catalyst as well. But that is a chain vest, right? And that's such a bad component to combine because Talia doesn't really want something like an Edge of Night, so you can't even really go for that.
Yeah, I'm just looking for what is going on with everybody else. I think I want to check in with Zhasu. Just by reading augments, I think that's a board I want to see, because that could be very fun. But for now, there's a heist. Is Lakoko going to take the gold?
He's 5 underground. Why would he take the gold? He loses 2 more. He's still like 30 HP, and he's just chilling, Like he took the first cash out.
I was just posing a question for dramaturgic value.
We are using like proper like literature and like drama terms now. I rate that. I'm down for that. But speaking of here, like the point of no return has been hit here for Zhasu, right? Has that set concept of the week augment coming through?
Yeah.
Which is just
I really love this one.
This is the true set carry augment. Despite it not being the set carry augment, the fact that like it just allows so much flexibility and just like adds so much extra damage to the board, we can kind of see just like how strong this board from Snoody is, because when you get to when you force your opponents to play traditional front to back, when you have that stronger front line, this Belveth just gets so much time to do so much work, because as a unit she's so all over the place where she just weaves in and out and can kind of just randomly at times end up on your opponent's carries.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it currently on that duelist angle, but could also flex in some laser corps to even add more value to that set here as we go into one more PvP round before some extra items come from the wolves. You can see players are spectating all around, gonna check out what's going on before we go in, and it's Snoodyboo that players are looking to be currently leading this lobby. And in comparison to the lobby that we saw before, there's a steep fall. Last lobby on stream was so close to everyone. This time there's 60 HP between Snoody and Texida, and Texida is looking to really need to find something, or it could end very quickly.
Yeah, Uko here is trying the Woach thing of playing blue buff spread shot Vayne, which is it's a fun thing for sure. I would say that much. I think it's not necessarily horrible, but it's not ideal either when you don't have the front line to really support it. Speaking of supporting right now, your girl Samira is going to be taken down just in time, but it's taken down by a German player, so I guess that's a positive if you want to look at it like that. Well, you press continue heist here, right? No, Cass is out here, but you already have the last hits, but you get that reforger, I suppose, but double LV is not necessarily ideal, right? So this is going to be taking the items here and just recomposing them after the outcome of the items here coming through from the wolves.
Yeah, I think, with what's currently going on, you could even try to find that Aphelios and later slam that last Whisper there just to make use of it, but yeah, for now,
as well.
For now, those items are not going to do too much. Let's see where we're going. Sejuani could be found here. Sejuani 2, Lakoko keeps on rolling, picks up a Rammus. Not really what he wanted here. Full roll down is going to sell something off to make some bank. At least finds a Vaitu. Not great in terms of upgrades, but it's something to keep him going here. And Lakoko and Texida are, these guys need to find stuff. There's the Reforge.
Deathblade.
That's a Deathblade.
Shroud's also very good.
Yeah.
Also, I really like the... go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. It's Zhasu on the other side, but this could be an indicator of how strong Lakoko's board is. Keep in mind that Samira is still a Samira 1, so she's not going to have too much to offer with someone on her, and that Mordekaiser is going to slam on down. He takes another loss. Now, is Texida going to follow in that same fate? Yes, he is. Both players now on 20 HP and 4-1.
Yeah, this is far from ideal, right? I want to highlight something here. Like Coco realizing he doesn't necessarily have a good spatula out and just reforges the spatula to get an extra component to work with here. But something that's also worth noting here, as we are going to be going into a regular gold augment here, is that the switch from silver to 4-cost hero augment is such a massive change when it comes to the pace of the lobby, right? Like, it's not quite like going from silver to prismatic or anything like that we've seen before, but the fact that a lot of people would be able to get access to these 4-cost carries at the end of the day, so the people like Texida, who has kind of been open forting for a while, trying to build up that econ to kind of get a head start on the roll down on 4-1, well, everyone else kind of got that head start instead just by getting that augment, right? So kind of speaks volumes as to why Texida might be struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I want both of these players to turn it around, but it's looking more and more harsh for them to do. We have an Arrogànte in play for Texida that's hopefully going to help if he can manage to win, to bring him up on par to the rest of the lobby. That Shroud of Stillness was so good. Hit the entire enemy board, basically. Only some frontliners unattached by that, and it seems like somebody's breaking the screen, but thankfully we can still see enough Arrogànte still going, and I think if that cast comes through from Asol, that could be the end of it. It comes crashing down, takes out the Kyle, and takes out the Vayne. Both of them are going to go down in a very, very clutch match. But Lakoko, 14 HP, that's not good.
It's not ideal. No, I think that's safe to say, right? Like, it's far from ideal right now, but again, the lobby pace just changed up quite a lot, because at the end of the day, if you're one of the players that didn't end up hitting you just end up being in a bad spot here. And now, speaking of decisions to be made, is going to be going for that 2-star Samira. And now for the Coco, this is the big one, right? Because he has his upgrade now. He had that duplicator on the bench waiting to be used for when he did in fact find that Samira 2. So that has now occurred. Does have those 2 sure shots in him. Again, 2 shooter has been nerfed. So good positioning here as well, though. Is going to be dodging that Talia from pretty much everything that's been seen right now, which is it's a good start. But the front line is so weak, though, right? He almost gets one-shot by Talia.
Yeah, the thing is, you really would have liked that Shroud to hit the Talia or the Fiddlesticks. As far as I could tell, it went besides both of them, but it was enough to edge out a win here against Catalyst, which means the Coco can keep on going into the next carousel. But really, the perspective is not great. You're on 2 gold, you're level 7, and anything you get from the shop is going to try and help you, but you can't really roll, you can't really do anything else. It has to be the board that you build right now that brings you those wins. And at the top of the lobby, there are still people like Zhasu and Uko who have so much HP to fall back on. You have so much to work with, and I think it's going to be hard for Lakoko.
Yeah, and it's also, we can see here, he ends up like not getting the Echo, which would have been an Echo 2, right? Like on this carousel here, which would have helped him out quite a lot, because Echo 2 is just such a prolific tank at the end of the day. But Uko's board here again. He has actually found a way to treat together a win streak now, because he has that front line to help support the Vayne. And again, with this kind of setup here, the Vayne doesn't want like extensive duelist support, kind of just wants to have as much ability power as possible in AD to support the use of the ability, right? So going into the Anima squad line is pretty much like, it's just very good, right? Because it also gives you the option to, when you find that, go into MF, set up the dual carry setup, let MF like pick up all the stragglers that the Vayne will leave up.
Yeah, Catalyst, Uku are meeting. Lakoko's still on 14 HP, but let's see how this board does. All eyes on the Vayne, as she's not going to get hit by the enemy Talia, which is really, really nice. But there's a Zac in the way that's going to keep her from doing anything, really. The Zac on the side of Uko is going to be what keeps the Talia away from here. Fiddlesticks has been procced, but the Zac is doing Zac things. And now the Vayne is so low. But she, no. For a second, I was like, can she do this? No, she cannot. Lakoko finding yet another loss. Now, single digits. The next loss will most likely be the last one and is going to save him an 8th in the second game of the day. That's not where you want to be. Can he do something here? Is going to sell off. That Cho'Gath is going to find an Echo to at least get Aegis going, to get a little bit of a reset on that Shroud so he can slam it last second. But is that enough?
There's a decision here, right? Because I was looking at whether or not you wanted to move the items from the Sejuani on the board to the upgrade Echo instead and keep around the Cho'Gath too. But Lakoko says I much rather want to run double Sejuani to get the double stuns coming through here right now. Texida versus Lakoko, another fight potentially for 8th.
Oh, I really like that Shroud of Stillness play here coming out of Lakoko, taking out the Aesol for a little while before he breaks the board again. Samira, still untouched there, is going to go on to that Viego, take him out. Now she's trying to chew through that front line, and she's going to do a great job of that. Aesol already so low, and Lakoko finds a win against Texida, puts him right next to himself, 5 HP to go. Both of these players are looking desperately to get up there.
Yeah, but again, you look at the HP disparity right between all the players right now. Geo and Catalyst have a mountain to climb to even make it into the top 4 potentially, right? Like Nuri here, as long as he can find a board that is stable enough to play for top 4, should be in an okay position. The Catalyst, again, we see his board, it has high upside, but it's still a Talia board, so it is going to be lacking a little bit of oomph at the end of the day, most likely. Meanwhile, you have someone like Snoodyboo, who is still on that Belveth 1, right? Like, but he has the MF2, he has the 4 race line open and activated.
I'm getting flashbacks. It was the same for Ging. He was on that Belveth 1 for way too long, lost so much HP, and then in the end couldn't make anything out of it. Hopefully Snoody is going to be able to peak a little bit sooner.
The big thing here is, right, Snoody has the strongest supporting cast around the Belveth. And now Belveth 2 has been found as well, because Belveth tends to put units down to a low amount of HP, right? And that is where the Ace is going to come in and really help allow Belveth to move to a new target and really start stacking the damage, right? And now with that, with the Seeks Herald as well.
Bot Urgot.
Like, I forgot the name of Seeks because it's been so long since I've seen a Seeks slam. Like, I don't even know if I've made a Seeks this set pretty much. Like, it's that close, right? And I was kind of gone out And look at Lekoko here. He found the upgrades to his board, but he's playing 6 units at 5-1 while being level 7. It's far from ideal circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, Zhasu on the other side looking pretty strong, but maybe, just maybe, it's going to be enough. Maybe he's going to be okay. Lekoko taking out the backline, making his way onto that vein, and he finds what he needed. Yet another win to stay in this lobby for now, but can Tuxedo follow close? He's on 5 HP, and he's going to get annihilated from Catalyst here.
Yeah, taking a huge hit here at the end of the day, going out in 8th. Not the ideal position for him to be in, for sure, right? But speaking of positions that are not going to be ideal, Zhasu, he finally finds that set 2 that he's been looking for, because we looked at his board, like it was okay, but like Duelist is a tempo composition, and when you don't have set 2 for the entirety of stage 4, right, when you've been looking for that since 3-2 pretty much due to the augment, you're going to end up like losing out on a lot of the tempo potentially generated by the composition here. So Catalyst now as well has the position here. The positioning from this Talia is going to be super important here. Where's the Lekoko's carry? It's right on.
Yeah, Lekoko's carry is in a bad spot, caught up here, but her ult is not going to hit that Samira just yet. She needs to chew through this front line, and the Talia is taking so much damage back there, is going to get taken out. Will that be the end of it? Lekoko finds another win, so important. Now puts King Gio down there as well, and I think this is the Lekoko redemption run.
It is, but again, also, we're looking at this board, for example, right? Like, he's playing contested Duelist in this lobby, right? You can see Zhasu was struggling, like, but Zhasu had the much higher tempo, right? And also, you have someone like Uko on the Vayne, right? So, like, the supposed out of rolling and staying 7 to roll for Vayne 3 is not even present, because you're two-way contested, you're contested for something like the Vayne, right? There's just so many things going wrong right here for Gio, right? And even like going 7th here might be a positive, to be honest, right? This, again, here we have the fights, we haven't pictured just like how stark the difference is between these two boards.
Yeah, I mean, Z1 is just really what it's going to be, a Z1, and on the other side, we can see that full set potential on locked here. Gio taking a devastating loss, going down 7th from what it looks like. We're going to wait for Lekoko to finish this one out, and he keeps on going, finds another win, puts down Catalyst. So Gio in 7th place, Catalyst down there with Lekoko, but Lekoko is really running it back here.
2 mech emblems. Okay, I don't think that's going to be in high prio for a lot of people, but they're there, right? Like, it could be an opening for Snooty, right, to do something more flexible than what he's been doing. But yeah, I guess, but like, it's what do you want here, right? Like, you get to play another unit that isn't Wukong, whatever he's been playing as his mech units right now, right? Like.
Yeah, Phil 6-2 being found by a Catalyst here, who's also trying to get back in the good graces of the top 4. You can see how close this lobby is, down at the bottom of the standings, and then Snooty's just, a happy camper up there, but people are looking to change that. Catalyst knows it's not going to be Snooty's board that he's going to meet. And for that could be already a little bit of a calmer approach to what we're going to see. It will be the Duelist board from Zhasu. All eyes on that set. He's currently notched in between the enemy front line, but he's going to try make his way for that Talia. He needs to take her out to get Catalyst out of this, but he's not directing there. Talia gets another cast off, goes down regardless, and Catalyst comes into 7th place as Lekoko keeps on doing it one by one. He's chewing through his enemies. Now Uko has been stripped down 7 HP and in line to go 5th if he can't do something against Lekoko.
Yeah, again, like having to go, like he's probably going to be going 15. And I think that's going to be the big thing, right? At the end of the day here. Going back to Catalyst spot though, right? We can kind of see like he was lacking that third and final item to really help elevate that Talia, right? Because again, he doesn't really care about the mana game when you have 5 Star Guardian in, and it was just like lacking that extra damage. Like the final, if he had gotten a real item on the carousel instead of a Shojin, this could be completely different. But now look at the positioning. Snooty gets the prime positioning for this Urgot. Both of Uko's carries are in this corner.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be a win for Uko. I'm not sure. The Belveth is still moving. She's still slashing, going on here with 1 HP, but the Zet takes it down, knocks down Uko, but Lakoko has also found an end to his impressive run here, made it to 5th place, which honestly I think is still very good, and Uko coming in 4th.
Yeah, I think that's good. Right? Again, Lakoko, no matter how strong your board is in that position, when you are running it back and with that deep of an HP difference, you are just playing for top 6. You don't really think you can get top 4 because all it takes is one bad fight here. And now, Zhasu has kind of accomplished what he meant to do with this composition. It's not a comp that tends to play for first a lot of the time, even with that 8 duelist being the factor right now. So again, Snooty and Nuri kind of on the same board here, both of them being revolving around the Belveth, but obviously Snooty's board 4 Ace is just such a strong setup.
Yeah, is going to get a little bit of extra here. Just look at how much gold he has. He can take anything. How much does the world cost? Snooty does not care. He's gonna buy it out. Urgot 2 in perspective for him here. Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, Samira going to be hit for Snooty. Really, really nice here. It's not going to be the Urgot, but at least some extra damage. And Nuri is going to be the one that has to look out for the rest of the lobby. Coming in here against Zhasu with that Belveth in the backline and an ASOL damage dealer going on as well. You can see those meteors crashing down across the enemy board. This is looking really good. Maybe he can take this one. Zhasu taking a loss, Nuri staying in there, but Snooty also found a win.
Yeah, and I think that at the end of the day right now, it's all the hope for Zhasu is that Nuri is gonna fight him and get knocked out, right? That's the big hope right here. And again, this has been the case even when Duelist was quote-unquote broken and really strong. It was still just a top 3 comp you were playing for at the end of the day, right? Like winning a lobby was like such a huge plus here. So any extra placement that he gets from here on out is just a big positive for the Bosnian representative here, right? Again, Nuri's a German player. We haven't talked too much about him, right? But it seems at least a pretty good understanding of the Belveth spot so far this game. But this is the fight we've been waiting for, Makes.
Yeah, maybe Nuri finds an end here. It's Belveth against Belveth. Who's going to have the stronger one? The meteors come crashing down. That Fiddlesticks gets taken out, which is really, really good for Nuri. But Belveth falls, and with her, the ASOL can't do much more. Nuri taking 3rd place, and Zhasu is lined up for 2nd with Snooty's just impressive stomping run from what it seems like throughout this entire lobby.
I like how it was just an Echo 2 just chilling in his shop and he just skips it because his board is just this 5-mech abomination. Right? Like, it's just a 5-mech abomination with 4 Ace. Like, there's 3 emblems enabling this, and only one of them comes from an augment, right? Like, this board from Snooty is not something you can replicate every day of the week, but it's super exciting to watch now with the items being transferred over to that. Aphelios 2 here as well should be the deciding factor in these fights.
Yeah, I don't think Zhasu can do anything against Snooty here, but let's see how it goes. The Fiddlesticks has been, Brock is working, trying to take out some units here, but Urgot and Aphelios are still going strong. The Zet hasn't even taken a big stretch, and that means Snooty takes game 2 of day 1 here. You know, there is a saying amongst players that the interviews that they give end of day are kind of, you know, like bad luck. It seems like the opposite has come true for Snooty here, who has found an incredible game for him in the 2nd round here after being on broadcast at the beginning. I'm just saying.
Sounds like the most broken speedrunning strategy in the world, right? Like, I can already see the thumbnail and like the YouTube title being like, this guy found us this insane strategy. You can't believe it. It's hard to replicate. You know, I don't know, but yeah, at the end of the day, like, a super fun spot and you know, a comp that really showcased how good Snooty is at understanding these spots in the game, right? So, just super fun game overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so fun because I think Snooty was the one that talked about Scapeus saying like, oh, you know, Scapeus always has like these really weird boards that he does exceptionally well with. And now Snooty found one of these for himself, and I'm still so happy for him to see that happen. I think that's really, really great. Of course, keep in mind, we're going to keep on reseeding every round. We're in a Swiss seeding system, which means that there is going to be different enemies every time they meet, and that just might change up what you're doing. Sometimes you're being placed in a lobby where just everyone's running for those duelists, or everyone's going to primarily care for Kaisas or something like that, and that is really something you need to avoid, and you need to find those angles where you're like, oh yeah, this is a niche I can actually go for that other players have not done yet. But we're going to go into a quick break. We have an interview with Arrogànte for you guys, and then our analyst desk is going to break it down for you. Don't go anywhere.
Hello guys, I'm Konstantinos Arrogànte. I'm from Greece, I'm 28 years old, and I've been playing Teamfight Tactics for 3 years, since set 4. With the introduction of hero augments, I think it has a lot of pros and cons, but overall it's a very good experience. The TRCs give access to more players other than the actual ladder grinders, and I think it will be interesting to see how the actual tournament changes, but I think it's fair to say that it was harder to qualify through the ladder. There are a lot of great players, but getting to play against players like Enzosx and KCW and Try and Voltarix, all those great names is a challenge every time. I think KCW all around has to be the best tournament player in Europe, and I think Enzosx all around has to be the best player both in ladder and in tournaments in Europe, because Enzosx specifically, I think he has a very unique play style, and when he goes in a tournament he doesn't bring like 2 or 3 comps that he has practiced, but he adjusts, and he just plays better TFT, I think, than the rest of us. I'd like to thank everyone for supporting me and watching my stream all these years, and I would like to thank personally the Greek TRC representatives that work very hard to organize the Greek TRC, and I hope we see such events in the future.
Welcome back, everyone. And as was said by our casters, apparently the interview curse has finally been broken live here on the first day of the Golden Spatula Cup #1. Now, we've got some serious stuff to lay out here on this, our second desk. So let's bring up our first key feature of the game. Not specifically necessarily for this very specific augment, but Void Mother will be our choice here. And David, I know you have a lot to say about 4-cost carriers and their associated augments.
Oh, do I? But it's not so much about the augments themselves. It's the timing in which they kind of warp the game. Is one of the biggest complaints top players have, is this 4-cost carry augment in the middle of stage 3 completely changes the tempo of the lobby. Those who are able to hit their perfect augment, like we saw with Zhasu hitting the Z augment, are able to just win streak all of stage 3 and 4. It's easier to hit that carry 2 cost in the case of Zed, and for Snoody, that Belveth, but also it gives you a huge spike with your trade. With Duelist 6 for Zhasu, it is one of the biggest power spikes in stage 3 when it comes to traits, similar to Recon 4, I guess, in that case, and similarly for Snoody with that Belveth with the great items he had already. So, and in the case of Texita, the complete opposite, he went 8th. A big part of that is probably hitting Aurelion Sol instead of a Viego carry augment when he was playing Renegade. So unfortunately, it's one of the biggest problems of the game right now. But I'm screaming into the void because hero augment changes are coming in the next patch. More time the dev team have very carefully analyzed this, and it will help with these spots for some players that did low roll in that pivotal moment.
Well, Maisie, further on to that then, of course, as they were saying, we've had some augments which made some pretty big differences there. Are there any other forecasts, augments, and with the associated units, you tend to really grab your attention as well?
So when you asked me this during the break there, I had a real think about it, and honestly, I think my favorite forecast augment is Make It Rain on Misfortune. Competitively, probably not anybody's favorite, but I just love the eco it provides, and I love trying to high roll to get crazy endgame boards. So yeah, more gold, more good.
So as we look through this game, one of the big features, of course, of the early game in particular, was the idea of trying to heavy loss streak, particularly with the consistency augment in place. David, starting with you, how do you feel like loss streaking is part of the game right now with the increased player damage from stage 3 onwards?
It's fairly viable now more than in the last patch because it's more heavy towards fast takedown, not so much fast 7 at this current moment. But you have to have a very good understanding of what you're building towards. If you kind of loose streak the entire stage and then try playing Recon stage 4, you're going to go 8th 100% of the time. You have to aim towards something with all that gold you have that can actually cap out high and can actually stabilize you against all the very strong boards that will be all around. Because 1 or 2 losses and with 20 or 30 HP, you're going to be out of the game basically. So I think Coco did a very good job in terms of going for sure shots, in terms of trying to go for a high cap board, and ended up working out for him.
All right, so of course, looking forward from here, Maisie, in particular, as we bring up our standings, we can, of course, see who has moved up and who has moved down. Seeing a fair few players towards our top 32 here, of course. Bear in mind, we have got 128 players. We can only show you a small portion, but it's good to see Ging staying in the top 32. A lot of French players here as well. Maisie, anyone who's jumping out for you on this page?
Seeing King dance kind of in the middle of the pack is really great to see, just because we know that this is a strong player coming in today. I know this is one that a lot of our casters had their eye on, so to see them doing so strong already is good to see.
And Scapace and Ging both had bad results in game 1, came back with a win in game 2 to get on the second page, to get among the top 32. So really good showing from them. We're going to look now at the first page though and see who's actually leading the lobby, who's actually able to get the back-to-back wins. And for now, it's only 2 players, Delirium from Turkey and Ketzer from France.
Well, and sadly, we don't see any more Lalanas, which means that must have had that first game follow-up not being so strong. We did know, as you said, Lalana is a bit of a 1st or 8th player, but I think, as David mentioned before, while you don't necessarily need to finish out first in day 1 to make it through, it definitely gives you a lot more room to, to later on in rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6 to play a little bit more conservatively. And I do want to correct something I said on broadcast before. Previously, we've been reseeding every couple of games. Now we're reseeding every single game, and our players are playing against other players with a similar record. David, from where you're sitting, does this change your approach at all, knowing that you're going to be going up against the toughest opponents you can possibly can if you're winning your early games?
Not really, because at this point, in this tournament with 128 players, every single one of these players is pretty much a very, very high caliber player, either through open qualifiers, through ladder, through TRCs. These first 2 games, again, it's a very small sample size. You can just low roll 2 games, and you're not necessarily a bad player in that case. So I think it's all the same. You just have to try and play your best. Respect your opponents. Of course, it's going to be a very high level TFT. There's no noobs to beat up on, as there might be on ladder sometimes. So in this case, just same exact mindset all throughout. Only changing in the last few games if you need to go for that first rate playstyle to guarantee the points to make it to day 2.
All right, basically, just before we go to break, any words for our players as we come close to our halfway point of the first game, or first day rather? Again, how would they be feeling, and what should they be thinking about going forwards?
I think anyone that's had a rough couple of first games, they can't dwell on it too hard. This is not it. We have 4 more games just to come back. Even if you had a rough first two, you can bring it back and have even a semi-decent or a great last four. So it's not over just by the list that we've just seen, not by any stretch.
All right, guys, so we will be heading to break. We'll be hearing from Enzo during that break, and when we return, we'll bring you back to game number 3 as we close in on a halfway point of the Golden Spatula Cup number 1, day number 1.
My name is Enzo. I come from France, and my age is 22. Ladder is not really competitive, you know, because we have not a lot of spot in the ladder, and player now think they just need to be good in tournament. But for example, the tournament of France is private. All player can't participate, you know. So I don't really like. But maybe if we have open tournament in France, it may be good. I think best comp at this moment is maybe Piba with Urgot, Fiddle, with all legendary too. I think. I don't really know. We have a lot of good players in Europe, and not one really afraid me. But yeah, I think maybe Daisy, Double 61, Ging. We have a lot of really good players. Thank you for all the support. I love all of you, and be ready for this year. It's for me, dude. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. We are going now into game number 3, and I'm here alongside Maisie Marzipan. And Maisie, we are going right to the tippy top of the skyscraper in Spatulopolis, because we are going to be seeing our best performing players here in lobby number 3, including 2 players who haven't lost a game so far. This should be a pretty explosive lobby.
Oh my gosh, back-to-back wins for 2 of these players. What a game that I'm going to be able to cast as my first Golden Spatula cast. Tippity top of the board. They have saved us something real special here, so I'm excited to bring it all to you.
So, for anyone who did come in during the break, Delirium and Ketsa are our 2 undefeated players from Turkey and France, respectively. Of course, Turkey, taking a lot of the center stage. You did know, of course, we are seeing, a good variety of players around, but currently in our top 8, we've got those 3 French players, Ketsa, Zoro, and Enzo. A couple of German players, Salvi, and the Haudra, whose name I'm going to do my best to try and pronounce roughly appropriately, thanks to Mix for doing her best to try and get us there pronunciation-wise. But Yeah, we're seeing a real country bias coming in, despite the amount of variety in different regions people are playing out of.
Oh, absolutely. In EMEA, we always see the French as absolute titans, and they have once again proved that that is what they specialize in.
All right, of course, we'll be looking out to see, I guess from our previous game, of course, we get a chance to break a little bit on the analyst test, Maisie. We saw that the streaking approach can be very risky, but I really like what David was saying there, that it's a big risk reward where if you do lost streak early on, you can turn that into a big win later, but you've got to turn it into a huge win or it's all for nothing.
Oh yeah, you have to swing real hard in these lobbies, and it's exactly as David said, there's noobs for you to step on. These are people at the absolute top of their game, top of their region, so just outfoxing them a little ain't gonna do it. You need to play something pretty special if you're gonna utilize that lost streak there.
So we do know, based on our previous games, that of course the Renegade Oxforce style of things is going to work pretty well, and that of course the Kaiser reroll, which you were favouring, was also doing pretty darn good as well. I think something I think maybe we neglected a little bit coming into the show was talking about how the Belveth can such a strong impact if she drops early on.
Oh yeah, the early Belveth for Snooty in that last game was huge, and the itemization was there right away. Like, I think Snooty must have known exactly where he was going to go with that build for it to just be on the Belveth the second it dropped.
Alright, so we start things off with Ketsa. Plays for Team Utopia East, came in from the US ladder. So we certainly expect that our players, will have a little bit less tournament experience in some cases coming out of the ladder, just because that's where their main stomping ground is, as it will be windy weather today. So we should maybe be seeing a few more Jannas than we might be otherwise.
Yeah, the windy weather Janna is absolutely huge. I think we've had many for both of our first games so far, so it'll be nice to showcase some Janna play potentially.
I will be looking out to see if Ketsa does set up for a strong early game to maybe start building towards those late game boards, as we've got an admin pick coming in straight away. The on-kill effect very newly re-added to the game, so hopefully we'll get confirmation as to which one of those picks went through. As the admin immediately hits the bench, I do wonder if Ketsa will decide to follow this, at least in the early going.
I love these on-kill effects that are popping up. I'm seeing them just used to absolutely snowball team comps. Seeing just units with crazy amounts of HP from putting those two admin in early, so it's always worth just checking at the start of the game to see what it is for your team.
Alright, so our first augments come in. Renegade Crest, we know that can send you down a very strong path, especially since some of the early Renegades, they can be a little bit weak if you can't get them up to 3 stars, so could be a good accelerant for Ketsa. But instead, it's going to be pure money in the pocket. Rich get richer. Ketsa will keep a strong bench as well.
Oh yeah, this is a player that knows what they are up to for sure. I was saying earlier about how Make It Rain is probably my favorite my favorite augment just because of the eco. So I like the eco starts. Big place in my heart for them.
We check in with Bonbon. Came in for the Northern European TRC, of course, Northern Legends. Has played in one of the Golden Spatula Cups before. Has been a pretty frequent flyer in the open qualifiers, but hasn't been able to consistently get in. So definitely one of the players who's benefiting from having more routes into the Golden Spatulas. I do like this early setup though with the Brawlers. I mean, we've even got a 2-star talent, but of course the ubiquitous Gunblade to make sure he does a lot of damage, but also sticks around.
Oh, that beautiful Gunblade. We could see a little Viego action with the Gunblade later. We've seen it, I think, in every game so far. A beautiful Viego with a shiny Gunblade just bopping down backlines. It could be another one here.
Unfortunately for Bonbon, it looked like a strong ball, but it's not going to turn into any kind of win streak. The Ludens we were expecting to do well, but from Delirium's side of things, one of our players we've absolutely got our eyes on very strongly, undefeated along with Ketsa. Has got themselves the knife's edge early on, so we've got some pretty decent, immediate power augments already.
Yeah, oh my goodness, I got tongue-tied there, but no, this is a strong start for our players here, especially since at absolute best we could be getting out of this match with one player still undefeated, so people are really going to want to cement their leads here.
Yeah, absolutely sends a chilling effect across the rest of the tournament to be, perhaps the undefeated player from day one. Don't want to go that far as of yet. But we do have a player aka Kubik TSW5, which we'll try and figure out an easier way of saying as we go through, especially if they do well, picking up true 2s early on. So it does seem like the overall flavour of what we've been seeing early on has been that immediate power across at least the players so far.
Yeah, it does look to be the people are just going for strongest board, explode out as hard as they can. We are seeing some players sort of though sitting around the 86, 88 HP mark, so maybe we'll see that open forting that we're talking about where people are trying to get that lost streak and swing into the win.
And we're definitely more inclined to think that way if we do see the underground. Of course, we saw double underground for our previous game, even though it didn't ultimately work out the way we would have liked. But yeah, Ketsa down at the bottom. We check in with Zoro, and this is something we were wanting to see, more of an emphasis towards early laser call.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. It's something that we thought we would see a lot more than we have, and seeing it there with the preparation augment as well means that when these laser core units are getting onto the board, they're just exploding out.
We'll see if it's going to be good to beat TS here, because the units aren't fully aligned, though I like the early Sunfire Cape for just that raw on power board. I mean, Zoro is one of our players right now. There's 4 undefeated players in the lobby, and now there's going to be a few less, as only it's going to be Zoro and Howdruff who keep their win streak going.
Howdruff. I feel like I'm so sorry to all our German viewers. I feel like even Make somewhere is silently cursing us because we are butchering the name. I do apologize on the UK's behalf here.
Oh, we're on receiving update. It's long oof. Hydroof? I don't know. This is what happens when you try and do correcting people's pronunciation mid-broadcast. It never goes well. It just gets worse. We apologise. We'll take our hits in this particular game, and we'll get into the briefing from Makes in between. Honestly, Maisie, whenever I go into foreign countries and people try and teach me stuff, we're usually there for about half an hour per each word.
Oh no, we're showing up the UK bad here, Peter. We really are.
All right, well, let's check in across with... Let's try it this way. Howdruff. It's a question and a name, Maisie, but maybe we'll find the answer.
I mean, I was leaning towards the more Howdruff. Like, druff, not drove? I feel, yeah, again, apologies from the UK.
Oh my gosh. To be fair, of having 2 UK casters on the same cast, we couldn't be more appropriate to where we're from if we tried.
Oh my goodness. Well, regardless of how the name's pronounced, let's see how this board is going to do. We will do our best to get the proper pronunciation from Makes on the break.
Alright, so we'll check in again with Bun, kind of our players on 15 points, as we said, looking to try and improve their fortunes. The fact they're playing here in Lobby 1 is certainly an indication that Bun is taking advantage of this opportunity, a rare opportunity, to play against the best players, but doesn't get the win back. Zoro and Howdruff both remain undefeated. One more round before they get to take that win streak and cash it in at Krugs.
Yeah, as a player here, you really got to try and get into the mindset of how they must be feeling, because it must be a double-edged sword. There must be the assurance in your brain that, like, yes, I am top of the competition. I have earned my way into this lobby. But then on the other side, you're like, but so did everybody else. Like, this is the cream here, the cream of the crop.
We'll see how Howdruff does. They're potentially up against Zoro. They do have an option to chuck it in a little cheeky last level, but they decide to not go for it. So they're going to gamble that streak against whatever Zoro's got for us here. It will not be them against each other, so there's a good chance we'll see 2 streakers heading into stage 3.
Yeah, we will be against Kubek here. Kubek is our TSW5 player from the Polish League. Ultra Liga.
Yeah, the Ultra Liga.
I didn't want to get that one wrong. I was like, I think it's Ultra Liga. Glad we got there.
Well, that's the thing. This, of course, for anyone who is coming late, we missed our discussion at the start of the show. The TRCs, the TFT regional competitions, are allowing so many more different regions players to come and take the spotlight in these Golden Spatula Cups, who would otherwise maybe be locked out because there's been so many amazing players building forward. But I do want to note, coming into Krugs, we've actually not got the 2 win-streaking players. I thought Zoro is the only one to stay unblemished.
Oh, Zoro looking strong there again with the early laser core, like we talked about, and the prep board as well. I do like prep as an augment once we get it into sort of like the gold tier.
Yes, I do as well. I mean, we already know that laser core is very, very good at stage 2 and has the potential to go even further. So I do like doubling down on that power by getting the hits in. Of course, Ketzer will be the one who's suffered the most because of having Zoro, and to a lesser extent, Hadrath strong at the top. Ketzer down to 70 HP. At least not as scary as it was in our previous lobby.
I wouldn't say so. Ketzer is one of our players that has come in through ladder. This is someone who absolutely knows how to swing it back from a lost streak at the start. And who knows, maybe even the lost streak is slightly intentional.
Well, Ketzer's certainly got a very good economic setup right now. As you said, the lost streak is looking really good. The economy is great as well. We've already even got a Kai's already if this is going to be a recon board. But, of course, you were saying one of your favorite augments, the Rich Got Richer, is in full effect. Ketzer is getting the full lost streak bonus and 7 gold out of interest every round. They are absolutely rolling in cash.
I don't think Ketzer's sweating here at all. I think Ketzer's cool, calm, collected, and ready for a roll down, baby.
Well, he's going up against Zoro now, who is still undefeated. Of course, Ketzer doesn't mind this too much, considering the lost streak wants to stay intact, but of course, we do know our players will generally want to try and at least remove a couple of units. Wasn't possible against Zoro's board, which still remain very, very strong, heading now into our second augment.
I feel like I was caster's cursing there. I immediately take back the sweating. There may be some mild perspiration. That was a 23 HP hit.
All right, what have we got here? So we took Rich Got Richer for Ketzer early on. We got a chance to bring in something generic again, and it will be Sunfire board. So nothing Ketzer is doing is tied to the augment specifically, but that Rich Got Richer has been staying in play for an awful long time.
Oh yeah, we're seeing Ketzer chip away at the interest here just to try and get some more strength on the board. Again, the mild perspiration setting in, but this is not quite the make point, I don't think, for Ketzer here.
I'm going pretty deep into that bank balance. So, we talked about the interest up to 70 gold, now going down to 30 to try and get a board online. It does make me wonder if this board's going to be, strong enough to actually turn the corner here in terms of turning this into a win streak, or if it's just an attempt to stem the bleeding somewhat before things get too far out of control.
Yeah, stem the bleeding may be the correct phase there. We've got fully itemized Kaisa now, just sitting in the corner. We got the Kaisa on the bench as well, so maybe you're right that this is leaning towards that more recon, reroll composition. That Zac in the front line is going to be nice as well, just to buy a bit more time for these sort of weaker one-star backline units, just to get that damage out.
Yeah, we're working pretty darn well so far. It does mean that the lost streak is at an end for Ketzer, though, so if they can't put together a win streak now, they might struggle to get back up to that 70 gold. Maybe Ketzer's happy with how things have gone early on, because they certainly managed to push a lot of gold out of these early rounds to help buoy their position going forwards.
Ooh, Enzo here throwing us a tasty little Draven mech board.
This is really fascinating. So, it was talked about on the previous test about, the idea that Draven reroll could absolutely be a thing with the right setup. I'm sensing that maybe this is going to be more of a placeholder than a long-term proposition, because we would normally see, the supers coming here to help pump up the power of that Draven and make him a true 1v9 carry.
Yeah, it's interesting to note the items as well. I think Draven would typically be built with some sort of lifesteal on board, but they've not gone for that here. It just seems like raw damage, perhaps maybe even like Samira placeholder for late game.
No, I'm almost certain you're right, but for right now, it's working relatively well. I mean, yeah, as you said, without the lifesteal, it does make these late rounds, one versus the entire opposing team, a little bit sketchy, but still doing decently enough. So let's check in on the overall board. Zoro is still undefeated up at the top, coming close to the end of stage 3. Ketzer on the other end of that, down to 50 HP, and everybody else somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, interesting that so early in the game we have someone streaking so hard in a positive direction, and then Ketzer, the 50 HP discrepancy between first and 8th currently is just madness already.
And I do want to take a moment to talk about some of the augments which came through off screen. For Haldrauf, picked up the threat level maximum, so we should be seeing some interesting boards developing. But from Zoro, we haven't checked them for with a little while. They've actually gone heavily into the dual series. Oh, thank you, production. We can actually see them on our screen now. The various different augments be coming through. A lot of healing coming through, but a couple of the dual lotuses as well for Enzo and for TSWS, aka Kubik. There's going to be some pretty heavy hits coming out later on.
Oh yeah, when you see all these jeweled lotuses popping up, you're kind of glad that Mordog himself was like, yeah, we should buff A just a little, because the defender front lines would not be eating them quite as well.
No, it's a pretty scary place to be in. And
Kubek. Yeah, Zoro is absolutely just mowing through still, even though Kubek is taking quite the hit here from this big blobby river sprite.
Yeah, and we see Zoro's kind of in a very opposite position to where we saw our richer player from before, down at just 10 gold. It's prepping up some new units on the bench, including a Belveth to come in, and an Aphelios as well. I mean, at this point, I suppose Aphelios wouldn't necessarily be super powerful anyway, so you've got time to prep him up and turn your mind towards an incredibly strong late game board.
Oh yeah, well Zoro is going to look to play as strong as possible here because, I mean, that's a 9-win streak. He ain't going to want to be throwing that in the trash anytime soon. Just leaving that Aphelios there to bake in the oven for a bit isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world.
Alright, let's see if Zoro's got what it takes up against that threat board from before. Though I think it's not going to be exactly there. Yes, so right now we've just got a Rammus and a Cho'Gath in the mix. But perhaps from Haldrauf we will see something spicy developing. Perhaps they would like to have that Belveth, which is currently sat on Zoro's bench.
Oh yeah, we've seen Belveth has been an absolute force of destruction here, and Haldrauf is really going to be wanting to look out for the Belveth, I'm sure.
Taking a quick check across our other players, we check in with Salvi. Of course, we saw a lot of in the previous seasons, doing exceptionally well. Very, very good player. Currently in second place, after Haldrauf has been pushed out of position. Zoro maintains the unbeaten streak, but Enzo has started picking up the pace with a streak of their own.
Enzo, ooh, could we have
that was
another
the
look? I couldn't remember what
board
Enzo had.
from before.
Oh yes, the Draven, the Mighty Morphin powered Draven.
Yes, the one which we think is just cosplaying Samira, but not doing a very good job with it so far.
I think, yeah, this is the strangest Samira cosplay I've seen, but you know what? I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, for our players, they will absolutely know exactly how to ride out the current situation as best as possible, as Salvi will be looking to upgrade their board. So they've got a little bit of admin action going on, as well as a itemized Zoe in the corner. A very strong front line that eventually should be getting Salvi some wins, but needs to keep that backline alive.
Yeah, that backline's gonna be alive. Oh my goodness. Okay, I blinked and now we have the 2-star Belveth in the hacker spot, ready to go mow some people down.
I really do like the Edge of Night on the Belveth, especially because she tends to put herself into a dangerous position, but she can get herself back out of it again. So the Edge of Night works really well to give you those few extra moments to do that. The AD scaling for Belveth, of course, recently fixed to make him more of a carry. But I think Salvi's front line isn't quite strong enough. It's going to be a tight round here against Kubik, aka TSW5.
Yeah, Salvi is lacking a little strength just with the front line containing sort of 2 1-star units right now. I think if we star those up, and it looks like they may even be going for like a sort of Zoe reroll, we just star up the front line, beef up the back line. Salvi could really go some places here.
And the admin crest coming in, as we thank our observer Danny for letting us know that the Salvi's current admin is when an ally dies, admins heal 350 health. So it's very focused towards the admin units, which are making up the front line and the back line at the moment. But deciding not to go further into admin, instead picks up the hacker. So that's a ton of Omnivamp for Belveth to go with the Edge of Night.
Oh, this Belveth is gonna be slapping and healing and slapping and healing. And funny we're talking about Belveth because my cat is currently doing his best Belveth impression against my cat right now.
I mean, Belveths and cats, they're so often said in the same breath. But a player who might be running out of breath soon is Ketsa, down on 22 HP. We check in with Bunbun versus Zoro. Of course, Bunbun, we did see doing some pretty good stuff before, has actually gone heavily into admin, and maybe that's what pushed Salvi away from that route.
possibly. An interesting thing to note here that we didn't quite catch is that Zoro's lost his win streak along the way here.
Yeah, it seems like they might be in a position to get it back sometime soon. Of course, this is the preparation board we were seeing before. The Aphelios did get prepped enough to get onto the board, but Zoro won't be still strong enough. And it's actually left us now with Zoro getting knocked off the top perch and Enzo remaining the only player who is on a win streak, with Ketzer still almost dead.
Oh, Ketzer, the rich get richer, but I mean, look at the units we have on the board here. This is a man with a plan, and I think the plan seems to be 3-star Rammus and Kaisa, but is it too little, too late, with so little gold and so little HP to play with?
Thanks to Production for reminding us of the windy weather in play. Ketzer actually decided to switch out the Janitor at the last second. We're just going for full recon threat board. This is a classic setup here, and the threats are looking pretty good, including a recon Fiddlesticks, which is a new one to me, Maisie.
Oh no, the Kaisa Zephyr. We could very well see Ketzer go down here.
I love to see this board stay alive because it's so fascinating. 100% crit for the Fiddlesticks doesn't get so much work done, but a second cast in, that buffed max mana means Ketzer will stay away from the brink for now.
Oh, I always seem to find this when I'm casting. There will be someone that I just want to rip for. They got the eco trait. They're doing the reroll. Come on, Rito, bless this player.
They're going to need a lot of blessings to climb back up because Ketzer is a full 26 health points for full behind Cubex, who's the next one above them, Haldroff as well. You know, we've got a lot of players around the 40 HP or so. As we do take a little peek into the inventory, and we can see that for Bonbon and Delirium in the middle, they've actually been keeping their options relatively open.
Yeah, I am oh, here we are over at Cubex's board. Yeah, I was struggling to think of the board state where those items are left hanging. Maybe they're just trying to greed for something better. Just with their HP in the middle of the pack, they feel that they can hold out until the next PvE round, just to see if they can assemble something better.
Well, as we check in with Cubex, aka TSW5, which will, again, apologies, we haven't quite got everything lined up with the player's name. We're seeing the Chinese-style Yuumi comp, which was gained a lot of popularity pre-Yuumi nerf, with the buffs recently to our friend Rel and to Yuumi being rebuffed again. Maybe, just maybe, enough stars were aligned to make this comp good again.
I mean, I think this is fascinating. Whipping out the 3-star Yuumi. Obviously, we had Yuumi absolutely decimate the meta for the longest time with mascots over Christmas and New Year there. Oh no, Aurelion Sol. Aurelion Sol's having none of it. Aurelion Sol is allergic to cats. You heard it here first.
Oh no! Tragic news. But for Ketzer, the good news keeps on coming. I managed to get another win there as Delirium starts to slip down the table. Again, remember, Delirium, one of our players who has not lost a game so far, now already dangerously close to getting pulled down and then perhaps having to fight Ketzer for that 8th and 7th place.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the rate at which Delirium has been losing the health here is quite scary. It does look like Kubek could be playing into Delirium here. And with that I'm so intrigued by this 3-star Yuumi. This is throwing me for a total loop. This is not something I thought I would see here today.
Well, we did get an upgrade as well on our friend Gangplank, so that's going to be a little bit of extra damage. The only thing Kubek's really missing is the itemization to be fully there for our Yuumi, but it's still doing a pretty decent job, as Morkaiser says hello from the opposite board. Delirium is low. Exactly as you said, this would be a huge win to push Kubek down the board for Ketzer in particular, as Delirium goes down to 8 and Ketzer stays alive. Now Delirium is in the lowest place in the lobby.
What a swing of events there. Another big swing that I'm actually seeing is Haugdrauf, who is currently sitting in 6 after a really, really, really strong early game.
And I think that's something we're seeing, during all of our lobbies here today. So it's a rare player indeed who's able to turn that early success into consistent success through the whole game. Once people start using those loss streaks to build up their boards. But I do remember Salvi from previous seasons was one of those players who would try and challenge for into a very strong late game. I mean, where we are right now, Zoro is still doing very well on the HP charts, even if they don't have a win streak coming out of stage 4.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely true. Well, Zoro's just hit the Belveth too. We did see earlier, it did look like he was gunning for the Belveth. Oh my goodness, that is a golden board and an itemized Yumi we are seeing.
Alright, amazing news for you Yumi enjoyers. Apparently, the full fight is on. I believe we've got, let's see, so 5 of our 6 units up to 3-star. This is really, what I love about this board as well is it's very sort of unusual power scaling, but we'll come back to that a bit later on because Delirium's got to fight for their life. Will they go 2 firsts straight into an 8th?
Oh my goodness, only time's gonna tell here. Looking at the strength of Enzo's board, still that cosplay Draven bashing the team apart here. Oh
my gosh, Delirium, it's so close. The Draven, yeah, as you said, we expected that Draven to be swapped out, but instead Delirium goes down. Ketsa is just ahead of them, and Delirium from Turkey, their 2 perfect games smashed by an immediate 8th in game number 3.
Delirium still has wiggle room, and 8th here after 2 really strong games does not doom them to the bottom of the table by any means. I'm sure they can come back even stronger.
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, we talked about it before. Having those 2 8s in place means that the day would have to go exceptionally badly for Delirium going forward for them to have any chance of not making day 2, but it takes away that layer of safety. For Howdraff, though, they've got to deal with a Danger Zone Kitty who will get knocked up in the air, so that Yumi, the main damage source, was out of play for a good 4 seconds.
That's right, and Howdraff has managed to hit the Aphelios 2 as early as 5-2, which is bonkers to me.
Yeah, with the new buffs, he is worth itemizing, but not good enough to get past the cat at the door. Howdraff goes out in 6th place, and this kitty is continuing to prey upon the lobby.
That's it. Between the Belveths and the Yumis, this is a kitty got claws lobby for sure.
We are now down to our top 5 with Howdraff gone. Bon currently sitting there with 15 HP, as it will actually be a 3-star Draven coming in, but Bonbon's our first priority, and we've got a fascinating looking board set up from them as well.
Yeah, and just for anyone that missed it at the start of the game, our weather on the Rift is currently windy.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be 2 incredibly strong Viegos tearing through. This should be a composition that they're good against. We've got AoE from our Viegos, and this is a comp that is extremely clumped up.
Oh yeah, they are really stuck together here, but maybe with the power of the 3 stars and the sheer tankiness they've got, it's not even going to be an issue.
We do have the redemption to cut down the damage, but Yumi staying up through all this is amazing. We got Talon just trying to pester the Yumi on the backside of that one, but no, it's not good enough. This is going to send shockwaves through the rest of the tournament, that at the very top table, that Yumi reroll could be a legitimate threat.
I feel like I've gone back in time to December here, Counterfeit.
It's stories, Maisie. They're in circles, they rhyme.
My goodness. Oh, Quebec picking up the Star Guardian spat here.
Okay, this should be interesting. I'm trying to think, because normally we've got 3 stars on the Rel and on our friend Yumi. The only one who doesn't have a 3-star is the Neela, so maybe there's something in mind there, but we'll come back to them a bit later on, because Quebec is getting upgrades. Zoro upgrade to Aphelios 2 as well. Bun on the edge of elimination, but Salvi isn't that far away from it either with a Hacker 4 board.
Ooh, make that Hacker 3. The Zed just got swiftly sold for a little Nunu there.
So I'm wondering, so it seems like Salvi is presumably intending to send something into the backline, and it will be the Belveth very quickly moved around at the very end. As we check in with Bun with a double Viego setup, with a double Ionic Spark as well. I'm seeing double, Maisie, and it's not even a double trouble board.
What is going on? Also, the 3-star Draven, the 3-star Ribbon, the sheer power on this board is incredible. We were absolutely wrong. Oh, Jano? Caster Curse.
Bun stays alive. Salvi will take a big hit, ironically, from the opposing Belveth and goes out in 5th, which means we have our top 4 in place. Again, we were at table 1, so all these players have finished in 1st or 2nd from their first games almost entirely. As well, I guess we might as well just call this one off right now, Maisie. The 2 Viegos have become one, but one 3-star monstrosity.
That is a large and in charge unit. I previously thought that the biggest unit in the game was going to be that Draven, but a 3-star Viego on 5-6 is crazy. And that's without a hero augment throwing an extra one onto our players' benches.
Yeah, and this 3-star Draven, 3-star Draven, the 3-star Viego, of course we got the Draven in the lobby, is backed up by the Celestial Blessing and the Ludens and the Battle Mage as well, but actually loses? What in the world are we even looking at, Maisie?
Ophelio saw that and was just like, nope, not having it, not in my game, and banished him into the Shadow Realm there. That's Bun out. So our top 3 is now decided.
Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen that kind of thing happen before. Gonna have to definitely go back. I'm really fascinated to see our analysts break that one down, because I'm sure got completely caught off guard by a Viego 3 coming out in 4th place overall. I mean, for Kubex, they are, aka TSW5, their win streak continues unabated. They're up to 50 gold now, and they could potentially go pretty easily up to level 8 whenever they please.
Yeah, I mean, I think the real madness in this game has just been the resurgence of the Yuumi. The Yuumi as well, and that Star Guardian spat got put to some great use there, because we're running Star Guardian 5, which means Yuumi with the blue buff, with the 5 Star Guardians, is going to be casting and ripping teams apart.
To check in with Enzo, who we kind of made some, I think, reasonable assumptions about the direction they were going before, but instead we've ended up with a Mecha Prime 5 board. We've got a Leona who's doing a decent job with the Thieves' Gloves there, but Zoro is still up at the top with 80 HP. We'll see now if the king can be torn from his throne by the cat.
Oh my goodness as well, Zoro sitting there, cheeky boy on level 9 with 5 Aphelios on the 5 Aphelios out of the pool.
We have seen surprisingly large amount of Ophelii joining the field, as there we go. The kitty has been taken down a peg, but Enzo will take an L as well. So Zoro is in pole position to win here in lobby number 3.
Yeah, I'm seeing Enzo really looking for that final Jax. I think just with the tweaks on Jax recently, it's meaning that a 2-star Jax maybe wouldn't necessarily secure you a win like it could before when you had it perfectly itemized. It seems that players playing Jax are really having to push for that 3-star Jax just to secure the power to win.
See from Kobek, thinking about making some moves around to try and throw off other people. I do like the big friend setup here as well, something encouraging everyone to be in one small place. But as we've been talking about before, this set in general does give you a lot of punishments for being in one place. The laser from our friend Leona will be one of them, Draven's Axis will be another, but the board does stay strong enough to get a win and actually do a good amount of damage there at the end. So we've got Enzo down to almost the same health as Kubex, but Zoro themselves actually takes an L to the Draven board. We are in a 3-way fight.
Oh, this is very interesting. This is just going to be swung by whichever way matchmaking throws our players here.
You see, Zoro's board is very good indeed. I do like the Oxforce emblem on our friend Belveth there to keep her out of trouble in the same way as the Edge of Night. We have got a little bit of a change being considered towards the end. Thinking about the idea of bringing in more Kaiser. Zoro is at level 9, so has got a lot of Aphelios, as you mentioned before, and a lot of good units, as well as a pile of HP to play with.
Pile of HP and not a pile of gold. I will be very surprised if that Aphelios 3 breaks out in this lobby, but let's see how Enzosx is gonna do against our boy Zoro.
Going to be right down to the wire. But again, it's going to go down to Draven by himself. But he can do some pretty damn good work by himself as a 3-star. Zoro takes the L. Kubek is still alive. And I think this has really become a real 3-way conversation here, even with Zoro having that huge HP buffer.
Oh yeah, a few rounds ago, this could have easily been Zoro's game, but seeing our players claw back some extra strength here and just beat down our player in the lead, Zoro here. I wonder if there's anything on the carousel for our players here that's going to swing that difference.
We have got some pretty impactful items. The Shroud, and we've got a Zephyr as well. The Vow coming in for our friend Zoro will be a little bit of extra protectiveness, but I like for Kubek and for Enzo, they both got the ability to, use those initial items, both of which can be dropped at the beginning of the round, to hopefully at least steal one round for them to stay alive.
Yeah, and one round when we've got 2 players, one on 50 and one on 7, one round makes all the difference here. You just got to swing every little advantage you can to try and take down your opponents.
Alright, let's see. Zoro's going to have the face-to-face up against the kitty board once more. You noted the Star Guardian 5 means that Yuumi is casting like absolutely crazy. We do have some good knockups, but the board is evaporating under that hail of firepower. I think this might be the end of the road for Kubex. No, down to 2, they're barely alive. Enzo still fighting, but gets knocked out. Yuumi reroll is top 2ing this lobby.
Oh my goodness, that's it. This is Time Machine Yuumi board. Our players are really fighting it out for any little advantage they can find to get this win here, because it is so close in the final moments of this game.
Oh my gosh, so the problem I think we've got here for Kubex is it's going to be really hard to do too much board rearranging with the way things are set up. Jungler's the centerpiece of the board. Everyone wants to stay together for the big friend aspects of things. So Kubex, unless they want to switch everything around or just swap places of individual units, that's all you've got. Kubex, one last chance here. If they can beat down Zoro, they can start climbing the mountain back into the lobby.
That's it. Zoro only has to win once, but Kubek has an absolute challenge ahead of him.
Oh my gosh! The Yuumi board is actually ripping through. Zoro, left with the Philios, takes a heavy L. We can see the damage. Well, I say heavy L. There weren't that many units left at the end of it. We've got one more drop of items coming in. Kubex, despite every expectation, is still holding on.
Yeah, just in case anyone missed it at the start, for a little clarification, Kubex is our TSW5 player there on the left side of your screen.
Yes. So we'll keep updating you guys through that, because we know it is a little bit confusing. Something which I'm seeing here as we get these items coming in, though, is I do notice from Kubek's board that we've got Neela who's only currently on 2 items. Of course, is a big centerpiece of the defense. So maybe if this ends up being a good drop for Kubex, it can be worthwhile. Not the best defensive items immediately, but maybe they've got an angle.
What's that we've got for? That's the death cap. So they've just decided, nope, we're going offense and slamming it on Nyla.
Alright, well, that's going to be some extra healing as well. We note, of course, those strategic items, the shrouds and such. Zoro finally gets one of their own, so he's going to be able to drop that in again at the start of the round. That's going to be a devastating hit to all the mana of the Yuumi board. It's probably the worst news they could be facing as they do this uphill battle.
Oh, absolutely, and with all the units clumped up like that, that's one big shroud magnet.
Alright, let's see if you've got what it takes, Kubex. Everyone getting shrouded, but we do have a ton of casts coming in. The backline sure shots pumping out the damage. The AoE is enormous, and the corner has finally been turned. Kubex, TSW5 with a hell of a run, but Zoro takes the early laser core all the way to a first place.
That was it, Pierre. That was the dream that we were looking for from the start of the day. We were saying, when are we seeing that laser core opener? When is someone going to take that and bring it over the finish line? And Zoro just served as a little textbook helping of that.
Yeah, honestly, I was really impressed by what we were seeing there. I think for a lot of our players, there are certain lines they're very much focused on, but having that amount of flexibility to see when the opportunity is open, I mean, you're certainly not having to battle too many people for the component parts of that Yuumi comp.
Oh yeah. I think it was just so jarring to be brought back to the Yumi meta, but oh boy did it do well.
Of course, all shout outs to Zoro there, managed to put together an end game board of absolute legends, the 2-star Fiddlesticks, 2-star Nunu, and of course all the trimmings, the 2-star Aphelios, as you said, getting a surprisingly large amount of Aphelios presence in that game. I guess it does answer us somewhat to the question of whether or not the Aphelios buffs was enough to push him back to relevance.
Well, getting that 2-star Aphelios on 5-2 would certainly make you remember him.
Well, either way around it, we have got Gamer 4 coming up, but before we get there, we've got an interview with Gunmay, and we'll be visiting our analyst desk again. So stay with us, we'll be back as soon as we can.
My name is Gunnar Mayol. I'm known as Gunmay. I'm originally from Spain, but I live in Sweden. I'm 28 years old. To me, it's probably the best set ever, actually. I'm one of those that like the old sets a little bit better, like set 2, set 3. But set 8 has probably been the perfect combination of every new system together with like old set balance. So to me, it's the best set ever. Yeah, I enjoy the new systems as well. I think it involves the countries more, like you get a bit more of a regional pride out of it as well, like some rivalries. I think it gets more people involved, even if you're maybe not the top player of everything. I personally qualify through ladder, so I haven't really participated much in the TRC this set yet, but I think it's a good system. I think it's good. It was the first LAN event that I went to, like the Spanish scene had like LAN event for the players, the Spanish players that qualified. We were all there. We had a lot of people attend and stuff. So it was my first experience, like living, I guess the esports dream or whatever. Like I'm getting close to 30, so like it's kind of weird to say that now, but that was really fun. Thank you to everyone who supports me and cheers for me, whether it be from Spain or from Sweden or from any country. To me, it means a lot. I feel like I have a lot of proof. I put a lot of pressure on myself to get to the absolute highest level, and I hope I can make myself proud, but also everyone else watching. So we'll see how it goes this set, but I have a good feeling for this set.
Welcome back to our analyst desk here. I'm here with Impetuous Panda and Witter, guys. And for the first time in what feels like forever, we had a game that went without hero augments. Witter, how are we feeling about Triple Golden?
I mean, I feel like if you're a Quebec right now, you're feeling amazing about that, because he was like when I saw that he was like playing Yumi, which I think is not as big of a surprise as it may seem to some people. Yumi right now is actually can do quite well if under the right circumstances. I think we're going to touch on that a little bit later. But the fact that there's no hero augment to just send him bot fall, and it's so big, right? Because like you saw someone like Sorrow, like who had like that early Aphelios, right? Had that been like an Aphelios augment 4-1, for example. Like he's in such a good spot.
Yeah, let's talk about Zora taking the win in this lobby. Let's have a look at that winning comp. And honestly, like out of set 8, I just have to say I love Samira. I've always loved her. I will forever love her. I'm happy to see that she's still like in there having really, really good results in those sure shot comps. And I really like this one. Having that Fiddlesticks 2 really helped together with that Sejuani, just adding so much more. And we keep hitting on it. We had Fiddlesticks, we had Nunu, we had Leona, we had a Janna, like all of the legendaries just coming through. So big and so important right now in this meta that we have.
Especially for an Ogden like Stand United, where you have all these extra traits from Corrupted, from Janet as well, that allow you to get even more stats onto your units. So it was really a perfect transition into this comp, and I think it was deservedly the winning comp. I understand Yuumi is strong in the right spots, and 3-star units are very good, but a fully capped out 5-cost comp like this one should be winning the lobby, and it did in the end, so there is justice in the TFT world.
Everything is restored like it's supposed to be doing, I suppose, right? But I think that a small talking point here is we are going to be going through our highlights of the game, right? Like, Bun Viego 3 goes forth, didn't guarantee the Gunblade on the Viego, which meant that in other matchups where Oxforce is prevalent, you're not going to be able to get the resets, and that just was the first matchup that he hit afterwards, which is, to a certain extent, kind of unlucky. It can happen, though, right? You're playing under pressure, and sometimes it just happens.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes you just get dizzy. I was really happy to see that Yuumi comp come out here. We also saw a Draven reroll. Personally, my highlight was that Hacker Bel'Veth. We've seen lots of variations on Bel'Veth, I think, throughout the entire day and in previous games on like Ranked Ladder. It's just a really, really good unit to flex in if you have an extra emblem. But Hacker Bel'Veth, a little bit of a first one for me, so I was really happy to see that. Fortunately, it didn't do too well. And also for admins having a little bit of showtime here. Both of these players came kind of middle of the pack, so I feel like it was okay, but unfortunately not exactly what they needed. But talk to me a little bit about that Draven reroll.
Yeah, so Draven, again, another comp here that gets kind of bailed out by the fact that there was no hero augment last time, like on the last set. Like, compared to like the Unicomp, the Draven comp does run high cost units that can benefit from a hero augment, and Draven can kind of do multiple things, right? Because there is the super setup that would not have worked out this game because it was contested by the Yuumi player, right? But it can also just play the more traditional front line, which is what we saw here with like Set, Jax, as well as that Riven, all these like stronger units around it. So it's just a super flexible carry at the end of the day. While it is still a reroll comp and you still want to have supers in there, it's not the end of the world if you whiff on the supers.
And touching on the Yuumi a bit, we haven't talked about it, but the cat is in the room and she's back in the meta to some extent. As we mentioned, I think this is a comp that you can't just default to every game and find success. You can't have 4 players trying to play Yuumi reroll and top 4ing. It's more the case of if the game gives you everything to go this route, it's a viable route. If you're uncontested and you're able to hit your 3-star units, it's going to be a good comp. It's going to work out well. But for newer players that are going to try this out, Yuumi is not really the center force of this comp, but is the Nyla instead. And the Nyla items like Redemption and Bramble and Ionic Spark in this case are the ones that matter the most for this comp to work. So that is important. Of course, Yuumi is the damage carry, but Nyla is the centerpiece. And as Widow was mentioning, to put into context why he said that no hero augments was so important for players like Kubik, for example, playing Yuumi reroll, it's because you only play this comp if you have a 2-1 hero augment and you have a clear direction that you're not going to get griefed by a completely random hero augment with a unit that is not in your comp, because these comps are not flexible. They play exactly these super units, exactly these Star Garden units, and you can't just slot in something else. You have to go 7, go 8, and you're trying to reroll at 6, so you can't do that. So this is why playing these kind of comps like Draven reroll and Yuumi reroll without having a 2-1 hero augment is very risky, but the risk paid off for some of these players in this lobby.
Yeah, it was really good to see. And now let's see how these plays translated into our standings. Of course, we were only watching one lobby, but here are our current standings, starting with 17th to 32nd place. I see a lot of Germans in here. I like that. I would much rather have them in the top 16, but still, very nice to see a halftime check-in. Of course, there's 3 more games to happen. Anyone that speaks out to you, Ida?
I mean, seeing Hayden and Kevin Parker, like, you have like a pretty big, like the 28th to through 32nd, right? It's a pretty big one. Scapeus, Hayden, Kevin Parker, Ging, and Double. Right, these are players that you normally expect to see a little bit higher up, maybe for Ging and Double, right? And Hayden is a player that can be kind of wishy-washy to a certain extent, right? Sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not. Sometimes he misses out on a break point instead. But again, Sorrow could be one of the breakout players of this set. because he's also been performing incredibly well in the Hacks League, if I recall correctly. I think he's top 3 in the standings right now. But I mean, we're kind of back to where it all started, right, David? France, like the only country in Europe you can't claim, right? Like,
dominance.
It's kind of just dominating, right? Like, it is what it is.
That's
we had a few
6
chances.
players, 7 players out of the top 16 being from France.
We had a chance in set 7 to throw some shade the way of the French players. They weren't maybe as consistent in terms of numbers going into the big tournaments, but that has clearly changed here in set 8. Hex League is doing its work in preparing these players because we see 4 of the top players being French. That being said, in this top 16, not really the absolute favorite names we expect to see so much of. A lot of kind of newer names or players that are still trying to fight for that spot among the elite. So I think it's nice to see for a day 1 where players have a chance to start off hot, get that confidence they might not have if they're maybe nervous the first time playing a GSC, and translate that same success into day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, I think it's really, really cool to see new names with a new set. That's always something that's super exciting to me. And knowing what lobby's going to come next are going to be more new names. I'm really looking forward to that one. And as far as I can tell, our in-game casters are ready to bring you game number 4. I love the last one. Take it away, Peter and Maisie. Have fun.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much, analysts, for the desk there. That was wonderful. Peter, you all good?
Yes, it turns out I was going to make a big thing about being ready at all times. Then, ironically, it turns out I wasn't ready at all.
Oh, don't worry. I got your back always, friend.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, yeah, as I was saying on the desk, this is a great lobby to be heading into with lots of new faces. We noticed, of course, from what we were just seeing on our screen, that 16 is the lowest you can be right now and still be in the top 32. Our middle of the field is pretty contested, and our next lobby, they're all around the 15-16 point mark.
Oh yeah, once again, we have been slung an incredibly interesting lobby to show you all. People are really going to be fighting it out for this one because this is the make or break for a lot of these players. So I am so hyped to cast it alongside you, Counter.
Well, it's going to be an absolutely barn burner of the game, of course, just because you were here, Maisie. Just because we got ourselves our first on-stream Yumi comp. But as we head into this one now, as we noted, we're going to be seeing some new faces and some old faces as well. Of course, we've got the EMEA regional champion Lelouch playing here today on 15 points right now. As we've noted, nearly everybody on 15 or 16 points coming in. And we do see the return of Uri, who was bringing out one of my favorite comps, the Anima squad, in our first game today. Ended up with a 3rd place from there. Did pretty decently with Misfortune.
Yeah, I think Uri is the only player we've been able to showcase so far on stream. So it'll be interesting to see what the other players are going to bring to the table in this pivotal point of our tournament today.
Of course, we'll be learning a lot about our players, as we noted coming into this event with the TRCs giving us access to so many more players. There's all to play for here. Again, everybody in this lobby, with the exception of Uri, is on 15 points. That's still a fine place to be at this point in the competition. We're counting it from our top 64 out of the 128 who start off here today. So they're in a reasonably decent spot. But as we come and check in, again, we're going to apologize for our offensive richness and mispronouncing everybody's names. But Ebjimus Prime, she's going to be our starting player.
Ebjimus Prime. Okay, yes. If you say it a couple of times real fast, it's going to roll off our British tongues eventually. We will try our best for you at home, viewers.
Well, let's see what Ebjimus has got for us here, because of course, we saw in our previous game that playing strong from the early game with, say, the Laser Core and a Sunfire Cake worked extremely well. It's not quite the same setup for Ebjimus here, but it's still, we know Gadgetines are also very strong early, as well as Laser Core are.
Oh yeah, the Gadgetine start, I would argue, is probably the strongest I've seen it, and we've got a little Lulu on the bench. Oh, Velcos comes and goes with just immediately sold.
That's one way to state your intentions very early on, as End of the Line has found themselves a couple of friends here. End of the Line coming in from the Greek side of things, coming through the EU Northeast ladder snapshots. 2 Cho'Gath and a very early Ezreal. This is a hell of an early board.
Oh yeah, we would not see End of the Line kicking a Velcos to the curb, I don't think, given their hoarding of Cho'Gaths. This is a really nice start. We got the Senna coming out as well. This is a lot of gold.
I was looking up some of the combinations of early game units a couple of days ago, and this is one of the better ones, as we've got some really fascinating options for end of the line. They'll actually choose neither of them, though, and go for one of our most tournament-y augments possible. The Metabolic Booster will allow for 2 HP heal again and again. It's such a good way to almost guarantee a top 4.
And look how fast end of the line is going. I love this. I love this augment. I don't know, there's just something really empowering about being able to zoom towards the item you want in the carousel before your opponent can get it.
Honestly, when I do it, I like to just zoom up to the item I think that they want, park myself in front of it, and dance around for a little bit, just to, to establish dominance.
You're one of those players?
Maybe.
I can't believe you.
Things you'll find out about your casting partner live on stream, which will change you forever.
That's it. I'm shocked to the core. What is Ixula bringing to the table here? Ixula, one of our German players. Here we go. Oh, the
Zhonya's.
I'm tripping over my words here. Yes, the Zhonya's. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting early choice, because as we saw, it didn't really make a huge amount of difference in that round, but can really, if you've got an Omega tank, which you want to make sure that definitely stays alive to get a cast off or similar, it's fantastic for that, but doesn't give you necessarily immediate power. Ixula's run out, I think, a relatively conservative early board. I think End of the Line has really set the bar for everybody else's comp, saying, my board is hell of a strong, even without a combat augment. I'm still, I've still got 3 costs, I've got 3 costs, and recon and threats. If you want to have a win streak, you've got to be stronger than me.
Yeah, End of the Line really playing his cards really open for the whole lobby to see. They're just the Kaisa with the Joe Gauntlet in the threats front line. That's going to be an interesting board to check in on later, but right now we have NTMB.
Yeah, they've gone for the 3's company, so we've got more 3 costs infiltrating our early play. We've heard from Panda, of course, before, talking about how having the early 4 drops can really warp what the game looks like. In this game, it seems like it's the early 3 drops that will be defining of Stage 2.
Yeah, it seems we were speaking with Panda earlier on, and Panda was really excited to see the 2-cost rerolls, but we've yet to kind of see that pop out today again. Yeah, it seems to be the 3 costs are rolling here.
Got down to some with the Thriller Hunt. Of course, we're very commonly seeing some kind of healing augment across all comps. But what we do see here, and we'll have to bear in mind going forward, is Thriller Hunt, of course, relies on you getting kills to get any kind of value on it at all. So as NT is up to level 5, I think we're setting up for a real big clash between End of the Line and Dalasom, as well as anybody else who wants to have a Stage 2 win streak.
Yeah, there are, again, it's kind of what we've been seeing in our lobbies today, where we've got people streaking away with their 100 HP and people taking the early game quite rough. Our German player Ixula currently sitting at the bottom of the table with 88, but I don't perceive this to be a problem because we know that these people can bounce back.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you've got to bide your time, and Ixula, you said, is absolutely biding their time right now. Level 5 against level 3, so we won't be expecting too much out of them so far. We'll see what items they come in with. Right now, we've got, of course, we've got Zonya's Paradox from before. There's a little bit of invincibility frames, and a tier as well, so it does make me wonder if we might be looking towards perhaps something a little bit more AP going forwards, but we'll keep an eye out for them. As Org takes a fairly big L, we are seeing just 2 players, our 2 strong players, NT and End of the Line, currently undefeated.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting clash when we see it, but End of the Line's board was looking so strong and with so much intention out on display. I think the other players in this lobby are going to scout that and feel some fear.
Yeah, there's got to be, we kind of end up with the opposite problem here, which we talked about in previous games. There's only so many players who can keep a win streak going, but there's also only so many players who can keep a loss streak going as well. If you know you're not strong enough to fight NTMB or End of the Line, but you're also not weak enough to lose against your opponents, that can really shut down your economy with no streak to work with at all.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a delicate balance, and one which our players are really going to be fighting to try and maintain as they navigate their way through this sort of early to mid game that we're in right now.
We check in on our first organs, we can see they're pretty friggin' aggressive. Yeah, we've got the Thrill of the Hunt from Delisson we mentioned before, double Battle Mage coming in, and then we've got the really conservative choices, End of the Line with the Metabolic Booster, and of course, Yoroi with the Rich Get Richer. We've really got players throwing themselves forwards and sitting really far back.
Oh, you know how I feel about Rich Get Richer after our last game. I love me an Eco Augment.
I mean, I certainly can't blame you. There's something definitely nice to be said, for Scroogeman ducking your way through a game, having a massive pile of money to swim around in, and then just having so many options going forward. But End of the Line, this round's looking a little sketchy though, as we are going to be seeing, if End of the Line drops here, all of our win-streaking players have been removed. Nobody maintains a streak through Stage 2.
Yeah, Delisson there came in and cleaned up End of the Line. That is the end of the line for the win streak. I'm so sorry. I'll go home now.
This is the great thing about remote casting. We're home already. Although, Orcs got themselves a pretty nice home with their current board of very early Misfortune. We didn't even need to see an augment for that to happen for Org.
No, not at all. They've just managed to roll themselves into a 2% Misfortune here with the Anima squad to back it up.
I was curious to see if we'd see that static go onto Misfortune, because of course, legendarily takes an extremely long time to cast, but I suppose Org isn't running any kind of win streak or loss streak right now, so they're just, I suppose, being happy with what they've got. I think it's not going to be... Oh, maybe it'll be just about good enough to get one back, and maybe this will encourage Org to put that Misfortune up to the front to be battle maged.
Yeah, I think with the units that we're seeing here, I mean, even that Jinx was frontlined and took a brunt of hits there and still managed to live through the round, so Og could certainly afford to bump up their Misfortune if they're wanting it to get some devastating cast off there, but it was not needed there in that round.
So Prankster comes in for Org, another form of frontline by putting down as target damage. We do need to take a moment to acknowledge from Turkey, Ebjimas Prime is, while she's not completely undefeated through Stage 2, she is the only player coming out of Stage 2 with an actual win streak.
Yeah, she is looking pretty strong just now. I love spattering in some civilians into the early game just for that extra survivability. And again, this is another board that seems to be relying on going for that threaty frontline.
Well, I suppose we haven't had a chance to talk about this at length, but I suppose this is, kind of opening up the conversation, and you can join the conversation as well on Twitter using the TFT Rising Legends hashtag. See, very smooth, of course. Done this before. But anyway, to go back to what we're talking about, we have got the different options of front lines. We've got threats, we've got defenders, we've got Aegis front lines, and combinations of those different approaches. Pranksters as well, to a lesser extent. Maisie, I'm going to put this to you. What's your favourite frontline at the moment and why?
I love threats, but then, I mean, it's no secret at this point that I love a threat reroll recon comp, so I am definitely a bit biased there.
I mean, it all comes together so well. Everyone's cost 3, or at least the ones that you tend to be as worried about. I mean, for Ajima's Prime, it's working out pretty darn well so far. I also noticed that for Prime, she's not actually using up all of her items on the bench. Even if she's the only person win streaking, she's actually still playing this one kind of conservatively.
That is pretty curious. It may just be that she's not quite found a direction that she's wanting to go into and felt comfortable enough with the win streak that she could just greet it out. Alternatively, she could just be holding out for a beautiful 3-2 augments that are popping up on her screens now.
Could it be Rich Got Richer again? No, it's going to be our friend Salvage Bin instead. Certainly, again, a player's augment able to smash up her items and come up with new ones opens up some really fascinating lines of play for Ixula. Down at the bottom on 57, a good chunk below Yoroi, their closest opponent. They're putting together an interesting board now heading into Stage 3.
Yeah, it's looking like Ixula is really going to be pushing for some strength here. And might I just add that I'm seeing a sneaky little Yumi here.
Uh-oh. Are we going to have history repeating 2 on-stream lobbies in a row? I'm feeling threatened now, Maisie. And I just don't know what to make of it.
Well, it's 1 star just now. There are Yumi, but Yumi do be having a blue buff. So let's check in and see where this is going. But I have a funny feeling with the supers coming in to complement that this is gonna be another tricky kitty.
Abjimus Prime will have themselves a interesting setup. So we've now got a slam of the Hextech Gunblade on that Sivir, with presumably an eye for her to take the board in a different direction going forward. But even at this point, Ixula fighting back from the bottom of the table and 1 gold in the bank has invested everything into this comeback.
Yeah, Ixula was really needing to push for the strength there. We got a lot of Malphite on the board. It does look to be that this is where Ixula is looking to commit. More cats.
Oh gosh, we'll keep our eye closely on the right-hand side. If we see any pop-ups coming through from Ixula, we'll know that the threat level has increased. Dalasom, though, up the top, is feeling pretty comfortable right now after stealing away the win-streaking position. We know that, as we're seeing, actually pretty similar to board to what we're seeing from Abjimus Prime. We've got ourselves an early sure shot and a strong front line.
That is 1 beefy front line that we have got coming out from Dalasom there. Well, it's another Rammus with the Sunfire. We've now got 2 Rammuses with Sunfires in this lobby. Seems to be a popular choice for our players.
I mean, what's not to like? It's an incredibly strong unit for tankiness, CC, a great item carry, or even potentially primary carry. From Leroy, though, we've got something which we haven't seen a lot of. We know Leroy does favour Animus Squad, has decided for now, at least, to be going for a Vayne carry, which of course struggled against an incredibly tonky Rammus.
Oh yeah, nothing was getting through that Rammus, and the sure shots in the back lane were just destroying everything. That'll be it. That'll be why we are now seeing the Rammus with these with the Sunfires. It's just very good.
I can check in on our almost bare inventories for our players. We noted before, particularly for Abjimus Prime, that she was holding off on combining items for a while, even when on the win streak. Not the case anymore. Nearly everybody's inventory is down to 0 or 1 components.
That's right. Interestingly enough, Lelouch and End of the Lane both holding a Giant's Belt and a cape there.
Yeah, I guess they don't want any Zephyrs in the early going, maybe holding off for something better. So we check in on our augments. So for NT MB, did pick up a sure shot emblem there, which will be, of course, very powerful. We see a little bit of healing creeping in as well. We've now, I believe, got preparation for Ixula in the mix, and Ascension as well. We actually ended up with 2 of our players, Dalasom and Leroy, both going for the later version of the trade sector. So apparently, reroll is alive and well.
Oh, and I am thrilled to hear it. I love me some reroll. Ixula there is continuing with the Yumi and has found that 2-star Yumi. Is this going to be enough strength to swing them back in the direction we know they want to be in?
It's really interesting to see the Zhonya's Paradox being put on the Yumi specifically. It does seem to see that, Ixula, by saying that, it's kind of indicating that he thinks that there's going to be enough threat on that Yumi to justify the pick on Yumi rather than, say, on the frontline pick of the Neela. So we'll see if that does happen going forward. Lelouch, with a decent board so far, that Battle Mage, of course, in play, though we don't, as of yet, see a huge beneficiary of all that armor and AP. The board is solid enough. Dalasom at level 7 has found themselves a Fiddlesticks. Their board is looking pretty damn scary.
This is not something that I would want to face as a player right now. You gotta think, these players right now, they're in the middle of the pack. They know that this game is make or break, and when you see a little 2-star Fiddle with Dalasom win streaking like this, you gotta feel the pressure.
End of the line will be the first victim, at least, that we get to see. Fiddlesticks building up, of course, to be a massive deployment of CC. Unfortunately, I don't know for Dalasom if the backline is going to quite be there as that Rammus is still untouched, and End of the line will get dropped down. Dalasom maintains an 8-round win streak into walls. That's a ton of money to get Dalasom potentially moving up to level 8 in the near future.
Oh yeah, Dalasom here is one of our Spanish tournament realm players that has come through and is just really wanting to just come in and show that Spain's still got a voice in this competition. It's not just France that can be at the top.
Yeah, I believe Dalasom, one of the highest ranked Spanish players at the moment. certainly does have the competitive history behind them, and we're seeing that deployed to great effect here. I mean, Maisie, you were talking before a little bit about, when you're the top player in the lobby, the kind of effect it has on the way that other people play. If Dalasom's doing really strong here, ahead by more than 20 HP of Lelouch, I've got to imagine that's going to affect the way everybody else is playing again.
Oh yeah, you're going to be looking at Dalasom as this titan that you do not want to see them if you were trying to repair your win streak right now. This is someone that's just way ahead of the pack, and I think everyone's just kind of going to be crossing their fingers, building their best board, and praying it's not Dalasom.
Well, some big upgrades coming in for Org there. Did get a Misfortune 2, End of Line, but again, a Cho'Gath 2 as well. Ixula spreading their board out a little bit more than we saw from the Yuumi board before. Of course, we've still got those trade sectors to allow for acceleration of the reroll. With Dalasom, their 8-round win streak is in peril, but I suspect not too much peril. Yuumi and Neela both staying alive for a while, but everything around them is dying. But no, my mistake. The Yuumi comp is back with a vengeance.
Okay, Caster's crazy. Oh, this is a titan. This man needs taken down. And Yumi's like, okay, I got it.
Oh my gosh. I didn't remotely think that Ixula was at this kind of strength level as yet, but you can see from Ixula's bench, there's still a lot of stuff still to be upgraded for them. And if they can take down the strongest player in the lobby right now, imagine what they're going to cap out at.
Oh my goodness, I was going to say some exciting traits here available for Dalasom, and they have gone with the Sure Shot, so the intentions are clear with the Samira on the bench, the Sure Shot emblem coming in. Dalasom's going for a Sure Shot game.
And of course, Sure Shot did get nerfed recently at 2, but not at 4. As we do see Aegis Prime going for some Sure Shot of her own. So I think we're in a lobby, Maisie. We're going to be seeing 2 different players trotting out 4 Sure Shot boards.
Yeah, if I was in Aegis' Prime shoes right now, I would just feel a little nervous knowing that the person that's been dominating the lobby is contesting me for this comp, because we all know that Samira at that 1 star just doesn't quite pack enough punch to get you through. So being contested here, especially by the top player in the lobby, has got to be nerve-wracking.
Well, just as soon as we mention it, both of our Sure Shot players go up against each other. Aegis Prime will be trying to tear Dalasom down the table just a little bit more. Of course, we love to see our friend Belveth doing work, but unfortunately, it's not quite enough. And Dalasom, with another win up at the top of the table, his fortune's looking a lot more certain than Aegis Prime is.
That's it. Every time I say something this game, it comes to fruition and the opposite happens, but that has not happened in this case. Aegis Prime probably now feeling the pressure more than ever of being contested by Dalasom at top there.
We have received word that NTMB is also going down the Sure Shot line as well. So apparently, Maisie, we didn't get the memo that this is the only thing you're allowed to play this game.
Oh my goodness, NTMB, this is the 3-way contest. I mean, we know these units are strong and we know these units get contested, but this 3-way right now is crazy.
Just waiting to see if there's going to be a Samira coming into his shop. Unfortunately, with everybody else having already picked up Samiras, I suspect NTMB is going to have to just spend up to level 8 and try and find the Samira with slightly better shot odds.
Yeah, everyone with the Sure Shot, and then I'm looking at Lelouch's board here, and there just seems to be a big cooking pot of things that aren't Sure Shot, which is actually quite refreshing in this lobby.
I'm fascinated by Lelouch going for Prankster Urgot in their comp as well, which is something I don't think I've ever seen anybody do. But I kind of like it. With the Pranksters, of course, they scoot away once they've taken around 50% damage and give themselves a little heal. But if you want to cast quickly, then a Prankster Emblem is kind of a roundabout way to make sure that you do.
Yeah, I like the thoughts here. It does look very strange on paper, especially since we're all aboard the Sure Shot Express with a little dose of Yuumi. It'd be interesting to see how our Yuumi board is getting on.
Well, we can see Ixula is currently, maintaining their win streak, so definitely still making a big impact for what they have been doing. Yeah, we'll see exactly what they're up to. So we're very close to several upgrades here. We've got the chance for Rel to pop up. We've got now the Lee Sin being completed. The Super is getting stronger and stronger. These individual units, of course, as well. They're not nothing by themselves. The 3-star Lee Sin, 3-star Malphite, those are some very tonky units to try and push through.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we are 1 off the 3-star Nyla, 2 off the 3-star Rel. Ixula has really sort of went from that rough start to something to be really proud of in terms of reroll comp. Even if it's Yumi.
Why wouldn't you be proud of the kitty?
Because it's Yumi! Sorry. I spent a lot of time in ladder with Yumi players.
I understand, I do. Genius Prime currently down at the bottom of the table with 27 HP, in the line just above with 32. And Yoroi also on 35. So we've got 3 players in peril, and 2 of them just lost. End of the line, and Regis going down to 13 and 17. Yoroi going down to 23. The bottom is almost falling out of this lobby already.
This is incredible. End of the Lane had such a strong start, and actually I really admire the way they played it, where they were so ballsy as to be like, yes, my front lane is threats, yes, I've got the recon, yes, the Jewel Gauntlets on the Kai'Sa, you know what I'm doing, you can't stop me. And then well, I mean, End of the Lane isn't done yet.
It's not very far away, though, so we'll keep a close eye on both of them as Genius Prime will get the upgrade. We've got 4 ace in place. We've got the sets at the front of the board up against the seas. It's not Lucian's end of the line. We've got a few different Argots in the lobby already. For Prime, this is going to be a big round. The backline is not fully itemized as of yet. It's a lot of it's going to be relying on Belveth to dance through the bullets and stay alive.
That's precisely what Belveth is going to do here. That, End of the Line just holding on there. Very interesting pivot. They've decided, you know what, no Kai'Sa. It's all going on the MF, and we had 2 2-star Cho'Gaths and a 1-star Cho'Gath comprising their front line there.
And the line say barely holding on. Ixula, the only player win streaky right now, and it does really, I mean, of course, yeah, we're only seeing one of many, many lobbies that's going on right now, but that we could even find 2 different lobbies where Yumi comes from making a big impact is pretty wild. As again, use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends to post your favorite Yumi pictures, cat memes, Yumi memes, everything you can find. We need to do something about this problem, gentle viewers.
Well, it's not a problem for Ixula, that's for sure. Ixula is, treating this lobby like a scratching post and just clawing away at it.
And it's working pretty darn well. For Yoroi, we have got a little bit of a different approach, because of course, what else could they be running but Sure Shot? They've gone for an Aphelios 1 itemized, whereas Samira's been stuck with just the gloves. So Yoroi straying away from the from our friends, the Animus squad, and going for another 4 Sure Shot board. But there's other news coming in, Maisie. 3-star Neela is here, 3-star Cho'Gath is here, the end of worlds is upon us, and End of the Line may not have more to go.
Oh, End of the Line is going to go in with so few units here. End of the Line opting not to go 3-star Cho'Gath, as they would be playing this round with 5 units?
I didn't even realize, what an unusual board. End of the Line, just 1 life remaining, up against Ord, who has stolen away all of those Animus squads. The Misfortune, we noticed from before, is up on that front line, should be able to get her casts off a little bit more effectively across the bow, but we're in the line. This is looking pretty spicy, and I think this will be the end for them. 8th place beckons. Prime is still alive. NT and Yoroi both lose but stay alive, and Prime is gone. Not Prime, sorry, End of the Line.
End of the Line.
Too many I's in this lobby, my apologies.
FGMS Prime, she is still holding on. Do not worry, she's whipped out a 2-star set.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we got the set with the dragons. God, that is 1 beefy set, 1 itemized Belveth. I like this board.
Yeah, so we've kind of ended up, we're talking about doing throwbacks to Yumi boards. It's a much less of a throwback to bring in the set ace composition, with the only real difference being that we've got the Belveth Sure Shot in here rather than anything else. Apart from that, this is pretty much what we would have expected pre-nerf.
Yeah, it does seem like an older patch type board to be looking at, but I don't hate it. I'm really, I'm really hoping for this Belveth to pull out some wonders here because Ebjima's Prime is... Oh, never mind! Uri just left. I thought maybe Ebjima's Prime might have been next on the chopping block, but no, we've just lost Uri.
I think Prime's got alive for this one. Delivers pretty heavy body blow to all, but yeah, Uri being taken out of circulation. So that's one of our sure shot players off the board. Fascinating to see how heavily everybody's been going after this. But to talk a little bit more about Ebjima's Prime's board, we've got such a good item setup here for set, including, we've got the Defender bonus already, but we've also got the Bramble Vest as well to stand up to these other sure shots in the lobby.
Yeah, I think it's really smart to have the itemized set there. Like you said, it does feel like an older patch's board, but I mean, so does Yuumi, and yet here we're seeing Ixula still streaking on 50 HP in second place there. Well, tied for first. Oh, speaking of Ixula.
Remember, Ixula is still undefeated, and now that Yuumi is on the full 3 items. The Zhonya's Paradox, the Hextech, Gunblade as well, be supporting the rest of the team, though not going for maximal damage as NTMB is scrambling to stay in this lobby at all. Should have a couple of lives left in them. The Belveth is doing a good job, but can't stand up to the raw burst.
Oh, this is unfortunate. And maybe a relevant time to say that NTMB is short for nice try, my bad, and they're not out just yet, but I really wanted to throw that factoid in and it felt appropriate.
Oh boy. So tough times for everybody who isn't Ixula, as Ixula takes the top spot in the lobby, still undefeated. Ebjima's Prime is rising up the table to try and challenge Ixula, though. She's also on a win streak, and it's very rare to see win streaks at the top and bottom of the remaining players.
Yeah, this is strange indeed, but I did see when we saw Ebjima's Prime's board there that I quite liked what she had assembled, and it seems the scoreboard does too. Hopefully we can just star up the MF and just eke out every little strength we can and just hold on a little bit longer.
I think this is the problem that Ebjima's Prime has got right now, is she's kind of run out of money, and I think a lot of our players have had the same problem. The pace of this lobby, the tempo, has been so extreme with how strong these boards have been that people just haven't been able to hold back their cash reserves at all. It's all in all day.
Yeah, the pace at which these players are having to play to keep up with each other is incredible. We're not seeing the play styles of, say, Dragonlance, where people would sit with their 50 gold and just calmly and collectively roll down or put their money in their levels. Like, in games like these, you have to be spending your money if you want to keep up with the aggressiveness of the lobby.
What do you mean, mate? I'm pretty sure just keeping 50 gold and getting all your interest every round, that's how you're supposed to play TFT, right?
Well, you'd think with the amount of rich get richer traits that we'd seen getting picked today that maybe that would be the case, but not for this lobby. Oh, Ebjima's
does at least tie with NTMB, so NT's going to feel a little bit salty about that, missing out on the tiebreaker. I believe coming in with slightly more health. So Prime will at least secure the 5th place spot. Again, remember, this is a day when being top 4 is good enough, but Ixula is just getting stronger and stronger. It's only a small increase in overall damage from the supers now, I believe around 3% or so. But it is being spread across the entire team, and that team is kind of terrifying.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. One thing I do kind of want to note is that with Ebjima's Prime and Uri both out the game, I believe Dalisom is now uncontested for their sure shot units, but I could be wrong. There has been a lot of sure shot in this game. Anyway, we get to check in with Dalisom and see how he's doing right now.
Yeah, looking pretty okay. So one of the remaining sure shot members after all have been swept aside. The Zhonya is actually coming in pretty important for our friend Yuumi there. I was starting to doubt whether it was a necessary addition, but it allowed for Yuumi to stay alive in the midst of all of her enemies.
Yeah, we did question the efficacy of that Zhonya's Hourglass at the start of the game, but it seems, it seems that they definitely knew what they were doing there, putting that on the Yuumi.
We're left with our top 4. Ixula still remains undefeated and will ride that streak here into stage 6. We've got a few more items coming in for Lelouch. Looks like they're going to be able to get a chance to start building up their backline. We've got 3 pranks that are coming in. This is really fascinating setup here. I love the hacker emblem being on the Nunu as well, as a unit that tends to only take individual bits of aggro as he stomps his way through the opposing team.
Oh yeah, that's just gonna keep your Nunu nice and healthy as he snowballs his way through your backline. I like it, it's devious.
We'll of course be taking a quick switch around and see what everyone else has got going on for them. As you mentioned, Telesom, one of the surviving Sure Shot players. We did note before, they've got, with 4 Sure Shot, they've got a lot of carries they want to be itemizing, and this looks like we've at least got a couple of interesting options. See which one they decide to go for. Same situation for Org, though Misfortune is fully itemized. Riven is not as of yet.
No, not yet. It's going to be very interesting to see. Oh, we've gone for Dragon Claw for Og there. Maybe just a little bit more survivability for that front line so that their MF has that time to get those really large casts off.
Yeah, we talked about before, Misfortune, of course, loves to have those attack speed items or mana generation items. In this case, we've kind of done without either of them. The Zeeks will have to do as best we can. I think you're absolutely right. The front line is what's going to allow for this Misfortune to cast, being moved at the last second across to the flank. Delasom is in peril, both Org and Delasom on around 1 or 1.5 lives, depending on how this goes.
Yep, this is true. There we're seeing the fully itemized Aphelios coming up from Delasom again. I think it's really interesting since the C patch came out that we are seeing more and more of these itemized Aphelioses, and they do seem to be making an impact to the game. The 2-star Fiddle, though, doing the absolute most on the team, as he just microwaves his way through Og's entire team there.
I mean, that was a good cast, and the Zhonyas did pay off in at least allowing a cast to go through, and I think that softened... No! It didn't quite soften the loss enough for Org to stay alive. They will go down in 4th. We're left with Lelouch, Delasom, and Ixula, who is still undefeated. Could we be seeing Yumi Comp going from 2nd place all the way to 1st in 2 lobbies running?
I gotta say, one of my favorite things as a caster, and this is I'm gonna curse here, not normally, but like a caster curse. One of the things I love to see is when a player maybe has that rough start and then finds their comp, latches onto it, and just displays a strength that carries them through the rest of the game. And I'm gonna cast a curse, but Ixula has been doing that, and it's wonderful to see.
Delasom with a double Samira setup here is going to try and get maximal value out of that Sure Shot fall. 20 AD streaming through and into their stats every single few seconds. We have got the Fiddlesticks, a prankster Fiddlesticks, who come in and strip all of Delasom's health away. Ixula, Lelouch, last 2 standing.
Oh, that is rough for Delasom. That was such an intimidating lead they had on the lobby to begin with, but then just everyone decided that it was Sure Shot day. And maybe that's impacted it. But what a chomp 2 we got here. We got the streaking Ixula, very much an underdog in this story against our reigning EMEA champ Lelouch.
I honestly don't know what Lelouch is going to even try here, because, you know, at this point we have to assume Lelouch has played against Ixula multiple times, and Ixula is still actively messing around with his positioning to try and make sure that no shenanigans happen. Yumi being dumped directly into the center of the board would seem like it should be vulnerable, but that's Zhonya's, as we mentioned before, should be able to keep them alive. Lelouch fighting for their life here, and it's not even looking like it's going to be close.
No, not at all. Yumi is just shrugging off these endless pelts with Nunu balls, these endless Fiddlesticks. All doesn't matter to Yumi. Yumi's got this. Yumi's got Gunblade.
All bow before your new deity. We had it in writing in game number 3. Now in game number 4, we know for sure there's a new boss in town, and her name is Yumi.
That was a wonderful pilot by Ixula. I know that I have displayed myself being slightly torn when it comes to Yumi's in TFT. Oh my goodness, what a game.
Oh my gosh. I mean, what really fascinated me about that one as well is, you know, I suppose maybe you can speak to this. You know, when we start to see, as we did on the stream, these couple of lobbies where a particular comp people weren't necessarily expecting to see doing well, you know, does that permeate into the rest of people's play? Are they, you know, do you keep an awareness of what's going on the stream lobbies when you're playing in the competition?
I think so. Maybe this is like a 200 IQ kind of play where people are like, do you know what? Sure shot's good. I'm gonna go that. And then there's that one player, the one player Ixula thinking, nah, do you know what's not gonna be contested this game? Supers and Yuumi. Maybe that's it. Maybe they just outplay that way.
I mean, it worked pretty damn well last time, or this time round. I can only wonder what it's going to be perfecting going forwards. I think you're absolutely hit the nail on the head. This lobby was extremely focused towards our sure shots. I think I suspect to the detriment of nearly everybody who was playing sure shot.
Yeah.
I mean, normally we kind of expect if everybody's going for one comp, there'll be one person who hits and everybody else who then suffers for it. But I think maybe in this case it just slowed down the 2-star Samiras coming. It slowed down the 4 sure shots. And maybe it just actually didn't have a good matchup against the Yuumi comp in the first place.
Yeah, I think that very much is the case because Yuumi, especially in that second line position, is just in prime position to just throw a little prowling projectile right into your 1-star Felios' face and boom, he's no more. Yuumi is what Yuumi does, and yeah, with Dallastom as well, having that strong beginning and then just being cannibalized by everyone playing the sure shots. It's sad to see, but the Cats oddly done well the last 2 games.
Well, we'll meow away to a break where we're going to be speaking to Zhasu on our pre-recorded interview. Of course, we'll have our analyst desk back between lobbies, but we are coming into we're already in the back half of day number 1, so stay tuned. We'll be back as soon as possible after the break.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Paris Hadjic, known as Zhasu on the US ladder. I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina and I'm 24 years old. I think this set is great. Like, feels very refreshing after the set 7, which I skipped for the most part. And I got really hooked on this one after the set 7. I think this set is very, very good. I think, like, Polish players are really tough to face, like Lelouch, Travis Siwat and such. On tournaments, it's kind of different story though. I think French players are way more feared at tournaments, like Double 61, Voltariux, and other French players. Oh, I think this patch is by far the best we had since the start. First patch was a little bit bad for me specifically because it wasn't really my playstyle and it was kind of long because of holidays. But I think this current patch and the patch Golden Spatula Cup will be played on is like the most balanced patch we had for the entire set. I really like it. Okay, I want to shout out K6. I love you guys. I want to shout out Team Ambition and I want to shout out Boises. I think Boises is one of the best organizers in the entire TFT community and I think Riot gives him attention. He was organizing TFT Summit as well and I think he should definitely get a chance in Riot.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be.
welcome back to our analyst desk. And as you can see, we took a page out of Ixula's book and we blankied up here on desk to make sure we have all of those big brain analysis ready for you guys. I'm here with Witta and Impetuous Panda. I can't speak today, I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself. But yeah, we saw Impetuous Blanky. We saw another Yuumi board with Yuumi not even being Yuumi 3. 3 golden augments coming through, and it's just so big once again, Panda.
Yeah, I said last game, it's not a comp you can force, not a comp that you can just go for every game, that 4 players can't play and make it top 4. But maybe I spoke too soon, did look incredibly strong in this last game. Prep, of course, did help. But overall, Witta, once again, no hero augment. Perfectly good news for someone trying to play Yuumi reroll. It happened again in this game. Mortdog blessed our Yuumi players here, Ixula. And in the end, it seemed incredibly strong. As you mentioned, Max, the biggest thing for me is no Yuumi 3. It kind of goes to show Yuumi isn't really the absolute star of the show in this comp.
No, she's not the star, but she's anything and everything everyone talks about, right? It's always like the Yuumi comp, even though she isn't really the main character there. But there was a lot of stuff in this lobby. Before we get there, let's hit on our key feature. It has to be preparation. It just worked out so well with that Supers comp, with the rerolls, with all of those 3 stars that Ixula was able to get under his blankie. And I just thought that was really fun.
When you look at it, right, at the end of the day, it's all about, because, like, again, the funny thing is, if you looked at this 3-2 roll down, it was one of the weirdest roll downs I've seen for a while. It's like, okay, I have 7 Malphites, but I'm prep, but I don't have a Yuumi 2, I have a Nyla 2. It's like, and it kind of ended up working out for Ixula, right? Because at the end of the day, he was able to get fully prepped on the Yuumi for hit Yuumi 2, right? So he didn't have to make any amends in that regard here. This entire lobby was also kind of under the shadow of Sure Shots, because that was just, I don't know, I think it was 4-way contested at some point.
Yeah.
And most players did not really have a good result. Only really Valisum, who, as you mentioned, Witta, had a really good win streak start with Thrill of the Hunt, had Trade Sector to continue that win streak, continue making sure he's staying ahead of the entire lobby when it comes to board strength. And he was able to fish out those sure shots earlier than the other players that weren't able to find, didn't have enough gold really to find the 2-star Samira early on, and they just ended up bleeding out to a bot 4. Especially in the case of EBC, that she was able to find everything. I think that there was a very good point at the very last round before stage 5, where she was able to make a Zephyr with a belt and a cloak. She was 13 HP, about to die. Didn't do it knowing that she could try and go for a tank hunter per set instead, and that ended up working out. She was able to get a PvE round, she survived, and able to get a 5th instead of an 8th where she was at that moment. So high risk, high reward play, and able to get some points in the standings, even if it isn't a top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Really like seeing that. Once again, that Belveth, of course, is going to come out with an emblem. I feel like that's a given by now. We're always going to see that. I thought Lelouch's comp was also pretty interesting. We haven't talked about it too much just yet. Having those hearts with the Zoe carry and then pivoting a little bit into that Fiddlesticks, I thought worked really well for him, given that there was no hero augment involved, just going for the hackers and trying to do something with that Nunu towards the end. I thought that played out really well for bringing him to 2nd place.
That's just kind of the way the comp goes, right? Someone that has played a lot of tier opening this set, this patch, not for the betterment of my LP, I'll say that much, but betterment in terms of understanding these lines. This is just like a very traditional way of playing with an early blue buff slam, because Zoe is very flexible. You can start flexing into Soraka if you get a good admin, right? Like, you can even go for something like a Zoe free if you get that line going in, right? And again, you saw he was able to get to level 9, was able to add in the frets and just kind of round out the comp in that way instead, right? It's just a very easy way to play flex, and when there is no hero augment, flexing around Zoe becomes a lot easier.
That being said, one thing I noticed that was really interesting, both Aug and Lelouch had Battle Mage, the gold augment, as their first choice. Players usually go straight into Renegade, straight into Talon and Viego because they use this augment best. Maybe Yuumi as well nowadays is something that's gaining ground with this augment choice as well. But both players had completely different boards. Both players had completely flexible boards, nothing cookie cutter, no meta comp they're trying to play, just trying to play what you hit and utilizing that augment to the best of your ability. Lelouch's case had a Zoe with a hacker in the front line, for example, a Fiddle as well. So I think think both players showed a perfect understanding of playing AP Flex, going to stage 4, guaranteeing a top 4. And in the case of Alush, he was level 8. He found a board that he thought was stable enough, decided to greed out to go level 9, succeeded in doing so without dying, which is not an easy thing with AP in this patch and in this set in general, and was able to get a very good result with that second place. So hats off to Alush. I think he played the game for what he was given really, really well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm really excited to see those last 2 games. Of course, we are going to keep reshuffling those lobbies, and I know both of you are going to move to in-game casting now, kind of giving a little nod to what we've seen so far today. My favorite question, is there any comp we haven't seen yet that you want to see?
I feel like we're still yet to see Vertical Laser Call really do a job as like an endgame state, but again, we haven't seen the augment support, like the extra spats being freed up to do that, because people might be complaining about, yeah, the augments are really strong and all these things, but you do really need to get that Laser Call +1, even +2 for that comp to fully light up. I'm not expecting to see the aircraft carrier or Blitzcrank, right? Like, that's not going to happen, most likely, but just a traditional setup is going to be pretty good.
What about you, Panna, before we go to standings?
Yeah, I think as we mentioned, the verticals we haven't seen, 9 laser, is a very fun one to see with the army of drones. Just visually, it's very appealing, I think, for viewers, casters, and players alike. Not so much the opponents that are facing that. It is kind of the Exodia comp in this set. But one more, I think, is the Recon emblem on a Belveth. We haven't seen it, I think, on the official games. Super fun. It makes Belveth already a very strong carry. We've seen her in so many different games. Even more so, the Recon emblem just gives the range and just makes this unit even more powerful. So as a Recon enjoyer, that would be what I would like to see, a Belveth Recon.
Okay, I agree with both of you. Let's have a look at how our current standings look. Remember, there's 2 more games to play before we're gonna get rid of some of our players, moving to tomorrow. This is 17th to 32nd place. Kevin Parker still holding on. Salvi knocked down just a little bit. King still in there, was also like towards the end of that in the previous one. We can see UK is making a little bit more of a standing. Anything else that speaks out to you, Panda?
Just to note that these are 32 players, but 64 make it to day 2. So this is not the cutoff for today. It's just the top 32 players. So if you haven't seen a name here, all of broadcasts, don't fret. They might still be okay. They might still be among the 32 to 64 players.
Yeah, let's see how the top 16 look like. I'm really curious who's up here. Is it still France that's dominating? And it seems like TSW5, Quebec is the in-game name that we keep seeing, is currently leading the lobby, having 2 first places really, really nicely. And then there's like a wall of France coming after that.
I feel like we're missing one very important thing. We're missing our one ASA here, who is the only and the first, I believe, Georgian representative in under Rising Legend circuit, coming through here with a pretty good performance for on day 1. Keep in mind, right? It's not necessarily going to be a guarantee that's going to be making day 3 or whatever, but coming in, making a debut, like trying to make some way here, and then doing it like this that's a very big confidence booster for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think the morale, as you're mentioning, Wida, for players that aren't used to playing in the big stage, that are seeing all these names they've been watching and maybe competing against on ladder for so long, and maybe fearing and respecting these players, but then showing up and proving that you deserve to be here and deserve to maybe even be better than some of these favorites is a great feeling as a competitor, I think, for sure.
And a great feeling as well is we're going to hear from Ixula with our little blankets in the next break. We have an interview lined up for you guys, and then we're going to go to in-game casting of game number 5. Don't go anywhere.
So I'm Ixula from Germany. I'm a German streamer and player. I've been playing TFT competitively since set 7, and I started playing TFT at all at set 1. But I think by now we have a really good set, and especially from the design side. Maybe the patches are a bit too swingy. Maybe a bit too much is done in terms of the patches. For example, when you had the Yumi checks meta, and the next patch just completely shifted that towards 4 costs, and both comps were, in my opinion, completely unplayable. So I competed in 2 Golden Spatula Cups so far. I missed the first one last set, but I started competing in Set 7 Golden Spatula Cup 2, and I had to go through the Golden Spatula Cup Open Qualifier. But the Open Qualifier was pretty fine, and I think my placement was also quite good in the GC itself. I ended up as 21st. To be fair, the competition is pretty rough, and I feel like the games are really high quality when you play in the GC, and you have a lot of good players there. Always shout out to the German community, which really welcomed me last set when I wanted to join the competitive community. And of course also to my Twitch chat, which is always super supportive, and yeah, I think one of the best Twitch chats out there.
Welcome back, everybody. We're moving now into game number 5 of day number 1 of Golden Spatula Cup number 1. That's a lot of numbers, and for a lot of our players, especially players we were surprised about, coming into the back half today, we're going through the standings and seeing a lot of names much further down the score table than we were expecting.
Yeah, a lot of favorites like Enzosx, for example, is on the bottom half of the standings right now. A player that I think everyone wants to make it forward because, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the top of show, this tournament is important not just for this tournament itself, but for the accumulation of GSC points for the entirety of the set, looking at regional finals and worlds possibly. So a lot on the line here.
Absolutely, and again, right, even my pick, Chicane, not having the hardest of tournaments, it happens at the end of the day, but my dark horse is still in the running, so we move, right, and I think that right now it's about the breaking point of the entirety of the tournament, right, because there are going to be players that, someone like Enzosx at 13 points, for example, right, you need to go 1-1 to even have a shot at making it through the day 2, pretty much, right? Like, we know that's like around that 28, 27, 29 points cutoff is what we are going to be aiming for, if I remember correctly. Right? It's been a while, guys, right, since we've had because for the finals we did the 10 games thing that you also did for championship, right? So like it's been a while since we've seen this format fully play out in EMEA, right? So you never know.
Well, of course, we're going to be trying to narrow ourselves in as closely on those players who are battling to stay above that middle line. Right now, we're talking around the, around the 64 mark. We're talking about 18, 19, those kind of points. So there's not a ton in it. But further to what you guys are saying, those big name players who are currently struggling definitely could try and climb the way back up. But for these players in this lobby, we've got a real turning point for all of them. You can see 18, 17 points. They're in the middle point. The ones who finish highly in this lobby have got a very good chance of making it through to day 2. The ones who finish 7th and 8th will be in big trouble in game 6.
This is actually like a very big name lobby in general, right? Like at the end of the day, when you look at it, even a player like AK Magic might not be a well-known name for a lot of people out there, but it's a player that, when he's at the top of his game, will very often be towards the upper echelons of the ladder, right? I think he's been sitting top 15 for quite a while now. I don't know where he's is at exactly at the moment on the ladder, but for qualification purposes for this tournament, he did perform quite well, right? We have Nice Try My Bad, who always tends to show up in one of our streamed lobbies during tournaments.
We also have 3 Spanish players in the lobby, which I'm very, very happy to see. Lumarpin and Snoody, very well known among Spanish communities, but also as a whole in the EMEA. They're, Lumarpin won GSC number 3 in set 7. And Snoodyboo, we had him at the very beginning of the show with that first interview, but also Mogambo, who came in through the TRC. Lesser known player, but someone that proved a lot in TRC and is hoping to, have that same result occur here on this day 1 and hope to make it to day 2.
I think it's a little bit on the nose to say you're happy to see them here, right? When it is like a breakpoint lobby, David, though. No, you would be happy to see them in...
As a chance, at least. So, I mean, that's something.
Lobby 1 and Lobby 2, right? It's that, maybe. But, yeah, it is what it is at the end of the day here.
Well, as I said, there definitely are worse places to be right now, but the pressure still remains for our players in the middle of the lobby. To have the fortunes for the last game directly decided in this game, as we will check out the windy weather, we'll see that it will be... granted, of course, AD and AP to adjacent allies. And of course, we did see this could conceivably be part of a Yuumi comp if we see it rearing its head for a 3rd game in a row.
Again, the board here from Mogambo has what looks like an AD start with a chance for Laser Core, maybe Duelist. He finds a few more natural Duelists in the shot, but also maybe just Renegades, just waiting out on those items, trying to slant something to JG later on, and Gunblade, of course, being the premier item to build with a sword in this current meta.
I almost would have liked to see a pre-level. Okay, so now you have an Ash 2 in shop. So the power level, like the power spike in terms of the 2-star 1 cost from 2-2 is not relevant here. It is still by far the best option for sure. But depending on the outcome here, this could end up being like a cheeky Ash 3 game.
I think knowing you have the Ash 2 already, it's a good idea to go for that win streak augment in True 2s to really snowball that win out of control, knowing you're going to have at least 3 upgrades coming in here.
There's a minor issue with this setup, right? Go ahead.
Well, we'll come back to that in a second, but I just want to kind of open up the general topic area here. From what you guys have seen so far across the whole of today, are you generally favoring people who are playing stronger early or stronger later?
And it comes down to augment choices, right? Like it's such a different question. Like it's a hard one to answer, right? At the end of the day, here I like the tech here from Mogambo, but like he knows what board he's playing in the fight, but he can still make the admin decision despite it not being on the board. Here, just as a nice little easy way to ensure that you don't end up making a hasty decision about anything, right? So I feel like strong early games are always good, right? Like you always are going to be able to at least guarantee yourself a 5th or like a 6th at the end of the day, right? And the issue is that right now with the way that the lobby is playing out and what these players they do need, on average they're going to be needing a top 4 placement, and that's on average, and you can't guarantee that. So like in this lobby specifically, when you are around your peers on the breakpoint, going for a top 3 here has gotta be the name of the game. Well, that's a massive hit actually.
Too many upgrades to play here from Mogambo, which is a spot that I think most players would be blessed to be in.
Does it go 5? Yeah, just sell that. Bang, bang, bang. Cheeky little level 5 coming through here in a second.
All right, let's keep scouting around. As we found out Lumarpin has managed to accumulate a Radiant Warmogs in the very early going, of course, from the Gadget team. Cool. Oh, I didn't realize we were going to be seeing any Gadget team. We've been barely seeing anything of it being played in the lobby, so it threw me off for a second there. Lumarpin has got a strong early board up against AKA Magic, who is undefeated right now.
Not going to last for long, though. As you mentioned, both True 2 players are going to be incredibly strong. These are win streak augments, but when they face each other, that will be a deciding moment in the stage 2 for certain. We're going to see now with this Blitz, or Blitz Ranked rather, if he's able to do enough here. I don't think it's going to be the case. 4v1 in the end. The HP is just too high. Too many upgrades have come in for Lumarpin, and Defender as well, helping that HP be even more valuable.
Yeah, I think they're fine. Wait, admin check.
Morgan and Liquid Snoodyboo all undefeated in the early going. So there's 3 players looking to preserve that streak. Widow, you were saying?
Admin check, no?
Might have checked it earlier in the game. We can't be fully certain.
But this spot is so open that you might as well... Okay, double. Rich get richer, full open for it. And you know what? I can kind of...
Wow.
I can respect this, right? Because this is going to be the best way for him to get the most out of his opening. He's not gonna, there's no one that's going to be guaranteeing to end up griefing a streak by him doing this. He's going to tank probably 15 more damage than you would normally do at the end of the day, depending on how he chooses to navigate this situation, while he also has to hope that the board that is going to be presented in the shop on the Croc fight will be enough for him to win that as well, right? There are a few uncertainties here for KC Double, but he is the player. He is one of the best players when it comes to playing from these spots in the world.
And very intentional decision from Double 61. His items were completely unslammable in stage 2, had a glove, a cloak, and a tier. Siege Witch Registrar as an option that synergized with his current position with just not having items he can slam for board strength, and decides to just go full open fort and greed out to what looks like a Renegade Ox Force board. Has that single talent, and I think it is one of the higher cap boards to go for when you're trying to get that huge money start. So a very, very good game plan by Double 61. We'll see if it backfires or not on his roll down on maybe 3-2, but maybe 3-5. Guida.
There we go. Yes, 3-5 is a big one to go for, right? At the end of the day, for double. Because again, 3-5 is something that is becoming more and more back into the meta now, with more forecasts having impact in the fights, right? I think that it's less impactful than was when set was super broken like a couple of weeks ago, but it is still a good time to roll. Like we saw it with Dallison in the previous game leveling up here. So
we'll check in with Snoodyboo, who is going for something a little bit different. Of course, as mentioned before, our players are keeping themselves open to different approaches we might not have otherwise considered. So we're tied to at least some form of brawler here. As of course, this will be our winner prediction from Amazing Marzipan. Snoodyboo looking pretty decent in the early going, though not keeping a streak going.
Forces Slam with Thieves Glove doesn't really have any key laser core items just yet, with the cloak and the belt just on the bench board right there. But for now, laser core just being a very strong trait paired alongside the HP from Brawler, it gives you more time for those drones to do what they want to do. Laser Corp, contrary to what people think, isn't really like a Zed AD comp. It's really just the drones that put in most of the work, which is why Shiv and Ionic Spark are so important. In this case, all you want to do is stall out for those drones to get their work done, which is what Sejuani does with their ults, for example, and what Brawler 4 does as well in this early game.
You can kind of compare it in terms of like how it functions damage split wise to like a skills going from the previous set, right? Like you have a lot of the units and a lot of the primary damage carriers will be dealing AD damage, but there's a massive magic damage aspect to the comp, right? I think that's the easiest like connotation to draw at the end of the day here. Now, you're talking about like how the true 2 players were going to be big when they fought each other. This is someone like Nice Try My Bad chose, Freeze a company. And it has been streaking.
Now, the only player who remains streaking coming in to the end of stage 2, see where their opponent is going to end up being. So we've got a trade sector in the mix. Find out in a second who it is. It's going to be AKA Magic who's bringing that out. So we've already seen the laser core coming in from one side. Now we're going to see it pursued by 2 different players. Maybe Magic has got something in mind to try and put together the reroll later on.
And this is the fact that Riven 2-star is just so strong in stage 2, because the rest of the board really doesn't look that strong. At first glance, you're like, how is this board 4-streaking, considering the other boards we've seen, where we had, 4 Brawler, 3 Laser, for example, and Lumarpin as well with a very strong board from the get-go. But it makes sense. Riven 2 is just incredibly tanky in stage 2, and really the cornerstone of success in this comp right now for NTMB.
I mean, Riven 2 can stay on this board until the end of the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's
well, at
just
least stage 5 at least.
I mean, even stage 6 sometimes, depending on the outcome. I think the big one here to look out for now is that whether or not 3-2 is going to be the hero augment or not, right? Because the thing is, when you look at the board from Nice Try My Bad, this is a very common situation with the way the game currently works. Is that you play your strongest board stage 2-1 through 3-1, and then 3-2 hits. It's a tailored hero augment, and all of a sudden you're just kind of stuck because you have too many traits active because you're playing your strongest board. And that can definitely end up hitting Nice Try My Bad here.
We haven't checked in with Phelan recently, and they have been running the Cluttered Mine for a while. Has allowed them to push up some levels and actually find a very early Belveth. So you've got the Duelist combination being put together in the early going, while Double 61 will lose out to Krugs. Rather unfortunate for them, I think they may have missed out a component there. They've still got a lot on their bench and potentially moving towards something more AP focused later on.
Yes, contrary to popular belief, you do not get an extra loss trigger on your lose streak by doing that, so no extra gold in that regard. But this is what I was talking about, right? Like, he had to guarantee the fact that the board that he was looking at on the stage would ensure that he didn't lose to Crocs. Like, again, he has a lot of items. That's not the pressure point right now in that regard. His items themselves are not necessarily that great unless you want to go into traditional AP, probably, right? Like, you're looking at Shojin or Blue Buff or JG, right? The options are there, but right now, he's kind of looking at a potential Kaiser line, but his board is not tailored at all. And that's going to be the issue, right? 3-2 hero augment here. Double will have to really adapt on the fly, or he's going to be left in a very tough spot now.
Well, guys, talk to me about breakpoints here for Double 61, because as we see, we've now come into stage 3 with increased player damage, and they're continuing to go below 50 down to nearly 39 as well. As our next augments come in, is this something that can turn the tide for Double?
2-cost hero augments, no rerolls available, and you have to go for an incredibly high cap comp to try and win out from this spot with the gold you have. And these options are not so much the case. Boxing Lessons a few patches ago might have been fantastic. It still is the most versatile option here. You can go for a brawler frontline and still do somewhat well, but for someone that likes playing so flexibly, both the hero augment and the items that are available make it that much more difficult in this game.
He is going all in on the free fire preposition, David. Like, he is going all in. He's essentially still open fighting.
Yeah.
He has
to,
right?
5 cost and just try and get something together at that point.
It depended here, right? Because you could make the argument that he could be rolling down for the Kaiser angle instead. When you look at the items, like, you can kind of string something together there, right? But he's in a spot where he needs to play for, top 3 placements here. So like, that is not going to be the top 3 way of doing this. Then you look at the other side of the board here, where Nice Try My Bad has kind of gotten stuck with something with Everything Goes Boom, which is not necessarily a bad augment, but Jinx rarely makes it onto your final board, so now you have to kind of navigate around having Jinx on your board at the end of the game.
Yeah, NTMB will have to try and find a way to make use of those pranks, but still a lot of attack speed. As Lumarpin, who's the only other person who was win streaking behind NTMB, does take the loss, which means NT remains up at the top of the table, and we've seen some pretty long streaks today result in good results.
Lord Bean, level 7 already, goes in, just again trying to protect that win streak, isn't able to do it in the end, but still is in a very good spot, has a very strong board. Sivir 2 upgrade is massive. The items aren't quite there to slam just yet. Deathblade has fallen a bit in the peg of priority when it comes to AD champions. It can be a slam, but I think it's such a good spot. He wants to greed, he wants to play for that very high cap, not just top 4, but maybe even a second or a first.
I'm kind of interested to see what his other options were, right? Because delivered tips at 3-2 just loses so much value, because the fights are not necessarily that long. You don't have anything that you can kind of go into in that regard either, right? Like, this is not necessarily super strong. We can kind of see that with the fact he lost to AK Magic here. As we're talking about, Nice Try My Bad's board here has kind of hit that 3-2 wall to a certain extent, where like it is like kind of scrapping over the line now. But had other players been a little bit stronger here, and you say, okay, but Lumarpin, he's level 7, he's strong, but not really, right? Because the board is just still all over the place.
We come into Carousel, NTMB remaining undefeated. Double 61 taking another loss, pushes them down to 16. I think it does, since we've got a second to talk about it, guys, can you just inform anyone who's unaware of the, who may have come into our stream late, just how many accolades Double 61 has got under their belt?
2-time EMEA champion. World champion 1 time.
That's an important one to mention, Lita. Thank you. I'm like, what? I'm waiting for something else. I know we value EMEA as a region, but I do think Worlds comes out ahead, and hopefully Double comes out ahead of this roll down as well. Goes to level 7, has 70 gold to work with. That is more than enough when it comes to assembling a good enough comp that can actually stabilize, but there's no chance he's trying to greed it. No, you have to roll here, surely. 16 HP.
You're dead before Wolves.
Is there a world record that I'm missing? Does he think Belveth is enough? I mean, the items are good. Gunblade, Last Whisper will work fantastically, but I'm not so sure this board is going to be strong enough to win these next 2 fights.
All right, Double 61, who's been to the world stage 3 different times, of course, taking it that championship the very first time they did it at 16. Will be fighting for their life against Lumarpin. I think just enough in the tank to be able to survive a loss here, but might actually not need to call on that tank. The Belveth, with all these items, is actually doing a shift. She's going low, though, and it may be the only cure for one Belveth is another Belveth.
Okay, I mean, 8 HP after this one, I believe, right at the end of the day, that is, okay, 7.
Close.
I think he's trying to go fast 8 without rolling once, which is definitely playing on hard mode when it comes to playing in Game 5 of a GSC. Maybe in a lobby where you get put in with master players, it might be possible. In this lobby, I'm not so sure.
Fast 8 or fast 8? That is the question, right? That's a Shakespeare quote, right, Peter?
I believe that's what the Bard had to say about the subject. I mean, for Double 61, remember the situation we're in. This is game 5 for all of these players. Going 7th or 8th in this lobby is the main thing that could potentially push them out of appearing in day 2 at all.
We're going to see if this Belveth can do it. It sounds weird to say, but this could be the fight for his life at 3-6 before Wolves. Belveth doing his best to chew through his front line. Nyla down. The Vi down now as well. Looks like the board is not very strong from Mogambo. I think it should be a pretty easy win here for Double 61. Did risk a lot, and now is going to have one of the funnest roll downs I've ever seen, considering he might be going 8 and trying to roll 30 or 40 gold.
This roll down might eventually be up there with the Polled roll down, the legendary one that has just disappeared from the internet. Sadly, he had like one of the wildest roll downs in back in Galaxies, but like, there's no way you don't get out ahead of the roll down now, right?
I mean, if you're talking to me, I would absolutely get so dizzy rolling 40 gold at level 8, knowing that if I lose the next fight, I'm out of this game in 8th place. But for Double, I think is the one player that I would trust to actually navigate that roll down, find what he needs. It looks like he's leaning towards possibly some sort of a mech frontline, considering he has to play this Vi, or should be playing this Vi, has the items for Samira as well. Maybe for an AP carry, but we start now, we go level 8. He's not holding off till 4-2, surely.
Could you imagine if he somehow survived for prismatic last? He just hits Fink fast.
Trying to hit the clean integer.
Gotta hit interval here, right? So I assume that Fred's gonna be at the forefront of this. The Echo as well. Like, just overall strong forecast, right? Like, he has that Echo too. You're talking about the mech front, that's one of them as well. That's the Echo. That's the Aegis. Now both of you need to get onto this board right now. The mech doesn't matter. Ooh. It's just he's on the AD boards, but Phelan, he's playing that Clutter of Mind, so he's not that strong yet. But again, at the end of the day, you never know, because when Samira's involved, sometimes the most random things can end up happening.
Well, David, talk to me about this board we got from Double 61. We know that one loss is all it's going to take. What do you think is going to be the thing that's going to overwhelm this board, if anything?
If there's any players that are really highlighting out of their mind, like we had Ixula last lobby, just being a player that is sticking out like a sore thumb, where you have this Exodia comp assembled with prep with 3 stars, then you just auto lose to that. This is the point where you have so little HP, there's no buffer. There's no buffer of, hey, this is a bad matchup, or this is a player that's really high rolling, I'm going to lose this one fight. One fight, and it's over at this point for Double. Okay. More brawlers.
Why not? You've got some already. I was really hoping we'd maybe see a metabolic booster somewhere in the mix, but no, I don't think it's even possible. Fiddlesticks is the high roll for Double 61, but he's got so little money to take advantage of this.
I'm not sure this is enough. No 2 stars on the carries, no Belveth 2, no Samira 2, not even close to, not even holding a pair, finds the Fiddle. Has 4 Aegis, very tanky, but I'm not so sure this Belveth 1 is going to be able to do enough.
Like a transfer here as well. He needs to pick up this Band of Thieves, because the issue is that if he's traveling this fight, he's going to be down a Thieves Glove here, which is going to be super important, because at the end of the day, that is incredibly relevant here. I mean, this is a rough one, right? I would almost like to see the TG go onto the Echo, just because the Echo is 2-star at the end of the day here, but the saving grace, nice try, my bad. He's continued his win streak. He's still 100 HP. All the nonsense I've been talking about this board, he could be the one that's going to send Double 61 packing.
3 times to the Global Championships. This could be the beginning of the end for Double 61's tournament chances. It's a brutal, absolutely brutal ball with Belveth working way through the back line. Again and again casting. Double 61 breaks through the streak and stays alive. But it's a hell of a journey to anything but a bottom 4.
Look at it. Mogambo, 16 HP, David.
Yeah, in trouble as well. In that case, in that last fight, Leona did a huge job of taking down the HP on the Riven with her cast. I think that was the essential part of that front line, melting so quickly for NTMB. But looking at Mogambo, similar spot to Double, has to stabilize. 16 HP is, again, maybe one more fight than Double, but still not a place you want to be in stage 4, especially not with this board. Z1, 3 duelists. This is kind of not really there yet for Mogambo.
That's not looking good at all. No, virtually no money in the bank. Last second switch around. These Fiddlesticks is in play. The Z said just at the 1 star up against NT, fresh off of losing their win streak, and I'm sure hurting to start it all over again.
We're seeing now the Zoe doing her best with the Shojin, the Shiv, and the Guard Brick. And in this case, their best is going to be enough. It will be a loss from Mogambo, but will it be a big enough loss? And that answer is no. 1 HP and a dream for our Spanish TRC player trying to fight their way back up in this lobby as Double 61 is as well, who is now win streaking. So he has stabilized. I'm just worried. One bad fight and that could be it for him.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because now people at Fall 5, they might have been sitting on their gold, not rolling. Maybe now they're going for a more conventional level 8 type of strategy, right? And they may end up hitting a board that can match doubles. I would say that Double has been playing this out with way more coolness than I would ever do myself, right? Like, he's just realized the spot where what he needs to play from, because you could almost make the case, you could make a board that is looking much like the one he made now, but had he gone 3-5 instead, right? Just to stabilize this a little bit more. But doing it this way now, he's produced such a higher ceiling for himself. And again, he has no components open. He has everything slammed right now. He's just trying to guarantee staying alive, right? At the end of the day here, he's holding on to a lot of important pairs, and he kind of has to figure out, like, do you roll, do you not roll, right? Because as long as you feel like you're stable enough, and it's going to come down to the matchup pool that you're looking out for as well if you are Double, right? Because you have like the entirety of the top half of the lobby you're looking through right now, but at 4 or 5, top half doesn't mean strong.
We did see Mogambo also hit Senna 2 and Z2 on the right there, so maybe a chance to stabilize a little bit more. But Double 61 playing against Lumarpin, against the Spanish player, has the Arrogànte fully itemized, so also a good board here from Lumarpin, who is on, well, second place actually in HP standing. So if Double can win this as well, it's a very good sign for his strength relative to the rest of the lobby. The Arrogànte Undertow comes through. The Belveth very cleanly dodges the wave there. The Tsunami does not hit Belveth, and she continues doing damage. Just relentless in her damage there, and that's Senna down as well, and that will be the fight win for Double.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Mogambo is now gone, so Double will not be taking an 8th. 7th is still up on the cards, but the upgrades are flooding in. Small note about Snoodyboo, who's just upgraded to level 8, is they did take Recombobulator as their final augment of the lobby. So Snoodyboo has definitely got something a little spicy planned.
Interesting process as well, right, David? Like, you're looking at a predatorial precision here from the Yumi player in shredding.
Yeah, I think no player is entirely happy with the way the augments have gone out with that 3-2, 2-cost, 3-cost hero augment. But most of the mid-game players, the ones that are really thinking, I thought Double was out for sure. I thought Mogambo was out, and he is at this point 8th place. And they're the ones sweating. If you're bleeding out now, if you're starting to get weak, this is the point where you think you had a top 4 guaranteed, and it's not so free anymore. Snoodyboo, one of those players trying to fight to maintain in the top 4. And it looks like in this case, the fight is going well for now, but can he continue the success going into stage 5? That's the question. With so many players now fighting for their lives, Phelan is out, Double still streaking, Snoodyboo still alive.
Yeah, the 5th and 6th place players both very vulnerable, with Shredding and Magic near 40 HP, Lumarpin as well. NTMB sitting up, ruling the roost with 74. There's still a lot of flexibility to potentially at least make top 5, if not the top 4 itself.
We haven't seen much of Shredden, but 3rd game in a row where Yumi is being played, and looking at the win streak here, finding success as well. So I'm scared for the state of the ladder after this tournament, especially if our viewers are watching and trying to replicate in their own games, because it looks like the cat is definitely back in the meta.
I thought you were going to say the cat was out of the bag. That's a real missed opportunity.
She's been out of the bag for a long time. Counterfeit. We need to get her back in the bag.
Oh no, that's terrible. Shredden is doing incredibly well. So as we've seen from our multiple games before, we just re-roll at level 6 and just keep the power increasing, throwing off what we normally expect from a board and a kind of leveling pattern to look like.
The thing is that, like, when you're running supers like this, right, David, like you're always going to be struggling here. Like, the fact that he's still full streaking comes down to the unit strength in Yumi free and the predatory persistent augment, because at the end of the day here, if you're still going to be stuck on a 2-star, like the remaining board, the board being 2-star, he's going to fall off relatively soon.
Not a bad spot though. Uncontested is the biggest thing. Back when everyone was rolling supers, you did feel bad in this spot, but for now I think he should be fine to find these upgrades. He's continuing to win here. As soon as he wins or loses one round rather, I think that might be the case that, hey, that's a sign to start rolling down and trying to find fully the upgrades. But for now, seems strong enough. The win streak is also there. Double, not going to be the case though. The last ult comes a little bit too late, and Double is now taken down in 6th, which, considering his spot in stage 3, pretty impressive. That's not a top 8 in my opinion.
Yeah, but it's all a self-imposed issue, right? Like, it's a self-imposed problem. Like, he put himself in the spot to a certain extent with the way he played, right? I'm not saying he didn't navigate the spot correctly or anything like that, but it's one of those spots where you look at it and go, okay, cool, what would I have done differently? And you probably would have been like, okay, cool, I probably shouldn't have lost to Crocs, right? Like, probably should have rolled a little bit more level 7. No, but like, these are the small things, right? As shredding here right now, he's just hitting more upgrades at the end of the day, because it's hard to say. Also, like, this is just an interesting spot right now, because Snooty and AK Magic are kind of the players on the brink. The top 4 is so important, because if you get 5 points here now at the minimum, you just need another 5 in the next game. Makes it a lot more feasible for you to make it to day 2.
Well, you guys are talking about for players like Dasik as well, that that they were going to have to get top 1s. If he didn't manage to do that, then he was going to be out. I mean, further to your point, this is the opportunity for our players to not have to play their final game in that kind of environment where a top 1 is the only thing that will save them.
And the fight there from Snooty against Nuanp in the Spanish Civil War was a success. Finds a Janna pair now as well. Has both Samira and Yana about to be upgraded, and that could be the make or break moment between continuing this win streak all the way through stage 5 into the next PvE round, or maybe just losing out. 19 HP is essentially 2 losses though for the most part, until we get to maybe stage 7, maybe stage 6 with a really big loss. So that is at least that one safety net. The difference between 19 HP and say 15 is actually quite big when it comes to results in TFT.
It definitely is, right? And especially when you look at a board like Snooty's, where he's guaranteed to kill a lot of units in these fights here. And he does juke aka Magic Zephyr, and this is juking the future Sights player as well.
Does not juke the Zed though quite as well as he would have liked onto the Urgot almost immediately. If Urgot and Felios are able to, nope, not going to be the case. Urgot's down, that's the last defense, but finally the kill comes through. Felios untouched in that backline means that this should be a pretty easy win for AK Magic. Just the drones really left to deal damage. Vi and Ash not really going to be doing too much, although Vi with all these items will tank for a little bit longer, but the result should be guaranteed here with yet another win for Snoodyboo.
Yeah, and MB taking a loss up at the top of the table as Shredding continues on their win streak unabated. Magic going down to 5 HP, Numarpin down to 16, while Snooty keeps their win streak going. It does look like we may well have our top 3 fairly soon.
Yeah, but
Laser Core emblem in the carousel could be huge.
It's not though, right? Because at the end of the day, right now for AK Magic, it's not about having more laser cores, right? For AK Magic, it could be big for Lumarpin, right? But for AK Magic, who's like the player who's on laser core right now, he's still lacking set 2. Right, like, he's been rolling for like 3 stages, plus he has trade sector. Like, he's had double the rolls pretty much of everyone else. And he still managed to miss here. Mordekaiser does make his way into the shop though. Is there a space for this on the board? Like, that is the big question, right?
We'll make space one way or the other. Magic, of course, like all of our players in this lobby, on 18 or 17 points respectively. So they're all in pretty much the same position in the competition itself. One more spot will push you into the top 4. One more point that could tip you over the line into playing tomorrow or not.
The position here is essential. Yumi, we're seeing where the Zed goes, and it goes straight into Yumi, but Yumi actually gets thrown up into the air, buying some extra time with this Zed, still being a 1 cost with Edge of Night, a little bit more tanky, but overall, 1 Yumi hit and Zed is going to be immediately dead, but it looks like it won't be the case. Yumi has been taken down now. The front line is also melting, and it will be enough for AK Magic to survive at least 1 more fight now at 5 HP. Lumarpin also able to win that, and it's going to get closer and closer as first place has 23 HP and fourth place has 16. A 7 HP difference at this point in the game is very exciting for us, not so much for the players.
Wait, I wanted to bring up for the Yumi setup we've got for Shredding, as it will be getting a Rel 3 upgrade, is we've got, apart from the blues buff aside, it's purely aggressive items for the Yumi, rather than the Zhonyas we've seen before. From what you're saying, is that level of aggression warranted when when we've got people like Zed in the meta who can go after your carries as aggressively as they do?
Sometimes you just don't have the choice, like, to be quite frank, right? Like, there's just, the choice is just not there. It's the illusion of choice. You gotta make those items when they're there, right? Like, there's just not a lot of defensive components to make here. And the big thing here to note is that this could be a situation where Nice Try My Bad actually ends up going 100 streak into bot 5, because Lumarpin hits Mordekaiser 2, Magic found his set 2 at the end of the day here, right? So all of these big spikes in and around Nice Try My Bad, whose board is artificially capped in a certain way, could at the end of the day end up being impactful here, right? You can see, like, even for Lumarpin now, who must be okay with Mordekaiser 2, like, he took a loss, Magic won. And this fight here, Shredding and Nice Try My Bad, this entire lobby is so close. We're going to be 5 players into stage 6. 3 of them on single digits. Magic finds Sejuani too. Like, these boards themselves now, they need the extra time to just find their strengths, right? Have found them now. Nice try, my bad. There's just no way to go.
Huge props to Snooty though. Both fights, or all 3 fights we've seen until now, has dodged the Zed, had the Felios on the opposite side, which was crucial. We saw there barely winning out the fight with just the Felios left alive. So huge props to Snooty. Huge audacity to take Recombobulator in a tournament setting in Game 5. It's always going to be a high variance augment that can definitely not work out as intended, but in this case he was able to take it, and now win streak, and it looks like going to guarantee a top 4, staying very healthy now, and with all these players dropping so low.
Suddenly in pole position, being the win-streaking player in the situation, which is as close as you guys have said. We're looking very closely around the boards to see these last upgrades coming in, because we are going to be dropping players pretty darn soon. We do have the attempt from Lumarpin to move towards a 3-star Belveth, but I don't think they're quite going to make it.
Nice for my bad should either be rolling here to like try to deny that Belveth free, or just he's trying to hold on and try to go 9, but like even the level 9 here is going to be an artificial spike. You don't have a natural next in really chilling on the bench unless that was going to be that Echo, right? Like, but it's an Echo 1 that you're holding out for here, so you might as well just try to roll to upgrade the unit quality here. But gets that Zephyr through here as well. At the end of the day, it's going to whiff on the more important unity you would suppose. But the Hacker Soraka into the backline, David.
Yeah, I've seen it from a lot of players. I saw it from Michael and Latam, actually. It's you know, you have to see the matchup. If you have a guarantee that she's going to be safe, it's actually a huge big brain play. You keep her alive, especially if a Zed is coming your way. You end up going the other way instead and staying safe in that case. And that will be the case here. I think Zed is trying his best, but it's going to be a Zoe diff in the end with so little HP. AK Magic taken down, Lumarpin, unfortunately for my Spanish bias as well. And Snooty, NTMB, and Shredden will make up our podium for this Game 5.
Yeah, Snooty losing out that win streak as of the end of that round. Shredden, the only one remaining with 2 lives left. From what we can see from these boards between NT and Snooty, which of the 2 are you guys favoring to make it into top 2?
I just want to say Snooty lost on 19 HP. He's now at 2. So my analysis earlier on actually spot on. He did survive just barely considering that loss.
Yeah, I think that Shredding still has a bit of a ceiling to reach, right? Like, still has some elements potentially to go for here as well, but the Zephyr misses on the 2-star Felios, right? And with the way that the Felios now functions here, that's going to be a massive spike as well, and just a damage uptick coming through just about now.
Urgot misses both Soraka and the LeBlanc, so not a good sign for Snooty in that case. But as you mentioned, the Aphelios dodge on the Zephyr is so big, and if he wins, that is 100% the reason he has done so, but I'm not so sure it's going to be enough. Aphelios now trying to reach that backline, finally does LeBlanc. One last cast, can't kill Aphelios. And in the 1v1, Aphelios should win these every single time. NTMB, the only Dutch player in our tournament, is now out in 3rd place. Snoodyboo, with our pre-show buff with the interview, is now in 2nd and fighting for that 1st place spot.
Yeah, apparently going to fire him up something fierce. Still though, we've still got the big HP advantage for Shredden, as it's seeming like more and more, we're in a situation where the Yumi comp needs to be a much larger part of the conversation. I mean, for you guys, from Snooty's side of things, is there anything that he can do here to get past this comp, in a definitive fashion?
Oh, he just put in the extra Aegis over the Urgot, puts in Alistar knowing he's facing a magic damage-based comp. Surely Yumi can't get 2 wins in a row in GSC number 1. I'm not a believer, not the Spanish bias coming through, but just hoping that Yumi can't do it twice.
It's also worth noting here, right, the big thing that as to why this is actually is not because of the extra Aegis, it's because of the Ox Force. Because this means that this Aphelios won't get one-tapped by the Yumi, which was a possibility before, when the Alistar was not on the board, right? Because you can't see how close these fights are at the end of the day, right? Like,
Samira, you got us! Right. Surely, Samira, please! It will be enough. The execution helps with that as well. I mean, it was pretty close. I'm not sure what changes can happen off of this carousel to maybe give Shredden a chance to win this game.
Zephyr and Shroud are both big, right? Because again, let's remember, like, Aphelios' ability takes a long time to wind up here. Shredding just goes directly for the defensive item instead. Now, Snooty he went for choice of utility item, goes for the Rune's Hurricane instead to get more damage to the Samira. Right, so he's made the decision and said the damage spread from Rune's on Samira is more impactful than Zephyr and Shroud against this composition coming through from Shredding.
We can't really see that Shredding is moving their board, like isn't clumping their board in the same way which we've seen from the Yumi comp before, so maybe that's the reason.
Samira just won the fight for you. You better equip her with yet another item. You have to believe, give respect to the units that are able to win fights for you. That's what I stand by.
All right, one last chance either way. Snoodyboo down on 2 HP, Shredding on 12. Keep your eyes locked on that Yuumi and the damage she's pouring out across the field. Aphelios nearly dies, but still stays alive. Samira is pouring out tons of damage. She could knock up onto the center of the squad. Yuumi still stays completely untouched. Aphelios pulling it back to the brink, gets exploded. Samira goes as well, and that's gonna be it.
And again, this you're looking at how much Shredding was maneuvering his board all throughout this fight, right? Like all throughout the prepping stage here. And the big thing was that he left his Yuumi off to the side to indicate he was going to leave the Yuumi there for a while. And then last second moves to the middle, which means that the Aphelios is going to be the unit within the maximum amount of range. And that means that the Yuumi goes on to the Aphelios. That's a good technical play coming through from Shredding right there. The Snooty, honestly, he could have given a windy value at the end of the day there, I think, and just ensure that Aphelios was as far away as possible.
The conclusion is that Yuumi has now won 2 games in a row in our GSC, and this will send, I think, ripples across all metas around the world for anyone that's watching, knowing that Yuumi, both with Hero Augment and without, can actually win out lobbies of this caliber especially.
All right, guys, so of course that brings us to the end of our penultimate game of the day for our players who did finish out in the bottom 4. This is crisis mode for them. We will have an interview with Darkest as we go to one of our final breaks of the day. Of course, we'll have our analyst desk after that, and then we'll be coming back in for that very last game. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time.
Hi, I am Darks1903. I am a competitive TFT player from Turkey. I am 24. But with this new format, with the TRCs, people can see the players they are watching in streams, they are supporting. I think it's a really good approach to the competitive TFT scene. I think Ixula, I want to say Ixula is great. He can play a lot of different angles that I could never see. Last set he was great. He made 2 words. Yeah, I like his play. This patch, I think 3-cost role AP carries are really great with their carry augments. Sona, Zoe, and LeBlanc, that if you can 3-star them, they can easily win the lobbies. I want to thank Turkish community. We are not that many people, we are a small community, but most of the people love each other. We talk about the game with theorycraft. I think Turkey can achieve more. Also, I want to thank my viewers, my fans. They have always been there since set 7. Yeah, thanks.
We were born from light before there even was a dawn.
And we are back here from the analyst desk. I'm here with Maisie. My name is Mix, and we're ready to talk about that winning comp, Maisie. Now, I know you've been through a lot on your first day of Golden Spatula Cup broadcast, and I'm so sorry to hit you with that, but there's going to be another kitty cat in the room. Plink chat, if you can see her, I definitely can. It's going to be Shredden coming through with that Yuumi, and we talked about it a little bit. I definitely think the Nyla is going to be the star and center point, but with that Yuumi augment, that has shifted just a little bit for Shredden.
Oh yeah, for sure. The augment on Yuumi, the thing is we have seen the Yuumi in the previous 2 games without the augment. We've seen it in 3-star form, we've seen it in 2-star form, and this might have been the ultimate fear for me because we saw it in 3-star with the augment.
Yeah, it's definitely scary. I don't blame you. If you feel like Maisie, you should definitely head on over to our Twitter. I think there is a meme waiting for you there, which is really, really fun. But let's speak a little bit about our highlights, because there was a lot in that game. I know, Maisie, you wanted to talk about KC Double and the rise and fall, or the fall and rise, I may say.
Oh, I sure do. Double put up such a fight there. Now, he started off with his loss streak. He completely opened fort, and then we just saw him go from strength to strength, and we had NTMB absolutely dominating the lobby, and somehow KC came back, took down NTMB's win streak that went right through to 4-2, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is our most decorated player that we have here today. They're gonna come back. He's gonna win it. He's gonna take it all in. And he did it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't enough just for KC Double. I still think there ought to be some respect to be paid for him to maneuver this one to a 6th place. It was definitely caught between a rock and a hard spot for this. But I want to talk a little bit about Snoodyboo, because I thought it was so cool that he went in, had, the comp that he had, and then as a 3rd augment goes for Recombobulator, which is so brave to do that. And he managed to pilot his, I forgot how to speak, but he managed to get his Aphelios to 2-star and then use that one to eke out a 2nd place, which was definitely very good.
Oh yeah, I mean, talk about a game where we had brave players between Double that we just talked on, and Snoodyboo's Recombobulator play. Like, I think the players themselves are really in their heads now and thinking, right, we're at the turning point, we're in these breaking point lobbies. Maybe they just go with the balls to the walls, like high risk, high reward plays. And as a caster, that's always something that I am the most fascinated in watching, and I'm sure glad that they've pulled it out here because they need to make some big plays.
Yeah, and one more thing we do have to mention, aka Magic, bringing in those laser corps. Before going into this game, I talked to Wida, I talked to him, Patches Panda, and I was asking, which comp do you want to see? And both of them were like, oh, vertical laser would be cool. Aka Magic listened, he brought us those laser corps and got to 4th place with it, which I think is definitely something you should respect. It wasn't the full unlock with the very best augments, but it was some vertical laser corps, so we do appreciate that.
Oh yeah, it's been a comp that on the caster desk we've been saying, oh, but we could see some laser opening, and then we got laser opening, and then we wanted to see more lasers, and we got them, and who knows, maybe game 6 or 6th and final game of the day will be the game that we finally see 9 laser core.
Yeah, maybe. I would love for that to happen, but with that, let's come back to our analyst desk after those highlights finish. I'm really excited. I want to take a look at the standings. There is one more game. Remember, we are keeping our top 64 here. We're showing 1st to 32nd. Dark Hydra holding on there to that 32nd place. We still have a lot of Germans going on here in that part of the standings. Experian, and a known character to us, won I believe was the first Golden Spatula Cup in set 6, so like a year ago was when he first showed up really, really well. Now coming back here with this set as most of France.
Oh yeah, the French presence in this top 16 has been incredible, and we're seeing here that it's not much for change. We still have TSW5, and at first that has not changed from the last game, but the French showing in top 16 is exceptional. They are on top form this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, but Poland is up there as well. We have TSW5 and Travis Cat, and I want to say Travis Cat, because that's kind of a meme that's been going around. Plink if you can see it, but yeah. Definitely really, really good showing. It's good to see Terry up there as well, representing Spain. I know Panda can always appreciate that. And I'm just so happy to also see Hayden. Hayden, one of the players that was also really, really kind of good in previous sets, wasn't showing up too much in set 7. Now back here to spoil us a little bit. And fun fact for anybody that doesn't know, Canvas is actually the cousin, I believe, from KC Double. So maybe this time around it's going to stay in the family and Canvas is going to make a run for that EMEA finals with us here.
I love that idea that there's something genetic in the family that just makes you absolutely wonderful at TFT. I wonder if there's any more cousins floating about.
I think that would be very cool, and I mean, I'd be here to see him make a run for it. They're both very good at TFT for sure, and they play a lot together as well. But yeah, with that, I think our in-game casters are getting ready here for us before we go into the final game. Maisie, I know you don't want to see more Yuumi, but is there a comp we haven't seen yet that you would like to see? Any crazy out there things that you want to speak into existence?
I'm just gonna echo the sentiments of my fellow casters. I wanted to see a nice reroll Kaisa comp. We got it. Show me the 9 laser core.
All right. I can appreciate that. I'm gonna second that. You know, maybe we'll see another 5 mecha. I think that's always fun as well. But with that, our in-game casters are ready. So here for you guys, our counterfeit, Impatches Panda and Wida. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Mix and Maisie. We are almost at the end of our first day of play. Fellas, it doesn't seem like it seems like a small ask. Are we going to see the full laser core unveiled in this game? Do you feel that in your guts? Have we been good this year?
I'm not sure it's very likely. You need to have, obviously, ideally, as a core heart as a starting augment to even go in that direction, and then have an emblem as well. And then you have to go 9 in some cases, depending if you have 2 emblems. So it's not an easy place to get to. I think the likelihood is not quite there, but we are believers in this caster desk, I think, counterfeit. So I'm going to say yes.
I'm also a believer.
Well, I suppose the big question I want to put in front of you guys before we get into our final game of the day is we've seen Yuumi gaining greater and greater prominence during today. I think this is still worth addressing before we get into the game. Is this the comp you should be playing, or are there comps, or different approaches you can use to specifically combat it? If we make the assumption here that Yuumi is quite likely to do well again.
TFT is a game that kind of auto-balances itself. If everyone goes for the comp and you don't hit your 3-star supers, you don't hit your 3-star Yuumi, you end up bleeding out and going bot 4. It was a case in the actual Yuumi meta that we had 2 patches ago. So a similar case can occur here. If only one player is going for the comp, as we've seen in the last 3 games, they can hit everything and they can be incredibly strong for all of stages 3, 4, and 5. So it comes down to are players contested or not when they go this angle.
Yeah, and also, right, it also comes down to the items, right? The thing about playing comps that center around blue buff is that hitting blue buff is quite hard if you're not starting tier at the end of the day, because getting 2 of the same item can be quite difficult, and trying to prioritize tiers on carousel is not always going to be that much of a big power spike here. Magaki going for the glove start, which tends to indicate you want to lean into something like a Viego. I think it's a bit more indicative of that more than anything else here. But also, again, bow starts are really common now as well. I think that, is that your preferred start right now, David? I know you've been flexing around a little bit, which is a new experience for you, but what is your preferred item start at the moment?
I'm happy with anything. I think items are in a pretty good spot, and I don't lean super into AD. Don't only play AD. I'm happy to play AP as well. So I'm happy with anything. Tank items I'm pretty fond of as well, even after this last patch.
As we check in with what Magaki is up to, you can see the Renegade has been added early on. A little check to see what the admin's going to be. We can at least see that it will be an admin-centric effect coming in. So Magaki, we'll keep ourselves nice and free for the time being. Of course, we'll check our first augments. As you guys said, the early items, the early augments should give us a good idea of where this lobby is going to end up.
I'm down for an adaptive defenses here, honestly. The second glove does make that a little bit more of an issue.
Force Crest.
That's a big one with the Renegades, right? Featherweights also means you could try to go for the Camille line if you want to. I don't think that's going to be the case, but I think Oxforce Crest, as you are making that sound there, is just very strong now. There was a period of time where Oxforce Crest 2-1 was like 5.1 average, something ridiculous like that, but now it's back. And with the opening here as well from Megaki, there's just no two ways about it. This is going to be an absolutely amazing position to play from.
We've still got a few more augments to check through before, of course, we know the full shape of lobby is. Gunmay's actually going to be bringing out the admins early on, so we'll be trying to find out what's going on with their admin setup, because that's a fairly substantial commit. Presumably, it's going to be something that's going to, again, benefit the admin unit specifically very strongly.
Again,
It was a Blitz 2 as well, with the emblem upgraded there as well, picking the admin emblem. But also, Gunmay's a player that's very comfortable on AP. He's been playing a lot of AP flex this last patch on ladder. And overall, I think he knows how to navigate pretty much every single line, especially the admin lines in this current patch.
Yeah, also worth noting right at the end of the day here, you look at the items right now, he has half of a BT, he has half of a blue buff, right? Like, he has options in terms of like where he wants to go, whether or not that's going to be AP. We do know it's like every 5 seconds it's going to be 5 permanent HP, and you can do some really fun stuff with this one. I had a game where I ended up hitting 6 admin on 3-2, I believe, and ended up having like 100, had like 10k HP on LeBlanc and like all other types of fun nonsense, right? Like you can do some really fun things here.
It's time for Blitz 3. Blitz 3 solo tank with millions of HP. That might be the angle Gunmay might lean into. As long as the game, shows him that path, as long as he gets a few more natural blitzes in these next few shops in stage 2, he might actually seriously consider Blitz 3 as a unit in this admin comp.
Just to keep rambling on about what Gunmay was doing here, right? Realistically speaking, he only had 2 choices. And that could have been only having 1 choice had he not had the opportunity to check his had he not had checked his admin earlier on in that stage 1 fall, because he had Guillotine Heart was like one of the worst ones, and then like the fact that he knew what his admin was such a huge plus for him right there, because it gave him direction. Without that, he had absolutely 0 direction, and it would have probably been forced to use a reroll early on, right? And again, the changes are not implemented yet, so that would have forced him and locked him into place for the entirety of the game.
All right, heading into 2-3. We're already seeing some pretty aggressive choices being done as more admins populate the field. So we've got the 3 players, TurboCut, Lucky XL, and TFT Mints, who are all undefeated right now. TurboCut with a pretty damn strong good early board. The Underground returning. We've only seen it a little bit so far today, and when we saw it before, it didn't go so well.
2 Kaisas, 2 Cho'Gaths as well, indicating to any player that's currently spectating, visiting his board, that he is trying to play this Kaisa reroll, especially with Trade Sector as a first augment. I think it's very important in these lobbies with so much at stake that players essentially send a message to the rest of their opponents and say, hey, I'm going all in on this comp, don't contest me, we're both going to go bot 4. It's a similar case with Megaki picking up that Oct 4 crest pretty quickly for that first augment, trying to say to anyone else that's scouting him, I'm going for Oct 4, try not to contest me.
Yeah, another thing that's worth noting here as well with this spot that TurboCut finds himself in, right, is that he has an issue where he's going to be playing very low econ all throughout the game because he hit 2 massive pairs. Because if he hits either pair at any point in this game, he's going to be able to just full streak out stage 3, right? Like if hits both pairs, those are going to be massive hits. And with that, with the Underground being in play as well, he has that economic backfall kind of to look forward to no matter what. Well, right? So overall, super strong spot, but he does have to kind of navigate it from a low economy standpoint, because he can't really spend the money before he earns it, and he's not making any interest right now.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that, as we do acknowledge that our top 3 players right now who are trying to keep their win streak going into the end of stage 2 have been slamming every single one of their items so far to try and make sure that streak stays alive.
For Duelists, one of the higher tempo options to slot in stage 2, alongside maybe a very, very lucky for Recon. These are the 2 traits that really spike you the most when it comes to just a trait essentially giving you all the board strength you have and not so much the units themselves, as we're seeing here with just a kill 2 as maybe the bigger damage dealer on this board. But we'll see. I think it's just very explosive. It was toned down, of course. There was the patch before this, which was just a guarantee 5-win streak throughout this stage if you're able to get 4 Duelists in.
We can see it's doing a pretty damn good job right now. Of course, Gunmay's board isn't going to be able to gain that much HP per 5 seconds if they're all dead before they can really spend too much time on the field. Gunmay dropping down with Magaki into these low 70s, while TFT Mints and Blackie XL will be our 2 players coming into the final round before Krugs, both on win streaks.
Yeah, and speaking as well, it's worth noting here as well about the spot that TFT Mints finds themselves in, right, is that Rageblade is not very good when you're playing Duelist, right? So you could kind of expect him to find a way out of the Duelist angle at some point, just because of the fact like this kind of there's diminishing returns in running the Rageblade when you're running Duelist, because the fights themselves are going to be pretty explosive. You don't get that benefit from having these long drawn out fights.
From a narrative, From a narrative perspective, I want to highlight Blackie, who we're seeing. He represents Saudi Arabia, the only player in our tournament representing Saudi Arabia, but he's actually from Djibouti, an African nation that definitely I think is the first time we have a player originally from Djibouti playing in GSC. So historic moment for him, and also popping off here 5 streak going into Krugs and hoping to find a good result in this last game, because this lobby is pretty much every player is in a spot where they need to have a top 4 to advance to day 2.
All right, guys, so talk to me about the situation we've got here. TFT Mints and Blackie XL. They both got themselves win streaks coming out of stage 2. Magaki and Gunmay on the opposite end, presumably with full loss streaks as well, or at least they've paid the HP for it.
They do, and I want to highlight something here, right? Turbocool here already realizing that he's going to be going out of Underground as soon as possible. It just takes a good cash out, but it gets some gold, get a reforger. This is actually a really good hit for him. Like this, it might even be better than hitting a component, right? Because like he needs so much gold to roll with, because he is spending a lot of gold just by holding on to pairs eventually. So, good spot here for sure.
Players that have to be very careful are going to be Magarki and Gunmay. Being 60 HP, or pretty much at 60 HP for both players, is a very dangerous spot to be in. We saw with double 61 in the last game. You have to be able to navigate your way out of that lose streak and find a way to truly stabilize going into maybe the 3-2 roll down, or like we saw with double, the 3-5 roll down potentially.
Well, let's talk about long-term roll down, David. For Magaki. You guys, we're very excited to see the Oxforce emblem coming in here. The board we've got right now doesn't seem so impressive, but what kind of things should we be expecting in terms of power level for Magaki going forward, and when should it be arriving?
Can roll down at 3-2 just to stabilize off of 4 Oxforce potentially, but if you're trying to find more Viegos on your roll downs, going at 3-2 at level 6 is maybe not quite enough, and he's not that weak right now with 60 HP, depending on the next 2 losses and how big they are. So I'm happy to see him try and roll down at 3-5, find at least 1 Viego, maybe find a 6 Oxforce power spike, since he does have this emblem.
Suddenly see right now Magaki is still having a rough time of it, so we'll see if the second augment does make any difference to them at all. Down below 50 HP coming into stage 3. Gunmay in a similar position as well. Everybody else around 70 to 80.
Oh, okay. We're gaming now, because I said I was down for adaptive defenses, but the thing here is that he needs to be able to scout for what Gunmay is doing, because Gunmay on a pretty similar line. And that's why I like Magaki going for the more supportive one, the one that's going to be more... It's going to complete more of his comp towards the end of the game here. So we can see here now, Gunmay is going to be playing Camille. And the fun thing that's worth noting here as well is that both, like, of the 2 augments, this one, Hex Retribution, actually has the better placement stats on average as well. That's something you need to look out for here as well. So I think that the issue is that if you're playing the other one, if you're playing the carry Camille augment, you need to be committed from a 2-1, and like getting it 3-2 can sometimes just be a big issue.
I mentioned he isn't fully tied into playing Camille going forward. They're actually against Magaki right now, the other player at the bottom of the table.
I mentioned the possibility of a Blitz 3 for Gunmay. That will be the case. Second Blitz already on the bench. Only 3 away now from trying to find that spike. And as you mentioned, I think the reroll for Magarki was crucial, because these are players that really need to have a very good result in this game to try and make it to day 2. So you need to go for those high cap boards, which in this case, for Gunmay, it could be just full vertical adamins with good adamins coming in later on. And for Magarki, just a more traditional Oxforce Viego board instead of a Camille carry.
Then Magaki's been put on notice. They've taken their first win for a while. Gunmay keeps the loss streak intact, but barely, as we have got a few more Camille's creeping into the shop. I mean, from where you guys are sitting, how long is Gunmay going to be sitting on this win streak for from here? Is the level up, is the roll down on the horizon soon?
Could be rolling at 6 for Camille, but he wants to find the blitzes as well, it looks like. So going to stay on 5 for at least one more round. Didn't go 6 at 3-2, which is a natural integer to do so. But at 7 loss streak, 46 HP, I think he needs to at some point fully roll down, or at least almost fully roll down before Wolves to try and be completely stable.
This is a bad one here as well for Gunmay, right? Because he was hoping to get another player that might not be as strong right now. But Blackie here, like again, we have both TFT Mins and Blackie are both right now like on 100 streaks at free. So Blackie quite naturally goes level 7 to try to protect that streak. At the end of the day, he didn't have to do it, and Gunmay just pays the price.
And Vince and Blackie both still on their win streak since the start of the game. They've been somehow ducking each other the entire way through. As both Gunmay and Magarki will be first out to the carousel, a Spatula to grab if they want to.
Yeah, I think Magarki has a choice for Spatula. He's considering here, doesn't go for it in the end, despite having quite a few gloves open. I guess the Renegade Spike won't come in just yet. It'll be a late game spike, and he needs power on the board right now, sitting at 34 HP.
Yeah, I think that like Hand of Justice might just be like the item that you're making right now, right? Like, sure, it's not a gun, but it's not a Bloodthirster, but at the end of the day, Hodge plus JG plus Titan Resolve is still a very good setup for a potential Viego, which we can see is already was on the board. So interesting for sure here as well, right? We saw that was a possibility for a 2-star Kaiser von as well here. Okay, it's every 5 seconds, remember? So 150 health, 12 mana or 12% attack speed. Probably would prefer to see some AP or even more health, but sells that as well here. I like this lock case. He's going to be fully committing for the reroll. For the reroll angle here off the Camille. And again, blocking that Viego from Magarki is actually pretty big.
We're checking with Uka. We haven't seen them for a little while. They will be bringing out support Civis. They're going to be able to give themselves a little bit of regen over time. We expect to see that in combination with the set. Right now, the sure shots in Uko's board as they're currently in the middle of the pack. But it's looking like the admins, even before the full reroll has gone through, are still putting up a pretty decent fight, even if they can't get the actual win.
I love the bravery of Gunmay, 33 HP, doesn't try and roll here at all, doesn't even slam the blue buff on the Blanc because he wants it on Soraka later on. So definitely knows where his limits is, but he's going to be in a very similar situation to Double 61 the last game, where you're going to be at a point where if you lose one fight, you may be out of it because you took such a greedy line. And maybe that's the correct place. Maybe you have to greed to get the right result to get you through to day 2.
Again, like Gunmay needs a second or first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So like he needs to play high risk, high reward. And again, that inherently is just high risk, but he's going to be doing a 4-1 roll down here on level 6, and he needs 3 more Camilles. He is contested for it, but Magarki on paper should not be rolling for the Camille, so there should be plenty in the pool still to hit for him come that fight here. Again, now, with Camille being put on the horse, it means that Camille now is going to be doing a lot more impactful things as well, because she's going to be able to reach the backline, i.e. makes for massive spikes as well. Preferably here, I would like to take like a 1-unit loss here. It is going to be a win, which also isn't horrible for Gunmay, right? Like every single point of HP saved right now is big. One player we haven't talked too much about is Burrito, who's all of a sudden is down there with Magarki and Gunmay, scrapping it out at the bottom of the table.
More surprisingly, he picked up Spirit of the Exiles as his hero augment, which is one of the best rated hero augments in the game right now. If you look at the stats, I believe it's under 4 average in most of the higher tier elos. So not just hasn't really hit upgrades, it is quite contested, has that Z for 4 duelists, but most of the board on the backline especially is still 1-star, and that's really losing a lot of these fights, as well as the Ribbon, the main tank here.
We have at least got a Spatula available for Burrito to potentially go down the Laser Core line or indeed the Duelist line further.
Need to speed up here. This is important. Use as much time as possible to roll here. This is a huge roll down at the end of the day here now. Again, this is going to be a Laser Core commit, right? This means that if you're used to rolling for this, you are going to be able to just single out those units, right? Because sometimes when you're rolling down for a composition, you don't know where you're going, and sometimes you just get all caught up and all choked up here. Gunmay needing that 1 Camille. And there it is. No goals to go level 7, though.
As well. The only downside here is not really any tank items for this blitz. So you want to buy time for this Camille to do her thing in the opponent's backline before that front line wraps around together as well.
The Grim will, of course, be living in fear of that Camille jumping exactly onto where she needs to be. The only thing is, of course, Recons, will be able to get away from that Camille and stop, a lot of what she would otherwise be doing to the back lines by keeping her at arm's length.
This matchup, though, is bad. This is one of the worst matchups for Camille. She just gets toyed around with if he doesn't start on the Kai'Sa right here. And again, it's probably a good time for Gunmay to play that at the end of the day, right? It's not going to be the biggest issue here. Can go for free hacker. Component grab back, though. He needs to find that final Camille item. A single chain vest is all Gunmay needs. But it's nowhere to be found.
But if you're in Gunmay's position here, you can see the frustration on his face coming through. What's your angle here? How do you at least try and salvage your position right now if you don't have what you need to get the win?
It's pretty tough. No Soraka as well on the roll down. I expected at level 6, but still missing that to try and find the 6 adamant spike later on. So all in all, a tough spot. Sometimes you go into certain lines that aren't very flexible at all. You're really putting all your marbles into the bag of, hey, do I hit Camille 3? Do I hit the items for her? Is the rest of the lobby tempo a little bit too high for me to actually stabilize? And that's the spot Gunmay finds himself in now. With 12 HP, this could be just one fight.
Up against Uko goes Burrito with the Oxforce emblem on the bench for a fascinating last one to come in. So maybe we see a little bit of a hybrid comp being built. Uko's board looking pretty decent. Of course, the laser core is at least up to 6, so that's a lot of damage, including an Oxforce Urgot right in the middle there. The last laser core unit staying barely alive. Ash is just getting the final shot off, and Burrito avoids another loss, but Gunmay did not.
And he still run one round away from getting access to that Titan's Resolve that is ever so important for this Camille to scale into these fights and not just fall over on the spot. He even has a pretty decent admin for this as well, right? The Camille just needs the resistances to back up that HP that she is gaining all throughout the fights. So, tough one for sure. Again, Uko going to level 8 and losing here. Meanwhile, G&G Burrito hits that Viego too. Everyone around Gunmay is just kind of spiking, right? You see Megaki on a full win streak. Gunmay 2 HP. He has a mountain to climb right now.
This is big. Faces Blackie, and maybe this is a player that, because he's so healthy, hasn't needed to stabilize, hasn't rolled down, but it's not the case. Level 8 has rolled down pretty much all of his gold. Camille is on the good side to kill off one unit right away, and maybe this Ashe that's still itemized as the full-on carry. But Blitz is down. Camille still very, very healthy. I think this should be a fight win. LeBlanc going to help clean up as well, and that's going to be it for Blackie's, not win streak, it was 80 HP, but still the HP leader. And Gunmay survives. This is the biggest story now. And as you mentioned, Weeda has to try and find a chain on this carousel.
And the question is, like, how heavily into the griefing potential aspect here is the guy going to be? It's running away from him, though, at the end of the day here. But Megaki is going to go for that Aphelios, right? And that makes a lot of sense when you consider the spot that Megaki was going for. That early opening Oxforce crest has an open glove that can be made into an IE potentially as well for Megaki, right? So, still a lot of perspectives at the bottom part of the lobby as of right now. Like, you look at this, like, this is such a close lobby, and it's such an important lobby as well.
Let's take a chance before we jump back into the next PvP rounds, just to take stock of where we are. Grim on a win streak up the top, though Blackie is still barely ahead of the pack, both of them around 50 HP. Of course, we've got the middle of the pack who are around 20, 30 HP or so, with Turbo Cut just above them. And then, of course, we get onto Burrito, Megaki on the 20s, and Gunmay down on just 2 HP.
Samira has been found. Do you want to try and go for the Samira now instead? You do. You put in 2 Viegos in the process. A very kind of mix and match board here for TFT Mints, but we'll see if it'll be enough. He is going to face off against the only win streaker currently in this lobby, Grim, who's sitting at 69 HP. Nice, and playing that Kai'Sa reroll with almost perfect items. The JG allowing to crit more means you can drop down to just 3 recons and not have to play a kind of dead unit in stage 4 like Ashe.
Every single edge is going to be incredibly important, as TFT Mints will, I think, take a pretty major loss. Really fascinating to see about the itemization the Team Mints has got. But of course, we will be scooting around and checking out our various other players as well. Gunmay staying alive on 2 HP. We've seen this before for double 61, just trying to hold on and improve their position, if not make anywhere near top 4.
Big spike here as well from Uko, right? Finds that Belveth 2 has been holding out for so long. No more Senna item holding on here. It's just going to keep that Severian for that the pizza delivery at the end of the endless pizza, right, is so big because it just helps these threats stay on top of their game for so long here.
Exactly. As we mentioned, Magarki finds the 6 Oxforce, but still just the Viego 1. We'll see how much this Viego can do with the Send Resolve also on this unit. And up against a pretty strong board here with a Rammus, fully itemized, 2-star here as well, and the Belveth that we just saw the upgrade come through. And it looks like MF is going to help. The dual carry from both Viego and MF seems to be doing enough. Only Belveth and Rammus left alive now. One last cast is huge. It does come in. MF should be winning here in this case with a last cast.
But Gunmay won again. Gunmay did win again. He is very strong right now. And now the final items are going to come in. They are going to do their work. This is the big thing we need to keep an eye out for here. Because Gunmay, again, like he has a lot of components still open. Again, he had the component grab back, so he still should be having a couple of components come through right now. But are other people in the lobby going to spike harder? Because they're finally able to get those final pieces needed for their board. That is going to be the big question here. At the end of the
talk me through, guys. As we do get these final items coming in and these final adjustments going in, for Gunmay's board, what does it do well? What is it going to be weak against?
I think we saw before the recon matchup, Camille, even if she's on the right side, if the recon placement is correct, where they're not both kind of inting into a corner, which happens sometimes, kind of a buggy thing that happens with recon with Zed and pretty much any hacker. In this case, as long as they're able to kind of free flow and recon their way out of that position, Gunmay might have a very hard time getting those kills onto the recons before they're able to decimate pretty much this kind of weak front line here. The Blitz 3 is a Blitz 3, but he doesn't have full tank items. He's not as tanky as he could be if he was fully itemized.
And also the lack of a secondary carry here, right? The Talon free is going to be missed on this rollout. That is somewhat to be expected here. But Camille on the wrong side. This Samira is untouched.
It does mean that Samira is going to be able to free fire. I can see the Infinity Edge being dropped on immediately. TFT Mints very much aware of what opportunity they have here to lock down the 8th place. We do have the deletion, the Camille right in the center of the mass. And she, with the Titan's Resolve, exactly as said, she's going to be able to stand strong amongst the bits, and TFT Mints goes down to 7.
Well, Burrito, this Camille, this Kai'Sa was doing so much work for a while here. That was almost him losing his life here. But again, Magaki 12 HP, Burrito 11, Jimmy and the Gunmay 7 and 2. This lobby is so tight, and this thing is just right here. Grim is playing contested Kai'Sa, and Turbo Kurt has just hit that now. Like, he's hit the Kai'Sa free. He's not playing the best items in the world, but like the ceiling for them is so low now, right? Like, again,
I was wondering why Grim was looking so annoyed on his camera. You're absolutely right. It must have been for that reason.
Again, he has Gunmay in the pool. Good matchup. TFT Mints should be a good matchup on paper as well. It's going to come down to this here. Menacing as well is going to continue that massive attack speed boost here from the Kai'Sa.
At least this time around, Samira is not being threatened. But it's going to be pretty damn close. The front line buys so much time, and I think we have our first elimination. Gunmay is still fighting right now. It's going to be right down to the but 1 HP above TFT Mints. It's not an 8th.
It's also not a day 2, which is really the only thing these players are hoping for at this point in the tournament. So unfortunate for both Spanish players, actually, both Gunmay and TFT Mints going down 7th and 8th. Magarki now just trying to find ways to continue capping this board, trying to find the upgrades he needs most of all, which is that Viego 2. And the front line is looking pretty good here, but there it is. Viego 2 has been found. Magarki now has a very good chance of making it top 4 in this lobby.
You see Burrito. Burrito's the most vulnerable to Magarki right now. It's coming over their board, spending a little bit of time, perhaps the last moments on the convergence.
I love this decision from Magarki to itemize the Viego, not with more damage, with healing to actually allow this Viego to stay alive and continue ulting, continue carrying as really the main carry in this comp alongside now Samira with the Oxforce emblem.
I see Grim is kind of looking like he's kind of in like, he can't really do anything, right? Because the ceiling for this composition here is, it's just been removed, like, right, like, oh, sorry, like it's been put onto the roof. But, like, he's trying to build a high rise, but he's stuck with a normal house, right? Like, the high rise no longer happening. Just because like the contested nature.
Grim just throwing up the shrug on the camera was why it's so great to be able to see some of our players as they play. Burrito is now gone. Our top 5 is secured, as you guys said. This is our final lobby of day 1. Well, there is a little bit of wriggle room. We are in a lobby where, broadly speaking, top 4 means you go through to day 2, and bottom 4 means that likely you won't. We've got some big plays coming in as we come to the end of our final lobby.
It might just be first and second actually that get you through to day 2, because it's just kind of the cutoff point right now. So you need to be at 27, 28 points to actually make it through. So players are going to be playing just, again, to finish as high as they can, to try and go fast 9, to get the legendaries online, and to get a board like this one with Mecha Prime still very much alive. A very unusual way to play Raider spoils on Ezreal. And with, 3 Ace especially, we need to get that last unit in. That will be the case. 4 Ace now online with the Mordekaiser.
Blackie going up against one of the ghosts. You can see that this is the Belvedere 4, which is managing to drip through pretty darn well. Along with Yuumi, the Belvedere has definitely been opening some eyes here, especially with the Hextech Gunblade and the Last Whisper. It's going to be, I think, all the way to the end here. Blackie level 9 has got so many units on the board, but it's all come charging in, and we will have ourselves a top 4.
And Grim with a sigh of relief. He knew he was essentially free-falling ever since, as we mentioned. He hit his cap and really doesn't really have a clear way to cap out any higher. Just hoping that other players bleed out and die before he does, and hoping that's enough for him to make it to day 2. But right now at 21 HP, happy to see Blackie go down, but Magarki, even though he's currently last in the HP standing, I think he's one of the stronger players in this lobby with his Oxforce comp.
He is, right, but again, we can see the matchup on the screen right now. It is going to be Turbo Kurt's board here that just has hit that 3-star. Rammus is not spreading out his front line, which means that this Cho'Gath has a higher chance of missing anything that's relevant here, but could be another Mana Sane here coming through from the Raider spoils.
Now Magarki is trying desperately to hold on. Uko and Magarki both on around 1 life, at least 1 bad loss. Viego goes right into the backline though and deletes all the relevant units. Rammus maybe unkillable until the final hammer drops. Magarki holding on now on a streak.
Ooh, and this is no longer Kaisa. Was a Talia there for a very little time, but she has been taken down. And Grim has also been taken down to 9 HP. So I respect the pivot off of Kaisa, knowing that you no longer can really cap out your boarding higher. You can't really go for 3 stars, considering Turbo Kurt has already kind of done that already with his Kaisa 3-star and his Rammus 3-star. In this case, pivoting to Talia, but it looks like still some doubts in Grim's mind in terms of if this Talia can do enough to carry him, or if he's just trying to go level 9 and find some kind of 5-cost carry.
All right, so we come very close to the finish line here. Of course, we will be getting probably just 1 extra item coming in for all of our players across the board. Starting with Grim, and of course we'll be scooting around. What kind of thing do you think is most important for them to try and arrest this descent and finish higher than 4th?
It's tough to say because he doesn't really have enough gold to go 9. I don't know if rolling will do anything for him specifically. It's a really tough spot to be in, a hard place to navigate for Grim, especially from a mental standpoint of going for a comp, win streaking the whole game, and then seeing yourself just bleed out to maybe a result that's not going to be enough. But we'll go 9 here in the end, going to have 2 gold to roll with. So that's the problem I was mentioning. It's really just put it in the unit you have and hope for the best.
Also, only a single unit on paper for this Syndra. Yes, we'll be able to get like a Draven or a Severe onto the board, right? But that is not really going to be a relevant unit. So really add to the board come through here now. And Turbokurt just continues to find these upgrades now. Has Vein Free as well to top it all off here. And we see Grim is facing up against Magarki. This Zephyr has to be on point if he wants any shot at being in this game. He doesn't... Wait, whoa,
oh, no.
Oh,
no. I was talking about the mental being in a tough spot, but it seems like it's a worse spot than I imagined. Forgets that he has a Zephyr on the bench, or maybe just so 5-head he knows he's winning this fight regardless. But Talia looks like it's not enough to take on Viego. Viego's still running rampant, gets the last few kills here. It's only the Echo left alive against 2 of the damage carries, and that will be it. Grim taken down in 4th place. We'll have to check later if that will be enough to allow him to make it to day 2.
Look, a grim resignation. Magarki, though, has been fighting back up for a while. Now on a win streak with 2 other players on almost identical HP. It feels like Magarki's got everything they need. Really, really strong board. Of course, like Viego right in the middle. And the Oxforce Samira has been doing a ton of work from the backline as well.
This could be a potential double knockout here as well. That's something that's worth noting here. Magarki has Uko in the pool. Kurt and Uko just played, which means that it is going to be Magarki versus both players if I know my matchup stuff correctly here now. And it's going to be Uko that has the honor of facing the real Magarki.
And it's a huge Zephyr onto the Belveth. Rammus would have also been huge to put up into the air. We'll see if this Belveth can do enough, and specifically if Rammus and Cho'Gath can buy enough time, but it looks like it's not the case. The Belveth has already been taken down. The Rammus follows suit, and that will be it. Uko taken down in third place. The Finnish player is now out of contention. And as I predicted very early on, Magarki, if he was able to hit the 6 Oxford board, would end up getting a very good result in this game, and that's going to be the case.
All right, guys, we're down to our final matchup. Turbocut, as you noted before, has managed to hit the 3-star Kaiser and now the 3-star Vayne as well. But Magarki, so incredibly strong. You know, what's going to be the difference maker between these two? What swings this matchup?
The Rammus getting Zephyred would be absolutely massive. I think the front line, the rest of it is going to melt pretty quickly, and then the recons would be left bare for the damage to come through from the Viego, from the Sur shots.
All right, Magarki, Turbocut, one last fight for the first day of the Golden Spatula Cup #1. Magarki focusing all their fire on the Rammus, who's incredibly tanky. Cho'Gath body blocking for just a few seconds as the carries on both sides of the board pour out the damage. The Rammus gets into the backline. And I have to think it's over. Magarki's streak is torn from them, and Turbocut will take the first.
You live and die by the Viego. A few of those ults in the middle of that fight whiffed. Were not able to get the resets. Did not go towards the Kai'Sa at the end there. Instead went towards the tanks. And that is a difference maker in a fight like that, where the tanks are so resilient. The Viego gets stuck on the Rammus and the Cho'Gath can't get the reset kills. And that ended up going for the recon player who I mentioned. If you're able to hit everything, you're going to be in a very good spot to win the lobby.
One of the things we want to bring forward into tomorrow, that one, is even though Grim ultimately, you see, didn't end out with the finish they would have liked for there, the thing which I really want to kind of to bring forward is that at least Grim was willing to take the board they had, and that he was able to turn it into something else. Ultimately, not something that would be a win, but we haven't seen many players being forced to do that across the whole of today. Is that something you want to see more from players, or is that a real sort of last desperation maneuver?
I think it's a good example of skill expression. So definitely, if we're playing TFT at the highest level possible, I think these are, types of plays that I think really should be valued very highly. At the end of the day, that's contrasted with the Zephyr on the bench, for example, so it kind of cancels itself out, I think, a little bit. But again, it was a really tough spot, I think, from a mental standpoint especially, where someone's contesting you and you're thinking, why, man? Why this last game I have to contest me? Kind of, end up screwing over the results there for him. So from that tough spot to make it to top 4, I think is still a really good showing from him.
You can also consider the judgment, right? When you see that someone with an early Kai'Sa Cho'Gath pair with trade sector on stage 2 free, and you still end up going into Kai'Sa, right? Mm-hmm. It's one of those things. There are so many different things, and we don't have the full perspectives all the time to really make those calls. So, at the end of the day, it's a rough one, right? Because when you are on a winning end and you lose, it's never going to feel good.
All right, guys, so we do need to find out who did make it through to day #2, because, of course, results of that lobby are indicative, but they're not the final word. While we're waiting for everything to come together, we have an interview with Arrogànte, but when we return, our analyst desk will give the final results from day 1 of 3. We will cut our field in half, and we'll see you after the break.
Hello guys, I'm Konstantinos Arrogànte. I'm from Greece, I'm 28 years old, and I've been playing Teamfight Tactics for 3 years, since set 4. With the introduction of hero augments, I think it has a lot of pros and cons, but overall it's a very good experience. The TRCs give access to more players, other than the actual ladder grinders, and I think it will be interesting to see how the actual tournament changes, but I think it's fair to say that it was harder to qualify through the ladder. There are a lot of great players, but getting to play against players like Enzosx and KCW and the Try and Voltarix, all those great names is a challenge every time. I think KCW all around has to be the best tournament player in Europe, and I think Enzosx all around has to be the best player both in ladder and in tournaments in Europe, because Daisy specifically, I think he has a very unique play style, and when he goes in a tournament, he doesn't bring like 2 or 3 comps that he has practiced, but he adjusts and he just plays better TFT, I think, than the rest of us. I'd like to thank everyone for supporting me and watching my stream all these years. And I would like to thank personally the Greek TRC representatives that work very hard to organize the Greek TRC, and I hope we see such events in the future.
Welcome back to our analyst desk. Now, don't go anywhere. I know people like to turn off this stream after the last game, but you don't know yet who all has qualified. Some games are still going on, and we do have an interview lined up for you guys in just a little bit. But Maisie, how are we feeling about the final game of the day one?
Well, I'll point at the obvious. There was no Yummies! It was a Yumi-free game, and instead we managed to get back to our lovely sure shot and Oxforce roots of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally side with Panda on this one. I love me some recon. And with that, we're going to bring in our key feature, something we always mention in passing, but I feel like there is a time where we have to speak about it. Kai'Sa, with that statics shift, with that Kai'Sa 3, it's just so strong. The Rammus 3 in that front line is going to do wonders for you. You're going to have so much fun. She just slices and dices and dashes around and probably not going to get taken down as long as there's a front line still standing that's holding off some of the units. So really, really lovely to see that deployed here and get a lobby win in on that final game of the day. Definitely my personal highlight, but there was more going on in this lobby.
I mean, there was, and Kai'Sa was such a key feature of this game that we even saw Grim go in for the Kai'Sa carry as well. And there was this wonderful moment during that game where Grim sort of realized that Turbo Kurt had that 3-star carry and just looked to the camera and went,
yeah.
And then we saw the pivot into Taliyah, which unfortunately wasn't quite enough, but it did land Grim in 4th place there. Yeah, but it's wonderful to see. I'm very much on you and Panda side. The Kai'Sa reroll is just stunning.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel for Grim. I always love when we have players with player cams, that's my personal favorite. And his reactions were so on point at the end, just giving up with that Zephyr, saving it for the next game, just didn't even want to bother anymore. But some other stuff that was going on in this lobby that I thought was really, really interesting. We did have, Blackie from Saudi Arabia actually doing really, really well throughout the lobby. It wasn't enough to, in the end, actually get up there and get some extra points, but it was definitely nice to see some representation from Saudi Arabia as well here.
Oh yeah, it's huge to see Saudi Arabia come into the competition. This is our first representation and hopefully not our last with that showing. It's always really entertaining to showcase a new country, and I know there's going to be some people from Saudi Arabia that feel just that little bit prouder and more represented today to have seen Blackie in our finals. final
absolutely. Not yet the finals, but that's what we're working for sure. Now, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about TurboCourt's board. Of course, in the end, he won, but there was so much that played into that. We had the Azrael hero augment. We had trade sector, we had those Thrill of the Hunt diffs, and that just all enables that Kai'Sa so much more to really get up there and shine. And that was really, really great to see. I think kind of this lineup, more or less, for TurboCourt to take this one home. And Magarki was doing really well until the very end, where he got knocked out here, but still was lovely to see that. And with that, I'm really curious to see how our standings are looking, Maisie. I hope, of course, all of my German players made it through. I don't think they all have. I saw Sologesang taking a lot of L's, unfortunately, but there is some German representation as well, and something you're happy about as well, right? Lana and Kerfuzzled both in there.
Both my UK fellow countrymen have made it through to day 2, which I'm thrilled about, as well as my favourite pick for the day, Snoodyboo, who gave us a great interview earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah, so that is only going to be the top 32. Top 64 will qualify. The cutoff was at 27 points, and we're really, really looking forward to try and get an interview with Travis. Travis, also a long-time player in our Golden Spatula Cups and in the EMEA circuit in general, Rising Legends. We have Lasha actually making it to 7th place, and something I'm sure Panda is going to be happy about. Tibi, Spanish player, still in those top 10. Something you love to see as well for Wida. Hayden making it into those top 10 as well.
That's kind of beautiful. All our casters got a bit of representation for their countrymen. We were talking about how important it was for Blackie to be featured as the first person from Saudi Arabia. And I think we're all feeling just that little bit more patriotic today.
Yeah, we do have to mention, though, there's a lot of well-known players that didn't make it through, and I kind of want to give them a shout out just because they're so known, and to kind of emphasize how tough the competition was today. Kubik-san, Noel, Zhasu, we have Scapeos, Lakokos, Bryson, Voltarius. They all didn't make it and won't be there tomorrow. Unfortunately, we're definitely hoping to see them again in the next Golden Spatula Cup. But just to kind of show you how rough the competition here was, some players, some names that we kind of brand as the best of the best, not making it through to day 2 is definitely something to remember as we move on to the next day. And I do think we are preparing that interview right now. And I hope he's here with us. Travis is also one of the people that we see and chat quite often. So maybe we're going to give a shout out to our chatters as well. Travis, are you here with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, welcome. Congratulations for today's play. How are you feeling about the Golden Spatula Cup this time around in set 8?
I'm quite happy how it went today. I didn't get lots of sleep yesterday, so I thought I may get eliminated because I was kind of excited to play. Didn't think I'll end up first, but my performance on ladder lately has been insane, so I thought I'll get today too.
Absolutely. Cool.
So, Travis, first of all, yes, congratulations on your win today. You were consistently on the board, so it was an absolute joy to watch that happen. I just wondered if you could go back in time to this morning and speak to your sleep-deprived self. What would you tell yourself knowing what you know now?
Probably nothing, because like the butterfly effect, I could go last, telling myself something.
Oh, you wouldn't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Sorry, I think that's too funny. But yeah, Travis, looking at today, you were kind of surprised at your own competitive skill coming through, even though you're sleep deprived. Now, what is something you are looking forward to do tomorrow? Of course, the competition is going to get a little bit harder with just the top 64 making it through. What's your angle, if you want to tell us a little bit about that?
So my last 2 games, I realized that Kai'Sa is kind of OP. So like, if I don't get contested, I'm going Kai'Sa 6 games.
Okay, you heard it here first. That's a Barry Batten statement if I ever heard it, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm Team Kai'Sa as well, so definitely something I can appreciate.
Yeah, but please don't contest me. Yeah, don't contest me, Pikachu.
Yeah, please don't contest him, guys.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this has been a really Kaisa-centered day, but another comp that we all saw and were quite surprised with on the caster desk was the resurgence of Yumi. How do you feel about Yumi as a board?
I think Yumi is a coin flip comp. Either you go first or last. I'd prefer not to play her if I can, but I've seen people force her, like on other days the Ixula guy. I don't know if he got into day 2, but he plays Yumi only. She's quite annoying to play against, but from like a battle mage opener, I may play her.
Good to know.
Yeah, I can tell you that Ixula made it from what I can see. I'm just going to refresh and make sure I'm not lying here on broadcast. But yeah, he seems to have gotten through. So maybe Yumi player in your lobbies. Now, to round this out, of course, with a Polish player here in the interview, I'm always forced to say Polska Górom. But is there anything else you want to add? Any shout outs to the Polish community, to your own community, to maybe chat? Anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, I of course give a shout out to Lelouch, TSW, and Wojtek, because we practice a lot together. Like lately, maybe not lately as much, because Lelouch computer is really bad and we can't hear anything on Discord. I hope he buys a new one, because it's unbearable. I also want to give a shout out to Zero Tenacity, my organization. They're great guys. And I hope I make it to day 3 and win the whole thing.
Yeah, I hope that too for you. Thank you so much for your time and those insights. We really appreciate it. That was Travis Scott, and we're going to hopefully see more from him tomorrow. Really, really lovely. I always enjoy talking to our players so much.
And he was so humble for someone that's just won the entirety of the Golden Spatula Cup day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Travis Cat, as he's sometimes called, Plink. And I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. So keep that in mind, guys. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. CET. We're not yet in summertime. We're going to resume the stream. We're going to have 6 more games to determine who moves on to day 3. Lots more action. Unfortunately, Maisie, you won't be with us tomorrow, but tell everybody to follow you on the socials. Make sure we're going to see you another time and keep up with what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. You can find me. My ad is on the screen. Shall I run through everyone else's ads that we had today?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, I will start first and foremost with the broadcast itself. You can get us over on at TFT Esports EMEA on Twitter, or tweet during the broadcast using the hashtag TFT Rising Legends. If you're an Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube user, you can find us on PlayTFT. If you're on Twitch just now and you haven't followed yet, why not? We got day 2 and 3 coming up. Get that follow button pressed. Finally, for the casters, which I have had the absolute honor and privilege of working alongside with today, we have the lovely Meix over here, who you can find on Twitter at Meix, MEEIX_. We have at Impetuous Panda, at Counterfeit Cast, at Weta Casts, and, well, it was me again.
Exactly. Awesome. So thank you so much for that. Thanks from chat as well. I can see them spamming thanks Maisie with some hearts, so get that going. I love seeing that. Hopefully we're going to see you again. And with that, guys, don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Make sure you keep us followed, and we're going to see you then again. Thank you so much for watching and being there with us.